You know, some rest on Sundays, but I can promise you, Madden simulations, they do not. 6 coming your way over the course of the day today with z.Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. I'll actually be with you for 3 of these sims over the course of today, but the first 2 with this guy right here. Zach, how you feeling?
Yeah. Doing good. Let's go. I'm excited. Got some good games on today's slate.
You know, right with that, I don't know what to expect from this first game. We got the
I
Steelers and
know.
Redskins for people still tinkering with the showdown lineup. What do you expect out of this one?
Yeah, I could really see this one going either way. I think we could get a really high scoring game. We've seen the Redskins get involved in some of those high scoring back and forth where both teams end up well over 30 points. I think this has the makings of that. We've seen the Steelers in some of those games as well. I remember one against the Colts where it was just like points everywhere for everybody. So I don't think this is a game you want to fade for sure. We'll talk about some of the more specific matchups, but as far as if you're looking at that classic slate, this is a game you definitely want some exposure to because I do think it has a good chance of getting pretty high scoring in a hurry.
Who stands out then?
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's 2 players there are 2 slots in your lineup that I think you have to lock in, and that's Juju Smith-Schuster and the Steelers defense. I think both those options are really strong plays, and I think they're strong plays in Classic as well as in Showdown. Smith-Schuster's matchup is one that we can look at and just really see a mismatch there, and it's on the screen now. Him against Jimmy Moreland is one that I think is going to definitely lean his way as you look there. Not only does he have him by 3 inches, which is helpful, and 16 overall, I think the biggest difference in their ratings is the awareness. Moreland's 67 awareness is really going to be, I think, where Juju's going to find plenty of space. He'll get open. He'll make those catches. You can also see that 92 spectacular catch rating. I really think this is the matchup that the Steelers are going to attack. It's the slot receiver against the slot corner. So you'll see Juju out there with his superstar abilities lined up in the slot. And when you see that, I think he's going to eat in this matchup.
So you mentioned both Juju and the Steelers DST as plays that you got to lock in. I assume you say that about the showdown contest. Do you feel that way about the all-day classic that you got to get both those plays in there, maybe just Juju?
Yeah, I mean, the DSTs, obviously, you've got a lot more to choose from for your classic slate. You've got 12. There's a couple of good matchups that I like in there. The Jets D has been really good in these sims because of Jamal Adams making people fumble all the time. Same thing with the Panthers in our next game. I think they're a place you can look for defense because Luke Kuechly forces all the fumbles. But I do think you could look at the Steelers defense. We saw them on Wednesday. They played the Panthers, and they forced 3 turnovers, had 3 sacks. Luke Kuechly forced a fumble, picked it up, and ran it all the way back for a touchdown. I mean, it was quite the performance by the Panthers. And then the Steelers, again, in that same game, on the other side, they had a defensive touchdown. T.J. Watt picked one up and ran it back. So both defenses really came to play in that. And I'm actually looking at those 2 defenses early on today. You could also, if you wanted to look all the way to the late slate, the Texans have had turnover problems. Well, the Jaguars haven't forced a lot of turnovers. They're the cheapest DST on the slate. If you're spending up everywhere else and you got to go super cheap on defense, we have seen the Texans turn the ball over. So I think that's another place you could look. If you're just going cheap on that one, there is upside to like in the late game.
Lineups locking in about 5 minutes. So if you have any questions for the chat, by all means, get them in there for the all-day classic, for the showdown contest. So 1K showdown, our producers will see them, get them to us, and we'll make sure we get you some answers before things do start. Jimmy has got Juju in the captain spot. I expect it's going to be popular ownership today, Zach. We'll get those numbers after we kick off, obviously. But, you talk about a couple of plays that you really like for this showdown. One that we haven't mentioned yet, I think you really want to get in there, is Trey Quinn. He's gone over 23 points each of his last 2 sims. A little bit of an inconsistent start to his Madden sim career, if you will, but over the last couple, he has been electric.
Yeah, he's been really good out of the slot on the other side for the Redskins. He's put up, as you mentioned, those 2 big games in his last 2, both going over 100 yards, both with a touchdown. He's actually scored a touchdown in 3 straight now. He's definitely somebody you can look at. I mean, he's 3,200. He's incredibly cheap, and that lets you pay up for Juju in your captain spot or there's a lot of different ways you can go. I also think we were looking at the numbers beforehand. Dwayne Haskins has actually thrown for a ton of yards. He's almost at 3,500 yards in his 14 sims. he's been one of our best quarterbacks. A lot of times it's because the Redskins are behind and he's throwing a lot. But hey, the points still count. And he's been really good. In a few of his, he's really gone off. I mean, he had 4 touchdowns against the Colts, over 30 fantasy points in that one. Also, in their upset win over the Bucs a few games ago, had 29.25, so just under 30 there.
Here's a question from Jared, and I was actually going to hit on this with you as well, because we were just talking about Trey Quinn. You got 3 guys, 3 receivers, Terry McLaurin rather, Trey Quinn, Paul Richardson, all of these guys getting 13 points and change on average. So Jared wants to know Richardson or McLaurin, and I just want to know, how do you choose in general?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the trick, right? Because Haskins has been throwing for all those yards, and he's kind of been spreading it around. Different guys, different games. It's this, it's McLaurin gets all the looks, or Richardson gets all the looks, gets 200 yards, and then in the next game he gets just 1 catch. Thankfully, went for a touchdown. But you can kind of look at the matchups, right? You can kind of look at the matchups. I would say in this matchup, I like Richardson best of the 3. But it does really depend on where they line up. We talk about the slot matchup. That tends to be pretty consistent, but based on the formations, they can flip the receivers back and forth from left side to right side. That's why the slot is one you can really lock in. There's not a huge advantage for Trey Quinn there. So I actually, you can't pass up that value, right? If you need value, Trey Quinn's a great option. I don't think you have to play Trey Quinn because he's not in one of those super one-sided matchups like Juju is on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'd lean toward Richardson. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Eric says, Coffin Zach, my favorite team, kicking things off on a Sunday morning. So we're happy to be here with you. Looking at, some of these other options, how about a pivot play at captain? For people that aren't going to just automatically slide Juju or Quinn into that spot, who do you like?
Sure. I think you could go with the Steelers defense as kind of a big time pivot there. Gives you plenty of time, plenty of salary to spread around to your other flex spots. I also think you could go Haskins in that spot. It's an expensive pivot. It's not going to save you any salary to do that, but it is a little bit of a contrarian play. And if the Redskins have to keep up with the Steelers get some points on the board early, Haskins could be thrown a lot. Darius Geis has been hit or miss. So the running game hasn't really been reliable for the Redskins, which is why they've had to let Haskins air it out. And I think that could be a place to find some value as well. And we just talked about how he's had those huge games. And if you hit on one of those, almost 30-point games, if you've got him in your captain spot, that's a good way to go.
What's your approach to the running backs, considering all 4 options have really been pretty underwhelming so far in these sims?
Yeah. So we're talking about the first 2 games combined here, or which 4 do you mean?
Well, no, you can answer both. You can answer either one, but really I meant the 4 just in this one showdown alone, because you got James Conner as the power back on the other side, Darius Geis, Jalen Samuels, and Chris Thompson, the third down backs, but none of these guys averaging better than 6 points a sim.
Right. Yeah. And just, sorry, I want to make sure I was answering the right question there. Yeah, we have a timeshare on both sides. And of the 4, I actually like Chris Thompson just as much as anybody else. He's super cheap. So he's somebody you can go with at just 1.6. He's been getting the touches, but like you said, it's hard to rely really on any of them. I definitely wouldn't captains pick any of the running backs. Geis has had a few big games lately. The Steelers, when they play from ahead, do feed Connor sometimes, but I think they've got better matchups at receiver, so I think we're going to see them throw the ball a lot as well. I'm not totally fading the running backs. Like I said, Thompson can definitely be a cheap option to fill out a roster, but I'm not including any of them and saying you got to make sure to get Chris Thompson in your lineup.
Lineup's basically locked if they haven't already, but there are a couple people that were asking about Jets plays for later in the all-day classic, so maybe we just forward that along to the showdown contest. But Darnold and Bell in particular, what do you think of those options?
Yeah, I like Le'Veon Bell in that matchup. The Packers defense has actually been pretty good. So I don't love either of those Jets plays, Darnold or Bell for the all-day classic. There were options I like better there. But yeah, if you're talking showdown, Bell has been really good lately. They've been giving him the ball. He's fallen just short of the 100-yard bonus in each of his last 2 games. Ended up at 99 in one of those, which is just painful.
But so aggravating.
Yeah, right. It's like, oh, that 1 yard would have got you 3 extra points. But so he has hit 100 yards once. Even if he doesn't, he's involved enough in the passing game that he is a running back I like to play. We'll talk more about running backs as we continue on here. I know in our next game we've got Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry, so we can kind of compare and contrast those styles there. But this one should be a good one. I expect some points here.
Our guy Lincoln Hawk says, good luck, Sim fam. Absolutely right about that. We're rooting for all of you. We don't play any favorites right here. With z.thompson, Adam Kaufman, Pittsburgh at Washington, virtual FedEx Field, as you see the players getting ready to come on out of their tunnels. First of 6 Madden simulations on the day. We've got a half dozen of these coming at you over the course of the next 11 and a half, almost 12 hours. So make sure you leave that YouTube stream up. If that's where you're watching the Game Center, wherever it is, stick with us. 3K all-day classic, 1K showdown. And important to note, no X Factor players in this game among skill players. You just got Ben Roethlisberger, Juju Smith-Schuster with the superstar traits, and that is it. Nobody on the Redskins that.
Yeah, nobody on the Redskins offense. Ryan Kerrigan is their superstar on defense, and there's other superstars and X Factors we can talk about on the Steelers defense. But yeah, the on offense, the Redskins don't have any of those. But I think that actually has helped their offense. We talked about the distribution to the wide receivers. And they do kind of spread it around because they're not trying to force feed one guy. It's a nice balanced passing attack, if you look at it that way.
Steelers starting off with the ball on the road. Pittsburgh, if it matters to you, and Zach keeps these standings for us. He's oh so kind. 9-5 in these sims. Washington, the reverse. 5-9 so far. Ben Roethlisberger, $10,800 in the flex. Highest priced player in this showdown contest. 16-2 to captain. He is averaging 16 points per sim. He's also the highest those superstar traits.
Yeah, he's also the highest own in the flex spot, up at 72% ownership. Captain in just under 10% of lineups. See, this is the formation. Actually, if you've got Juju, you don't like this one because he's not in the slot. I want to see him in the slot. He wasn't. He was out wide there. But we'll see as the game progresses. He's easy to spot because he's got that superstar trait that you mentioned. And actually, Big Ben started the season as an X Factor, but then got downgraded as Madden did their in-season updates because of the injury. But having him back is really, I mean, it's cool how they do kind of flex and flow with that so we don't end up with X Factors that shouldn't be. So, yeah, he was one of that did get that in-season adjustment.
Well, same case for one of the guys we'll talk about a lot in the next game, Derrick Henry, of course, in the Titans matchup. So Pittsburgh, Washington, we are scoreless, seconds in. Roethlisberger captain, about 9% of your lineups. Juju Smith-Schuster, as anticipated, popular play, captain at 14%, 63 and change in the flex. Interesting to note, the all-day classic. Yeah, you were just going to say. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the 2 plays that we highlighted are also where a lot of users are looking. Juju and the Steelers D both owned in over 20% of classic lineups.
Maybe that was people listening to you.
Almost 30. Hey, great. Let's hope it works out. Now Juju's in the slot. You can see him here at the bottom, trips to the top. Redskins rushing just the 4. You can see Kerrigan coming off the top, and there he is.
Yep. Quick for a 10-yard gain, so first down here for Pittsburgh. Juju Smith-Schuster, 14 points a sim, $10,000 in the flex, the slot receiver.
Yeah, he's the slot receiver and their wide receiver 1. Some of the teams we've seen that do run their wide receiver 1 into the slot. Probably the most well-known of the teams that do that is Tyreek Hill, who had another touchdown last night for the Chiefs. Speedy wide receiver, but it does sometimes set up mismatches for them, and we'll see if the Steelers continue to go to that mismatch there. Double tight end this time.
Fake handoff over the middle again, and another completion for another 10. This time got it in the hands of James Washington. Single digits his last couple of sims, but he is averaging 11.2. $5,600 in the flex.
Yeah, he's a decent mid-range play. He is their wide receiver too, but lower rating, so his salary comes in under 6K. Juju in the slot to the top of the screen, but we're going to see a handoff here. Probably Jalen Samuels with that many receivers. It is 4 yards for him. So he's off with
our Madden whisperer here, z.thompson. 2 minutes gone, first quarter, no score, ball at the 48, 2nd and 6 on the way.
Here we go.
it's been a lot of fun to learn about these sims and all the different formations you can pick out when they jump to them. You can kind of look and see where the matchup's going to be, like Juju, who's busy early here on the first drive for the Steelers. This is actually really good for you if you own Redskins offense too, because you want the Steelers to march right down and score, so the Redskins have to answer. We want back and forth, lots of fantasy points.
Juju Smith-Schuster, by the way, coming off a monster game. His last sim against Carolina went for 34 points. Found the end zone a couple of times, hit the bonus as well with 108 yards. So you know what that ceiling is.
Yeah, for sure. And that was another slot matchup against Ross Cockrell of the Panthers that we liked a lot. And yeah, he liked it a lot too.
Yeah, evidently. First and 10 from the 29 here.
That was on Wednesday afternoon in the snow.
I formation for Pittsburgh. Roethlisberger, it's a handoff and barely anywhere to go right there. Out of Connor, 2 for 7 on the ground now. James Conner, $9,000. You got to really pay up for him for a guy who's only averaging 6 points a sim. He's the power back, and he's only hit double digits twice in these simulations.
Yeah, both those games the Steelers had a pretty big lead and just leaned on him and ran the ball, and they're running formations. They have run the ball quite a bit out of formations like this, and they might be doing it here because you've got motion. A lot of times when you see the motion, that's when they run the ball like that.
Bounced off one defender, though, and almost a second.
Yeah.
Hard at work there. James Conner, difficult to take down. 3 for 10. He gets to 3rd and 2.
He worked hard for all those yards, for sure. Sets up 3rd and short. See what they come out in here. They run their 2 tight end set all the time. The Steelers really rely on 2 tight ends, single back like that.
Another handout. Big hole right there for James Conner. Took it all the way to the 9. He's up to 22 on the ground in this first drive.
13.8% owned and 3.2% in the captain spot. So if you've got him as your captain, you're hoping he finishes this drive off. He is the power back, as you mentioned. Jalen Samuels, who we do talk about quite a bit, is their 3rd down back. So if they come on in a passing formation, he'll be the one that's back there. But I would expect to see more power since it doesn't look like the Redskins have an answer. And, of course, it's not, because I said got it all spread out.
Let's see, another handoff right here, and nowhere to go. In fact, a loss, 2-yard loss out of Samuels, so just 2 for 3 right now. Bonzo says, yo, AK, ZT, Zach's, or DK Sim fam, everybody, what's up? Hello to you guys. About 1,200 of you watching with us on YouTube, thousands more elsewhere, Game Center and beyond. Smash that like button. We appreciate the support.
Yeah.
We're already closing in on 200, and we are barely underway, so I'd like to see that. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe button while you're there as well. We've already picked up around 6,000 new subscribers in these 6-7 weeks that we've been doing these sims. Absolutely. We found out last night, we were quizzed by Tom Regia, our executive producer, on these broadcasts, but he was doing the game last night with me, the 8 o'clock game. This right here is sim game number 221 overall.
Wow. I know this is the 15th for both of these teams. That's crazy. You called, what, 200 and how many of those?
Yeah, exactly. It's funny that you say that. I looked right before this game because I was curious, because I was thinking about that number, and I think I'm at 72 now.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's basically, a third, right? As we got a touchdown here, Pittsburgh, near side, Vance McDonald.
Yeah,
Vance McDonald, $7,600 in the flex, averaging 12 points a sim, and first touchdown of the game right there.
Very efficient drive by the Steelers, mixing together run and pass. Saw Juju early on the drive, but it's Vance McDonald who gets the score. And, of course, Roethlisberger engineering all that. Mm-hmm. Saw a good amount of James Conner in there, too, on that drive, which, although he doesn't get the touchdown, is probably encouraging for those that own him or maybe put him in his captain spot. All right,
Vance McDonald's captain at 10.4%, flexed in more than half your lineups, 56.5. And as far as that showdown contest goes, 30,000 people playing in this one, 30,168 to be exact. The All-Day Classic, 33,530. But, going back to the game total, and nice drive out of Pittsburgh to eat up 5+ minutes of the first quarter as well. Whatever my number is, I think 72, 73, something like that. It's the divide, right? Like I've done a third of these things, so Glasheen, so is Emerson, and so many of you guys as well. I mean, you're out here doing 2 a day more often than not as well. So like numbers are adding up quick for everybody.
They are. It's a lot of fun though. And we may end up with a full season worth of them if we keep going here. That's
only going to take a couple more days.
This is true. This is true. So I think that's probably a safe assumption that we'll hit a full season's worth, but you never know. Try not to speculate too much on what's going to happen. What I can say is that McDonald has scored three touchdowns now for him, his last 3. So he scored against the Dolphins, finished with 11.9 fantasy points, scored against the Panthers, finished with 10, and off to a good start in this one as his first catch does result in a touchdown. Steelers like to use that tight end and brought in Eric Ebron this offseason, who I think is going to be a nice play for them. Somebody to look for when you get to your real-life fantasy drafts.
Darren wanted Vance McDonald. Got him, obviously. Vance making him dance. Rob says McDonald's a beast. Mikey, McDonald's my captain.
Good start for you guys then.
Yeah.
See if they go back to him. He hasn't had a lot of catches in his last few games, but he does find the end zone. So it's definitely worth a look, even though he is a little pricey at over $7K, as you mentioned.
So first opportunity here for the Redskins. 2nd and 6, ball at the 31. Again, you got some very good receiving options, consistent. Terry McLaurin, Paul Richardson, Trey Quinn, each of these guys averaging a little bit better than 13 points per sim. Haskins over the middle. There's a completion, and right there to Jordan Reed.
Chris Thompson was there, but Jordan Reed hauls it in. Chris Thompson there. One of the 5 wides. They anticipate a high-scoring game as well. Apparently, they're just going to go 5 wides, not mess around.
What the heck, right?
just air it out. You can see trips to the top there. Probably Chris Thompson in the backfield once again.
1st and 10, 43. Haskins goes to the logo. It's complete. Got it in the hands of McLaurin. Not quite at a first, though. 2nd and 3. Justin says, what's up in the chat? How are you, Justin?
Quick 2 for 2 for Haskins out of the gate. Hope they keep letting him throw the ball. Don't get conservative on us now, Redskins.
Michael says, hi, Mom. Hi, Michael's mom. Either that or he meant to text her and just got involved with the chat instead. We've seen that happen before,
folks. Wrong place. Oops.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
We've seen it happen. Let's get an introduction late in the first quarter to this Steelers defensive unit.
Yeah, we haven't seen him because they've been a little bit. Yeah. The Redskins defense has been on the field for that long Pittsburgh drive. Redskins offense now looking to answer back and off to a good start. Across midfield now.
Anthony said he just did the math. He's averaging 24 cents a sim, which honestly, free money. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
3rd and 1. Haskins airs it out and incomplete about the 15.
Yeah, looking for Richardson on what looked like a go route. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. 4th and 1 from about midfield. It seems like too long for a field goal, but maybe Richardson did have a little bit of space there, but well defended overall. Do you go for this? What would you do, Adam?
I'd go for it, but I wouldn't expect it. And sure enough, we're getting the punt.
Yeah, especially this early in the game, you won't see the AI go for that very often. But I'm with you. It really isn't that huge of a risk. You're already across midfield. So that punt was awful. I don't know exactly where they're going to mark it out of bounds, but why are you punting when you're only going to gain? I mean, we'll see. Was it a great punt? It looked like it went out of bounds super early. Out at the 7. Nicely done. I take it back. My apologies to the Redskins punter. I thought it was horrible, but must have just been my angle or something. I thought it went like 10 yards and out of bounds, but pinned him back.
DST, by the way, capped at 4.5%, flexed at about 18%. And That's we talked about it earlier. Very good unit. 28 sacks, 10 takeaways, 4 defensive touchdowns, and stopped. He's down at the 1. He's down at the 1. Oh, I wanted to say
give him forward progress at the 1. He had Juju Smith-Schuster with no defender. You can see right there at the bottom of the screen. There was no defender lined up across from him. No defender came over. He had all that space, but he didn't get to him in his progression before he ran out of time. Man, that is close. That is close to a safety. I don't think we'll get a review, but
no.
I mean, they are pinned back and then some. Look at this.
2nd and 17 from the 1. We're not going to get a play before the end of the quarter. We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait in suspense to see if we end up getting that safety. As right now, you got Pittsburgh ahead 7-0. If you're just joining us, Vance McDonald with the only touchdown so far in this game, and it has been mostly Pittsburgh. As I'm here with Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, Pitt has, monopolized control of the ball.
They really have.
They've had control for almost 6 full minutes. What's your takeaway here?
Yeah, exactly what you just said. Pittsburgh's dominating the ball. We'll see if that continues. But yeah, the Redskins' drive was promising. It just stalled out there. I hope they continue to take shots down the field like they did, even though they didn't connect on that Paul Richardson route. It looked like there might be something there they can go back to. James Conner, 4 for 22, off to a strong start. I like that. And that Juju matchup, I just go there. Just keep going there because he's going to break loose for a long one, I think, here.
Rules, if you are new to the way these work, of course, active rosters going back to January 2020, which is why you will see guys who are no longer on these teams anymore that are in these simulations. 8-minute quarters, arcade mode, all Madden, and a whole bunch more that we've got going for you, but I don't think anyone is too new to these things. In fact, shout out if you are a first-timer in the chat, the DK Sim fan, if either a first-time player of these contests, the free rolls, or if you're joining us on YouTube for the first time watching these sims. Either way, want to hear from you. I can tell you who's not. Tim writes, thanks for your entertaining banter, gentlemen. It's fun with no real sports going on. And where is it? The comment jumped on me. You are all greatly appreciated. Well, thank you so much. Really.
Thank you. We appreciate you guys. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us on your nice Sunday afternoon. Thanks for catching some Madden with us. Somebody asked, Travis, I think it was, asked if Derrick Henry will have a big game today. I'm going no. Yeah, I'm no,
it'd be an almost first, not a total first because he went off recently.
Right? Yeah, exactly. We would
have
almost
first
till Friday. He tore up the Giants. He looked incredible in that game. But he loses work. We'll talk about this more when we get to that game. But he loses work to Deion Lewis. Hasn't been reliable at all. Does he have the potential to have a big game? Sure. Does he have a high ceiling? Sure. I don't see that happening in our next matchup, which is Panthers-Titans, especially with Luke Kuechly over there on the defensive side. Sorry for all of those of you looking for the safety. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here, but Big Ben might still drop back into the end zone if they don't decide to just keep this one conservative on the ground.
3rd and 13 from the 5. Yeah, staying conservative here.
Almost picked it up.
14.
Almost
gonna have to get rid of it on 4th and 3. Gives us an opportunity to look in the DraftKings conference room, the VIP lounge there on YouTube. Cool. Some of your comments. Jimmy says, this is Sim 221 for me. # team always here. We appreciate you with us. Michael says, it's my 246th sim and 0 shout-outs. Well, there's your shout-out, but also you're a liar because we haven't done that many. I said that
Maybe
before.
He's doing them on his own.
Yeah, it's true. You're just computer on computer there with your own Madden and PS4 and just playing along at home. Why not?
Got to do something in the mornings, right?
Make the dummy lineups on paper in your house. List your own salaries, all that stuff. Who's going to go off today?
Yeah, you could run this game in the morning, right? Computer on computer and use that as the way to make your lineup. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Beauty is, though, you have no clue. I mean, any given sim.
Exactly.
You can run a practice sim, then the results are wildly different.
Totally
it's
different.
The beauty of computer on computer.
And that's what makes these fun. Because you never know what trick with
eyebrows DK is the username and says first-time caller, long-time listener. Appreciate that.
There you go.
Bonzo. Nice reference here. That's what I love about these rosters, man. I get older, they stay the same age.
This is true. This is true.
Oh, that's great.
Update for you. Scores are updated through the first quarter. Shout out to JC doing our scoring behind the scenes. He is fast, man. He's fast. Gets these things posted, all the manual scoring. And he is on top of it.
It is incredibly impressive. JC, a frequent scorer on these sims as well. 7-0 Pittsburgh. So whenever you, we got a flag, whenever you guys are thanking us, the commentators, because we're the closest direct link to you, obviously, make sure, all those thank yous go to the game ops team, the production crew, everybody, everyone at DK Playbook, writing the previews, keeping track of the Madden ratings, get everything together. It is a total team effort, and
really
your appreciation is greatly appreciated by us. There's no question about it. The showdown contest, we have a solo leader. It's Godzinski, if I'm saying that right, and I'm probably not. 41.3 is completion here. One. Yeah, right into the hands of Trey Quinn right there. Great value play today at the 26-yard gain. Steelers DST captained in that showdown lineup with 15 points, by the way. And in the all-day classic, we have got a fraction of a lead here by Shadow Dog 2015 with 2 plays left later in the day, a running back and a receiver, but has, for the most part, this game stacked so far.
Very nice. Trips to the bottom here.
Just like that.
First and 10 rather from the 36.
Oh,
Haskins looking deep toward the end zone and little long looking for McLaurin.
Yeah, he had him. He had the step. Lay out McLaurin, or just reel that pass in a little bit, Haskins, and that's a touchdown.
Steven says, Zach, you have some pep in you today. Any extra coffee this morning?
The coffee is always flowing. Let's just say. I don't know why there's extra, because it hasn't been flowing more than normal, but oh yeah, got to start caffeinating. For sure.
Short gain right there. Haskins up to 49 yards, got it to Jordan Reed. Let's see.
2 catches.
Rob says, Kaufman, you never shout me out. Rob, I'm right here with you, man. I see you in the chat all the time. Don't you worry. If I'm not shouting you out loud, I'm doing it in my head.
Yeah, that counts too.
You're all appreciated. Someone, I lost the comment, but somebody, here it is, Mitch Thompson. I'm a big fan, always bringing the positive energy. So we got the VIPs in the Zach Thompson fan club this morning, man. You got good news coming your way, folks, because after another gain by Trey Quinn, he's up to 39. Zach and I will be with you the first 2 games of this day, so you can hang out with us for about another 3 hours at this point.
Yeah, bring it on. Next one should be fun, Titans and Panthers. Panthers can be wildly exciting or wildly frustrating, but either way, it's entertaining. So
yeah. No, we always say it. The football's fake. The drama's real. First and 10 from the 20. 4.5 to go second quarter. 7-0 Pittsburgh. Washington trying to even things up. Haskins, the rookie in these Sims, all alone, and there's a completion, but another short gain.
Keeps hitting Jordan Reed on those crossing routes. I don't know what they see there, but they haven't been able to convert that for a big gain yet. Steelers linebackers are pretty solid. I don't think that's really a place I would look to attack, but that's where they keep going. Definitely in
Quinn all day. Turtle says, "Go away, Quinn. Enough already."
Well, there you go. I would bet 1 faded and 1 played Trey Quinn.
Yeah. Danny Quinn is my captain, so there you go. Very devoted to Trey Quinn today. Making the push for 300 likes, folks. Smash that like button on the YouTube stream. Almost 2,000 of you watching with us here in the VIP. Appreciate you being with us. Hit the subscribe button while you're there as well. Hulk smash the like button.
Here. Big play here, 3rd and 5.
Gotta get it
to the right, and they got
Haskins complete. First down.
Richardson out of that trips formation to the top of the screen, picking up the first down.
Haskins has 69 in the air. As Robert writes, Kaufman, we need you on the night games. Good news for you. I'm here with you this game, next game at 2 Eastern, and then back for 8 o'clock with Garion Thorne. We got Falcons Patriots, so don't expect any super differences in that game.
No, I'm sure it won't even come up. I just
Harry
hope the
says,
score
Kaufman,
gets to
how
be
many
28
times
to
your nose
3
been
or more.
broken? I'd love to know that answer, honestly. But I know it's crooked. There's no question about it. Harry, you're not the only one to notice. A rush inside the 5.
Yep, Chris Thompson with his 3rd carry of the game up to 14 yards. He is their RB3, but because he's the 3rd down back, he does get a lot of work in these situations. See what they do here. 3 receivers. Trey Quinn in the slot. Jordan Reed to the bottom of the screen.
2nd and
Look
5.
that way.
Haskins, you got pressure. You got
Better
pressure.
get rid of it.
Oh, no.
Cameron Hayward.
He's pretty good, folks.
He's very good. Very good. And a key sack there, setting up 3rd and 14. You can see the X factor there. Or superstar trait, my bad.
Lawrence says, Kaufman, you should actually talk about the game going on. We do a little bit of both, Lawrence.
Yeah, we'll bounce back and forth.
Because
We'll be
again, the
around.
football is fake. I mean, I'm
Oh,
not
wait,
sure
you
everyone
ruined
knows that anymore
You just
because
ruined
we all miss the live sports so much. It is starting to feel kind of real. But technically, you know, it is AI. If you look really, the graphics are incredible, but if you look really close, you can tell these are not actually humans on your screen.
As we hit the 2-minute warning here, let's see if the Redskins can level this up before halftime. Big play here, 3rd and 14. Looks like we've got 4 wide. Oh, no, just 3, and then that must be Jordan Reed to the top. That's where they look.
Laser, though, and
no,
real close. Timeout used.
Was that the timeout, or was that a flag?
No, use the timeout.
Use timeout? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw it drop down from the top there and thought maybe they were going to get bailed out by a face mask, but not to be. Jordan Reed up to 4 catches. He's been busy. Minkah Fitzpatrick on the stop.
So 4th and 3 from the 3. No surprise. Kicker's out. Dustin Hopkins.
Yeah.
Little chip shot, nice and easy. Make it 7-3. Hopkins, $3,800. He is averaging 6.5 points a sim, so I wouldn't be surprised if the ownership is decent.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. Go for that, man.
Billy says, Kaufman, you guys are the best. Thanks for letting me win free money to enter NASCAR with my winnings. See, that's what it's all about. Use your DK dollars, play more contests. We're all about that.
Build that bankroll and then use it.
Absolutely.
Way to be.
So 7-3. We still got $1.52 to go here in the first half. 2 timeouts available for Pittsburgh. And with the ball, Michael, wait, these are Sims? Yeah, as our guy, Babysitter Billy, says, real players would never put up with these schedules. Playing every 2 days.
Every other. Hey, they get a day off.
Pretty sure the CBA would take issue to that.
Yeah, that may be it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see if they have to adjust this season, if they have to take away a bye week or something. We might hear a lot of complaining about that. Never mind going every other day like these guys, these virtual players are. Let's see what the Steelers have here. 7-3 lead. Plenty of time for them to really do whatever they want here. Don't have to air it out yet. You do have
10 from the 24
in the slot.
That's a gain out for a first. Couple yards down, more as well. Roethlisberger up to 61 yards. He's 5 out of 6. Washington 2 for 21 now.
Yep. Ben does have that touchdown to McDonald. For those of you just joining us, that's how the Steelers got their 7 points after a long opening drive. This one they'll have to go a little bit quicker.
Flexed in just more than half your lineups, James Washington. About 80 seconds left. Roethlisberger looking for a first and more. Gets it. Vance McDonald
there it is.
Out of bounds to stop the clock. That's huge. Still 2 timeouts available.
Well done, Vance. Way to get out of bounds. Even though he did have some help from the Redskins. Pushing him out of bounds. Probably not what you want to do there, but hey, move the chains.
Vance McDonald back in the 5th sim for Pittsburgh. It's been a while because, again, this is number 15, but back in the 5th sim, Vance McDonald
the Colts game, right?
5 points against Indianapolis. Yep.
Yeah. 3 touchdowns in that game, I think. That was right
already
after we
won
made
today.
the change. Right after we made the change to the 8-minute quarters, and we were writing him up for the playbook, and we were like, "Oh boy, is this the way it's going to be every 8-minute quarter game? Is it just going to be like points everywhere? How are we going to even keep up with it?" And then it has slowed down a little bit since then. We get a few of those games, and look, it's the 101 timeout every time.
Yeah,
101 timeout.
It is strange, huh? 101, and one of our producers was saying 16 seconds of popular
16
timeout
seconds,
as well.
That's another one. Those are the top 2 most popular times to take timeouts for the AI.
See, you do enough of these game, folks. These are the things that you notice.
It's true. Trips to the
Killer
top.
Going writes the 101 timeout. 2nd and 5. Roethlisberger deep end zone touchdown. Pittsburgh.
Open.
37-yard score. Washington, folks.
In Washington with a touchdown grab. Wide open over the middle. They had trips to the top. Ran Juju underneath. Everybody went with him. And Washington wide open deep down the middle. I was about to say they got to start sort of worrying about the clock, but not when you can score like that. Done.
James Washington, single digits his last 2 sims coming into this one. Don't have to worry about that becoming a trend.
Nope.
Huge. 14-3 here late in the opening half. Washington, though, does have time. 56 seconds to go, 3 timeouts available.
For sure. Yeah, plenty of time left for Washington. The Steelers did take that timeout right after the 2-minute warning to get the field goal quickly, so they would have time, but they scored so quickly. They did leave enough time for the Redskins to answer. See if they can get a big play here.
So here we go, 14-3. Kickoff on the way. Again, 56 seconds left in this opening half. Washington's got the 3 timeouts, trying to get on the board with its first touchdown of the game. So far, only a Dustin Hopkins field goal.
Yeah, they've had 2 drives. First one, they got right to midfield quickly, stalled out, and then punted that one. We saw the punt that I thought was bad, but was actually good. And the second drive, they did convert for that field goal. Again, moved the ball pretty well. We've seen a lot of Jordan Reed, a little bit of Paul Richardson, a little bit of Trey Quinn as well with a couple catches. So we'll see. They've got a lot of options, which we highlighted off the top in the passing game. They do spread it around. I'd expect to see Chris Thompson in the backfield a lot on this drive, as he is right now, I believe.
Chalky McChalkenstein, a great name, by the way, says Captain Ben spreading it around. Haskins, let's go. That's complete. Good for a first and a whole lot more. Look at this. Far sideline. Try and catch him. You can't. Paul Richardson, touchdown.
Well, we said they could get a big play. They got it all at once. 73 yards.
Wow. Richardson capped at 11.1%, flexed at 55%. He's going to make a lot of people happy.
Gone. Little curl, juke on number 23 on the Steelers, and then use that speed to get to the edge, and there was nobody catching him. Here's the juke. Whoa, there you go. Plenty of space now.
Simply amazing. Couple impressive touchdowns in the last 15 seconds of real time.
So that was fun. It's now going to be 14-10. It was, what was it? 7-3 a minute ago. Each side with a quick, long touchdown. Bring on those fantasy points. 93 speed for Richardson. He is the wide receiver 2. Yeah, and he's usually very affordable in classic play as well because he is a little bit lower overall rating. He does get a little bit of a discount because of that, and he can be a very nice play. He had 200 yards in one of our earlier sims, and you can see why. I mean, he's closing in on the bonus already. As
I was touting Trey Quinn pregame, and he's been fine, you were high on Richardson, and here he is.
Yeah,
fantasy delight.
The speed is where you get that ceiling, right? So when we talk about receivers with high ceilings, it's usually because they have a speed rating over 90, and his 93 speed definitely qualifies just over 4K in Classic. So definitely somebody you can look to. He does also come with a little bit of risk because he has had some quiet games when Trey Quinn goes off. But again, that matchup wasn't one I loved in this, which is what made me look at Richardson. And at least so far, Richardson looks like the guy they're going to go to. However, let's see what the Steelers can do, because they showed us on their last drive they don't need much time to get points on the board either.
Nicholas says, I'm smashing the like button because DK and the entire crew are like NWO. Too sweet.
Nice.
Hit that like button, folks. Making the push to 400. Can we get there by the half? Seconds away. Smash that like button. 1st and 10, one timeout left for Pittsburgh. Ball to 25. Roethlisberger already a couple of touchdown passes.
Nice.
There's a completion for a first.
And they've only got one timeout left.
Folks. You better use that.
I think they got to use it.
You don't have a lot of time to dilly-dally here.
Hey, we could get the 16. We could get the 101 and the 16, depending on what happens here.
Kyle says, thank you, Clay. Big on that Paul Richardson play pre-game.
Hey, there you go.
Timeout used, was it at 16?
I'm going to guess yes, but we'll see. So let's see. What do you got from
21?
They used it early, saving some extra time.
Oh, you could have waited.
True story.
11's a popular one too, but no timeouts left for Pittsburgh, so you're not going to get that one.
Nope. They do have 5 wide here. Plenty of options. See if
he's got that deep. 89 throw power,
sideline.
Folks.
Looked like he had a step over there too. Looked like he had him down the sideline. Would have had to either go the distance or step out of bounds, but had some space over there.
Travis says, you guys need some of those Funko Pops? You going to make us into Funko Pops? Turn us into little characters? We already got people talking about a Glasheen eyebrowless bobblehead. 14-10, Pittsburgh
James
here,
Conner
and 3rd and inches, but can't stop the clock, so that's going to take us to the end of the half here.
It will. James Conner just under 50 yards, so he could, I mean, depending on how the second half plays out, I think a 100-yard bonus could be in play for him, depending on if the Steelers continue to play from ahead and we keep getting this much scoring, right? Like, it's been back and forth very quickly here towards the end of the half. We said it could be a shootout back and forth, lots of points. And while it didn't start that way, kind of turned into it there at the end, giving everybody the fantasy goodness to start your Sunday.
Both QBs, each around 150 yards, 2 touchdowns for Roethlisberger, the 1 for Haskins at the moment.
Yeah, we'll have to
each
watch
one
them
9 out of 11.
too.
So Connor at 45 yards rushing. So bonus is certainly a possibility for him. He's not quite pacing there, but one big run absolutely can put him in that vicinity. We'll see what some of the receivers are doing. 78 yards for Richardson, 58 for Washington, 46 for Smith-Schuster. Quinn, he had a big play. He's at 39. So a lot of guys that could potentially hit that bonus when all's said and done, Zach.
Yeah, we could get the double bonus with the 2 quarterbacks. They're both right on pace for it. If it keeps going up and down the field like this, could end up with 300 for both of them. That's the magic number for quarterbacks. 300 yards, 3 bonus points, 100 yards rushing or receiving gets you the 3-point bonus as well. Jordan Reed has the most catches with 4, but only 29 yards for him. It's been all those short underneath routes, but hopefully they go back to Paul Richardson and some of those vertical routes. Even when they haven't hit, like we saw there at the end with the Steelers, it looks like there's space there, right? It's definitely there's room there to operate. We saw the same thing earlier on a deep pass to Paul Richardson. So I think we're going to, I hope, for all the fantasy owners' sake, we continue to get the vertical passing game and get lots of points here in the second half.
Hugh says Adza is y'all's new nickname when you guys do a sim together. I don't know if it'll stick, but hey, it's something. Sure. Leslie says, good morning, Koff and Zach. Y'all are better than church, to which Criminal Bob said, this is church. And I will simply say these Madden sims are a religious experience. There's no question as we're getting ready to start the second half. With Zach Thompson, I'm Adam Kaufman. Again, Pittsburgh on top, 14-10. Thank you for being with us here. We appreciate you. Hit that like button. About 2,000 of you watching along on the YouTube stream, thousands more elsewhere, Game Center, and wherever you may be finding us, which means only a small fraction of you have hit the like button, folks. Hit that like button. Let's build up that total.
Yeah, here's an insider tip. If you hit it, we talk about it less, because then we're the numbers
It's a fun
there.
fact. Yep.
There you go. Brian, I'm sorry. You faded this game in Classic. Sorry. I said don't fade this game in Classic, man. Got to get here for the pregame show. We'll see. It's still, obviously, who knows what's going to happen in the rest of the day's game. This could be the lowest scoring game of the day.
Biggest complainer is a YouTube name, but is not doing that in this comment.
Okay, cool.
Zach, the goatee, strong AF, pal.
Oh, nice.
Big fan of the GOAT.
All right. Going for the Klay Thompson look, apparently. I've been told.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Do you not normally rock the facial hair, or is this something that's is this a quarantine special? Oh, okay.
No, this is standard issue. Yeah.
Okay.
Got out of college, and I was teaching high school right out of college, and I looked like a high schooler, so added it to the repertoire and have kept it ever since, actually. Big hole. Look
at that run. Yardage. Wow. So there's a big gain on the ground out of Darius Geis, of all people.
Welcome to the show, Darius Geis. Big gain on the side.
So is that the real life gig for you, by the way? Are you a teacher in real life?
I was. I am no longer. Now I do a lot of photo and video work.
So there you go.
So yeah, there you go. But yeah, I did. I taught. Yeah, we need the star graphic. Yeah. No, I taught high school history and science. Loved it. It was a lot of fun. May go back to it someday.
I'm not sure there's a subject that I'm worse at than history. Sports history, not bad, but life history, no way.
Well, see, that's the key, and not to get sidetracked here, but that's what I told all my students. History is something everybody likes. You just have to find history of whatever it is that you're interested in. Yeah. Yeah. So sports history, there you go. You could have written all your papers in my class on sports history. I was cool with that. We did a lot of fashion history. We did a lot of art history.
Oh, I like that. That's a twist on how it's conventionally done.
I mean, you do have to know the basic framework, but like, for example, 9/11, huge sports history moment, also huge real history moment. So you can find those convergences of history.
That's a great point.
Kind of fun.
2nd and 13 from the 46. Minute and a half gone by here, third quarter. Haskins trying to give his team the lead, airs it out, nobody there. Whole bunch of defenders. Scores are updated through the half, by the way, and we've got a lengthy tie, big tie atop the showdown leaderboard. A
172-way.
172-way tie. My goodness. Paul Richardson, the captain, spotted 23.7 in those lineups. In the single entry all-day classic, that's a solo leader. Enforcers at 75.88 with just running back and receiver still to play later. Otherwise, this game is stacked. But go ahead.
Jordan Reed with the catch there. He's up to 5 now. I was just going to say, if you have Paul Richardson in your captain spot, that whole first half, you're going, oh, man, I got the wrong guy. Oh, they're not going to him. They're going to Trey Quinn. Oh, and then you get the 70-plus yard touchdown, and all of a sudden your Sunday's made, at least so far.
So, folks, I think we're in a hurry as we're closing in on 500 likes. Hit the like button.
Very nice.
Hit the subscribe button while you're there as well. We appreciate your attention to detail and just your general appreciation of what is happening here with all these sims. We've had fun giving out nicknames on these sims, and they got to happen organically to really stick, to be good ones. Sure. Like Geoff Ulrich becoming Moose. Clearly that's the thing that's not going anywhere. Maybe Zach's the professor. He's obviously very mindful of what's going on in DK Simland. He's a Madden whisperer over here. History as a teacher. I could see that sticking, Zach.
All right.
Somebody shouted out Teach. Just call you Teach.
That works too.
Yeah.
I've been called much worse, so I'm good with any of those options.
Haven't we all?
McLaurin with the second catch of the day for him. Still only 8 yards. So if you paid up for McLaurin, this is not what you were hoping for. But Still got time, and he is a big play threat for sure. Taylor, you can definitely get a shout out for high school teachers. Thank you. If you are a high school teacher,
we'll shout out all teachers, all grades, all
broaden it out.
levels.
This is true. I don't think there's ever been a time in our history that people have appreciated teachers as much as they are right now. As a lot of parents
those homeschooling and everything. Yeah, I don't know how you guys. I don't know how you all do what you do. I really don't. But I am forever indebted to you. And I hope you get back to work at work, because I know you're working remotely. I hope you're all able to get back to work at work as soon as possible. You probably are too. Field goal here to make it 14-13. So Pitt narrowly still in front. And Dustin Hopkins, a couple of field goals.
Yeah, a couple of field goals for him. As you mentioned, he's got pretty good averages in these sims, so definitely a value play you can go with. I would have gone with like a Trey Quinn or a receiver instead. A lot of times I'll use kickers as value plays when there's no other value plays I really like. But this one, there are lots of values down there between the receivers on both teams, as well as we talked about off the top, Chris Thompson and Jalen Samuels involved as third down backs. So yeah, there was a lot of different ways this one could have gone. Hopefully the points keep flowing. Both teams taking shots down the field as we see the Steelers. This is their first possession of this half, right?
Yep.
They had it right before half. So.
Yep. Killigoen says need more Vance. Maybe this is your opportunity here with Pittsburgh taking over. 3 minutes gone, third quarter, 22-yard return right there. 14-13, Pittsburgh leading, trying to expand upon that advantage as the crew on the way out. James Conner featured right here, 7 for 45 on the ground. And again, the bonus in play if he can really rip one off.
Definitely. 45 yards on a strong first half for him.
Professor Z has become a popular one in the chat now. I like it.
Right.
I do. I like that.
Again,
see if it sticks around.
All right. It is totally, though. It has to be organic, right? Like, I'm not going to push for anything here. If it happens, it happens.
Right.
They've got Ryan Kerrigan lined up on Juju Smith-Schuster, which would seem to be a mismatch.
Look at that. He just
cleared
nice out of Roethlisberger. Another long gain.
And I think is that Vance? Yep.
Wouldn't you know?
Catches, 58 yards. You ask, he answers. There it is. Both these teams, I was going to say, are in action on Thanksgiving. They don't play each other, but they're both part of your Thanksgiving slate this year. Steelers, and I believe they're playing the Ravens on that Thursday night football matchup. Then the Redskins are in Dallas. It is their only the NFL counts it as a primetime game because it's a Thursday game, but it is their only primetime game of the season, Washington. And they'll be taking on the Cowboys. So
Washington last couple of years drafting natives, Redskins fans to be their players very high up. Or people with connections to the organization. Remember the whole thing, obviously, Dwayne Haskins and his mom wanting, isn't she, either she is or was an employee there at the stadium, I think, if I recall.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Something like that. I do remember that story, Yeah, Washington changed a lot of stuff this offseason, for sure. Definitely overhauled.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, coaching, obviously, with Ron Rivera there now. See what the Steelers have on 2nd and 8.
Midway through the third, Roethlisberger, another long completion. Juju Smith-Schuster, your featured matchup coming into this game, and he is doing real well. 4 for 74.
Yeah. Need a touchdown, really, to top off the Juju play, but we'll see. So far, it's been Vance McDonald and James Washington.
To luck. Let's see if we can get some Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, let's get it. See what we got here.
And from the 21, so almost in the red zone here, the Steelers up by 1. Roethlisberger, he's got time, goes left side and knocked down.
No, it was just it looked like he was knocked down. I think it was just that inaccurate. He just missed the guy by that much.
It just went dead.
It just died. Got about halfway there and then gave up.
It's like when you hit, you're out playing wiffle ball and you hit a ball that just hits a gust of wind and it just gone.
You crush
done.
it and you're like, yeah! Oh, nope.
Oh, goes 5 feet. Exactly. Here's a run for a first, out to the 8, folks. Connor
up over 50.
58.
His owners were hoping that was not only over 50, but his first touchdown. But nope, just a first and goal from the
Michael
8.
says Professor Z, even more powerful than Professor X. And without the wheelchair, too. But can you read your mind, folks? He can read
No.
the Madden sim. That's for sure.
Can I read the AI mind? That is really what people would appreciate, I think, when they read my articles. Yeah,
I appreciate the
likes.
enhanced decoration behind you. We started with a trophy. We've got hats on the walls now, by the way.
Yeah, it's slowly, it's progressing. It's progressing. I didn't realize I was going to be staying in this spot when we first started doing these. I was like, yeah, I'll do it down there. And it is definitely the quietest place in my house, so figured we should just decorate it a little bit, right? Get something behind me. People were afraid I was in prison before.
Yeah, they blink if you're in trouble.
Right,
Second and goal from the 5, Roethlisberger.
Wide open.
Touchdown, Pittsburgh. How about that? Deontay Johnson.
You called, he answered.
Say his name. Just say his name. Deontay Johnson, the 5-yard score.
Didn't even have to say it 3 times or anything like that. Just saying it, and there he is.
How many more people are going to hit us with, say this guy, say this guy?
Yeah, I know, right? Let's just read the rosters now, and that will force it to continue.
Seriously.
20-13. Get the extra point here. Still a 1-score game, though. So don't worry, Washington owners. We've seen them score very quickly. See if they can answer to that touchdown. That's 3 touchdowns, all passes, spread around to 3 different receivers, and none for Juju, for those that have him in your captain spot. Sorry. We'll see. Still got plenty of time.
Say Terry Mack now, LOL. Say Chris Thompson.
Okay. See, if we get enough of these, it's going to be right again, right? If we just say all the names.
Just say everybody.
That's what we'll do.
Yeah, bound to be right.
Exactly. Can't be wrong if we've got every single player. Shout out both defenses as well, just in case they get a pick.
Omar says, you keep making calls, so call out Samuel. You're hiding the crystal ball from the screen. Jack Martinez says, can you say Jack Martinez will win the Powerball? Oh, that's great.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, so
21-13, Pittsburgh on top. A lot of time left. 2 and change to go, third quarter here.
Yeah, we're not even 2 and change yet in the fourth quarter, so we got plenty of time for fantasy days to be made here. But what we are seeing is plenty of points and plenty of yards, which I think is how everybody wants to start the day, unless you faded this game, and then our apologies. But, all good for players in this game, except for McLaurin. He's been the one big name that hasn't really shown up, would be McLaurin. Juju, although he doesn't have a touchdown, he's been catching enough passes that people are probably not too disappointed in his output overall. 5 wides, spreading them out. Haskins has Richardson again for a short game.
Yeah.
He's got to be
Skyler
nearing 100
says, say
yards,
my name, which I don't know if that's a coincidence or if the Breaking Bad connection is obvious, but I like it nonetheless. Say my name. Heisenberg. 21-13, 2nd and 8 from the 26.
Quinn in motion, they fake it to him. Instead, they're going nowhere. Chris Thompson, 4 carries, just 14 yards. Steelers were all over that, weren't biting on the Trey Quinn jet sweep fake. Which brings up 3rd down already for the Redskins. Need something here. Let's go. This drive threatening to stall out before it even gets started. Steelers bringing heat.
Back, it's complete.
Oh, that's going to be big.
First.
Yep.
If you wanted Chris Thompson, there you go. You got a little something.
Yep, first catch, 13 yards.
For 13.
That was a perfect play call by the Redskins. You can see on the replay here, see how the Steelers in the backfield? Those are all blitzing Steelers. So when you call a screen against a blitz, you will usually find a ton of space out there, and it worked. Thompson, if he didn't have to juke there, would have got even more space to the outside, but the juke did let him get caught from behind. But a big gain and a first down, keeping the drive alive.
Thompson less than 8 total points his last 3 coming into this one.
There he is again.
Due to breakout, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. He does get a lot of touches, and he's got the big play ability, but when it doesn't hit, he can be a little bit of a bust. But it's hard to call a guy a bust when he costs so little. It's almost like a punt play, and if it works, great. If not, hopefully the rest of your lineup was built well with the savings you got from Chris Thompson, who's now up to almost 20 yards on the ground. 3rd and 4. Another big third down on this Redskins drive.
Artie says, break one, Thompson.
I thought the screen pass was going to be bigger. When they called it, the blitz came from that side, and they called it that side. I thought that one was going to be a huge one. He did get caught from behind there because he had to juke that one defender out. But that was, I thought, the Thompson break was one play. Perfect play call, perfect against that defense. Just didn't quite get loose. Both quarterbacks slowed down a little bit in that quarter. Roethlisberger exactly at 200. Haskins at 195. Mm-hmm. Could see either one still get the bonus if we get moving here in the fourth quarter.
Roethlisberger with a perfect passer rating right now, though. The 158.3. I know that doesn't get you points, but I find it interesting. Connor, 58 on the ground. He's the only one that has the chance at the bonus, unless somebody, rips off an 80-yard run or something like that, which we've seen as far as receivers go. A lot of guys in play. Richardson, 88. Smith-Schuster, 74. Washington, McDonald, each at 58. Reed, 47. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get some of these bonuses here when all is said and done. One quarter to go.
Sunday bonus points to start your day.
That'd be nice.
Sure.
21-13. So important to remember too, Zach. If Washington can score before Pittsburgh, then you got the 2-point conversion in play to try and tie up this game.
Right. And that can be points, right? That's 2 points for the receiver, 2 points for a running back, 2 points for a quarterback. That's an important play when we do get to that, not just for the results of the game, but also for your fantasy lineup. It's important for both. If we do end up with a tie game, there's always also the possibility of bonus football.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which would be a nice
thing. See how this fourth quarter plays out. But this has been a good matchup so far. It's been pretty entertaining. Got some big plays both directions.
Luckily, Charming says I give y'all a perfect commentary rating. Well, thank you. With Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, we're here with you for the next game as well. So don't go anywhere. Hang with us. Up over 500 likes, 2,200 of you watching with us on the YouTube stream, thousands more Game Center and elsewhere. So thank you for being with us. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and most importantly, stick around with us.
Yeah, Carolina and Tennessee in our 2 o'clock matchup. That'll be a good one. And then actually, there's a lot of AFC South. If you're an AFC South fan, where the Titans are from, you get them in the Madden After Dark game as well. Jaguars and Texans.
Yep.
Jordan Reed with another catch.
Let me tell you, Zach, and I don't want this. Again, it's computer on computer. I don't know any better than any of you do, and I don't want this to influence how you build your lineups because this is an opinion based on nothing. But I feel like McCaffrey's going to go off today. I feel like McCaffrey is like today. I've seen him do it a couple of times. I feel like we're going to get it again today.
Hey, it'd be fun if he does. 99 overall rating. He's definitely got that potential. We've also seen him struggle, so he's been kind of hit or miss. A lot of that has to do with the plays that they call for him. So we'll have to see how they do against the Titans, who've been pretty solid. They did shut down, not to contradict your hunch play, which, I mean, I'm all for. I'm the king of hunch plays. But the Titans really shut down Saquon in their sim on Friday. Saquon did next to nothing, and a lot of people had him rostered expecting him to go off for a big number, and the Titans just stacked the box.
Well, that was the game that Derrick Henry went nuts when he was supposed to stink, and then,
exactly.
Saquon did nothing.
Yeah, all the numbers indicated play Saquon, sit Derrick Henry, and the exact opposite happened. So,
Leaf Largo in the VIP, right? So I've been picking CMC for weeks, and I picked him again today. Got to happen sooner or later.
That is probably true. 99 overall rating, you would expect that. Sooner or later, he's got to hit. Let us know when you are off him, though, because what will happen is if he goes off, there will be someone that says, I played him every time, and then I didn't play him today, and he went.
Ball to 47, 3rd and 6. Very important down right here for the Redskins. Hanging out by the logo. Haskins looking deep. He's got it far sideline and out of play to stop the clock as well. Haskins, 28-yard gain to Paul Richardson.
Who else? Paul Richardson with another huge catch on third down.
He has 9 touchdowns in these simulations, by the way. And, of course, they've played. This is game number 15.
Right. Yeah, and he had one earlier today. So
yeah,
did
so
you
make
count
it
that
10,
in your
actually.
9? So
yeah,
that
make it 10.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, he's 55% owned, 11% in the captain spot. That probably put him in the bonus. I didn't catch his total there, but I would guess that puts him in the bonus.
Bonzo said he's going to captain CMC just for me. Again, I don't want you to do that. I mean, if it works out for you, great, but this is not me telling you to do something. This is me giving you a baseless hunch.
The baseless hunch play of the day.
But it is, I should start to do that. The baseless hunch play of the day. But it is a free roll, so really, what have you got to lose? Literally nothing.
This is true. You cannot, I guarantee you will not cost anybody money with that pick because, yeah, it's free roll. JC,
scores are updated through 3 quarters. Yeah, JC Reynolds absolutely killing the game in the best possible way. A 2-point advantage in the all-day classic for enforcers right now. We've talked about that lineup before. 1 play still to go. It's a running back a little bit later on. Maybe it's CMC. Roethlisberger is up to 20 points, the high guy in that lineup. We got a touchdown here, Washington. Jordan Reed, folks.
Jordan Reed.
Keep an eye out for that 2-point conversion.
Yep, I think we'll get it. Jordan Reed, that's 7th at least catch of the day. Very busy. Finally got him in the end zone. And Trey Quinn with the celebration there.
So prior to that, by the way, just want to make note in the showdown contest, Richardson in the captain spot, 28.2 with his touchdown and 88 yards. And that is still a wide tie, 26-way tie.
Going for 2. Here it is.
Showdown. Could be the game, folks. Haskins. Oh, it's caught outside. No, he was caught outside.
Oh, it was Richardson. He was looking.
It wasn't even close either.
No.
God, that's irritating.
I thought it was Richardson. They show McLaurin, but I thought it was Richardson who had it, but not inbound. So, yeah, got to have that awareness. Stay in the end zone, guys. This is not Canadian Football League. Well, still a 1-score game. They have the extra large touchdowns, right? Like 20 yards.
It's okay. A lot of time left, though. 6:26 to go, 21-19. So this game is far from over. A lot of people celebrating Reed here in the Chat Kings conference room.
Well, I mean, Reed, 40% ownership, 4% captain's play. So if you had Reed, that's a nice differentiator for you because he was racking up the PPR points, and now with that touchdown, he's going to be one of the higher scorers on the game, even though he's not near the bonus necessarily. Just all those catches add up. And he's been so involved early and often. He's really been one of their primary targets. Leads them in catches, leads the whole game in catches. We'll see what the Steelers do here. I would hope they don't get too conservative and run the ball 3 times and punt it back. Just happy to take time off the clock. They've had open, deep passes. Hopefully they continue to look for those big gains down the field. Don't get too conservative here, Pittsburgh. Oh, they've got Juju in the slot, top of the screen. That's the matchup.
Oh, and a handoff, and nowhere to go. Jalen Samuels. He's had consistent production across these sims. He's the third down back, and again, the same way that we talked about Chris Thompson earlier. Just you can't call him a bust if he doesn't perform because he really is a fun play at 1,400. Right,
it's hard to get too mad when your 1,400 guy gets you like 3 points. You're like, oh man, it's still 2 extra turns, which is not bad at all.
Troy says, can we get a game with leather helmets? I don't know if that's in the Madden sim arsenal, to be perfectly honest with you.
There was
3rd and 4 year
game,
with 29.
I was doing some research just on some of the fun Madden stuff in general, and there was one game where they had the Cowboys mascot. You could play with a team full of Cowboys mascots.
Really?
Like the giant cowboy hat. Yeah, it was pretty cool. They played in the desert somewhere too. It was very interesting look. Yeah, they weren't the real players. Oh boy, man,
all the way back to the 15.
Man? That's one of the longest sacks I've seen. Running the wrong direction. Look at this. He evades, gets set. Nope, gonna back up some more. Back up some more. Holcomb chases him down. Cole Holcomb, you see him there. 14-yard loss.
It's like when my kid will play Tecmo Bowl and he'll just run back about 40 yards and then heave it for the end zone because the defender won't catch up with you. That's what Ben was trying to do right there. No
he
go.
Was trying. Yeah, it didn't really happen. And now the Redskins should get the ball. Really good field position, although that is a great punt. That was a great
start at the 32. That was a great punt. Our guy Quinn right there. 21-19, yep. Washington, opportunity to go ahead. Remember, a field goal would do it.
All right, Dwayne Haskins, show us what you got. Both these teams have also picked up wins against our two 10-win teams in these sims. The two teams with 10 wins, and there's only two of them, are the Bucks and the 49ers. The Redskins beat the Bucks earlier on in these sims, and just the other day, the Steelers knocked off the Niners.
There's a reason we say any given sim day.
That is what we say. Stacked receivers to the top. TJ Watt bringing pressure from that side. And that's where they go.
There's a grab. Not much of a gain, though. But for PPR purposes, be excited for McLaurin. Picked up 4.
Yeah, not much out of him today. He's got the catches with 4, but just hasn't been able to find a lot of space yet. We'll say yet. Keep airing it out.
Haskins' bonus is in play, but would have to pick up a lot in the air here. He's up to 252, ball to 46. So basically has to go the distance at this point.
Yeah. Back to McLaurin on that one, up to 5 catches now for him.
Halfway through this fourth quarter.
There's at least a chance he'd get the ball back, too, depending on how all this plays out. He doesn't have to get all this drive. If they were to score and the Steelers were able to score, they could be back with the ball and throwing.
Haskins, get out of the way, get out of the way. Heaving it, looking toward the end zone, and
he got it.
Gone. Look at that catch. Touchdown.
Thompson.
Washington, oh my goodness. One-handed grab, 54 yards.
Chris, don't call me Clay Thompson.
Are you kidding?
We said,
look at this
he had
catch.
Big play potential. Pulled it off the back of the defender. That's Cameron Hayward.
Goodness.
That's Cameron Hayward out there in coverage, deep in the secondary. Chris Thompson
in around the arm. Oh.
Cameron Hayward is not a small man. For Chris Thompson to go up over him and grab that, that was
very impressive. If you wanted Chris Thompson, folks, there you go.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Haskins hits the bonus. Great play all around.
Yeah, you wanted Haskins to get all those yards. He got them all at once. His spectacular catch rating is 69, which is awful for a receiver, right? But it's really pretty good for a running back. And that I would definitely put in the spectacular catch category.
That is crazy.
That may be the best catch I've seen from a running back in these sims.
Clay Asa's best catch in sim history. I don't know if it's quite that, but it's in the highlight reel, man.
And such a weird play too, right? To get a lineman dropping that deep in coverage, to get the running back out of the backfield running a route 50 yards down the field. Normally when you see that, it's a short catch, then they run the whole way, but that was not at all. That was a heave to the end zone, and the running back comes down with it.
Basil Oates, right? He got mossed.
He did.
Pretty much was, yeah.
Yep.
Wow, what a grab.
The Redskins also got Moss because they signed Moss, didn't they? Weren't they the ones that signed Randy Moss's kid?
Yeah, they were, matter of fact.
Tight end, so
yeah.
Bring all the Moss love for the Redskins.
He did a conference call the other day.
Who, Randy?
No,
or Thaddeus.
Kid. Thaddeus. Thank you. His first name was escaping me. So Thaddeus Moss did a conference call the other day. Remember, he wasn't drafted. He signed as a free agent with Washington. The other two teams that had interest in him, though, were the Patriots, of course, following Dad's footsteps, go play for Bill Belichick, not catching passes from Tom Brady, as cool as that would have been. But,
that would have been crazy.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, I don't think we've had a father-son situation there in New England as long as Brady was around. That would have been something. But, the other team was Cincinnati, and he played with Joe Burrow in college. That would have been cool, too. But he was asked, how did you land in Washington with all these teams interested in you? And he said, they called first.
There you go. Got to be fast. Have that.
You got to have the speed rating, man.
Yep. Undrafted free agent speed dial list is very important as you get to the end of the draft there. Seen more as a blocking tight end than a receiver, but we'll see. The Redskins do have some openings there at tight end since Jordan Reed is still
my goodness! Pulls him out at the 14, but what a play out of Washington.
Washington, throwing Washington defenders off him. 3 catches, 57 yards, and the touchdown. Big day for him after you had mentioned he'd been quiet. We said there was going to be a lot of yards in this game, and it has lived up to it at the end of both quarters, or both halves. It's been a little slow in the middle, but plenty of points coming at the end of both quarters, and there's still over 2 minutes left. Still over 2 minutes left. So.
More than half your lineups as well in the showdown. So that'll move some slates, no question.
There you go.
We got a 2nd and 11 coming up here. He's going to call it 2nd and 10, but he did lose a yard. So 2:15, probably won't get a playoff before the 2-minute warning. So 26-21, so. Washington leading here. Pittsburgh threatening to retake the lead. What's the play? Who are you looking for, Zach?
They've 3 touchdowns, 3 different receivers. So I think they're really looking at different matchups. We haven't seen a Juju touchdown yet. If they do go to that matchup, which we highlighted off the top, then that would give Ben 4 touchdowns to 4 different people. I mean, we'll see what they do. They've got him in the stack to the top, 2 tight ends to the bottom of the screen. See what they're going to run it.
Apologies, by the way. Deontay Johnson on that last catch, not Washington.
Oh, was that? My bad. My bad on me. Guess there goes our perfect announcer rating.
Yeah, we've been dinged. Robert says, you're flashing this up, Goff. 3rd and 9.
Right, what do we got here?
From the 14, Roethlisberger. He's got time, all the time in the world. May want to just
days.
run, Ben.
Something.
Run, my goodness.
I
think he's going to get the first.
Did he get it?
That's really
Did he get
close. First and goal.
Yep, first and goal.
Got it.
Juju had 3 days back there. I thought he was going to run the whole 2 minutes back. I thought we were, we just had the 2-minute warning. I thought we were going to have the rest of the game with him standing in the pocket.
Everyone's saying run. Are you serious? I know that Ben Roethlisberger is not known for his running, but look at the speed. Touchdown here, Pittsburgh. Juju Smith-Schuster. Pittsburgh on top with a minute to go.
There you go. And now we get the Redskins. What can they do to answer that? Very quick, efficient drive by the Steelers. That is 4 touchdown passes for Big Ben to 4 different receivers. Juju getting his right now. I think you go for 2 here.
I was just going to ask. Yep, that's what they're doing.
Yep. 2 receivers to the top, 2 tight ends to the bottom of the screen. See what they got.
Roethlisberger,
Juju in the back.
Gervais, and sacked. That hurts.
Yeah. Definitely.
That's a gigantic sack.
That's huge. It's huge. I mean, you actually don't get the points for a sack there for your DST, for the very few of you that have DST, because it's just a failed conversion. But regardless of the fantasy points, that's huge just from the game perspective, because now the Redskins with a field goal can win the game. They've still got plenty of time. Maybe not as much time as Big Ben had in the pocket where he just stood there
yeah, exactly.
And we've seen they can move the ball down the field in a hurry.
Full minute to go. All timeouts available. Just need a field goal. 27-26. Pittsburgh on top. Washington getting the ball momentarily here. With Professor Z, Kaufman. Pleased to be with you for the first of 6 on the day, first of 2 for the two of us together. We'll be with you for the next one that already starts in 45 minutes, folks. This has been a long one, but a lot of offense and a lot of fun. It deserves an overtime. Not that we're going to get it, but it deserves it.
I don't think they get to kick an extra point by itself, unfortunately.
Nope.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a great game. There you can see Paul Richardson highlighted. He's up over 100 yards in the bonus with the touchdown. Juju's got to be pretty close. I think he's probably just under. But he does have the touchdown now, which is huge for him. Ben, 4 touchdowns out of him. We've seen him up and down in these sims, but definitely a big game for him. If you've got him in Classic,
I think Juju's right around 80 yards at this point.
Is he 80? Yeah.
Yeah, Roethlisberger, what's that, 4 touchdown passes now?
Yeah,
for
he's
Big Ben?
got all 4. Yep, all 4 to 4 different receivers. Johnson, who we were not giving credit a minute ago, so we'll give him credit here. Johnson, Washington, Juju, and Vance McDonald, all with 1 touchdown and catch apiece.
Reminder, Haskins is in the bonus. He's at 3:09, 2nd and 7. The clock's moving, folks. May want to use that timeout. You're down to about 35 seconds. You got all 3. No huddle. Let a lot of oh my goodness.
Why?
Oh, that's a lot of unnecessary clock gone. That's poor clock management right there.
Not great. There is
You're only at the 30.
Yeah, there's no upside to wasting all that time. I mean, don't worry about Pittsburgh getting the ball back yet. Just you got to go here. You still got 2 timeouts, so they're not in awful shape. It's just why waste all that time unnecessarily? Chris Thompson, nice
launches. It's complete.
There. Jordan
Reed
on the catch there.
And that puts him right at the field goal line, too. That's gigantic.
8 catches, 90 yards for Jordan Reed. Chris Thompson with a key blitz pickup on that. Delayed blitz up the middle. So he doesn't get any fantasy points for that, but that was huge for his team to get that big pass to Jordan Reed.
So here we go. Under 25
they're going to give him the ball. I don't know what that was. I guess they're just
setting up the kick, I guess, but that's a long kick, man.
It is. And winding the clock too, right? So they're not going to.
Yeah. No, they're just content with the 57-yard try for Dustin Hopkins, who already has converted on a couple of field goals, by the way.
Confidence.
Smash the like button, folks. About 2,500 of you with us. And we are making the push to 600. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because we had a hell of a first game today.
We do have the 11-second timeout now officially as well.
Oh, good. I was worried.
And there's the ice.
And the kicker.
There you go. Yeah, that run, if he misses this kick, that run's going to look really dumb. Really dumb. Because you could have picked up something there. You could have picked up something, made this a little bit more manageable. Don't love the strategy at the end of this one, but it has been a great game. Lots of big plays, both directions. Lots of big fantasy totals. Jordan Reed up to 90 yards, 8 catches. He also has the touchdown, so a big game for him. Chris Thompson has the huge catch. Here we go. It all comes
11
down.
seconds left. This is for the game. Hopkins kicks up, seems to have the leg, and off the mark.
Just a bit short. That was close. Almost squeaked it in.
Short and right.
That was really close. Really close. That dumb little run play where they lost a yard may have been the difference. Because that was close to being good. I think he might have had 56 yards, but didn't have 57.
Oh, that's crushing. Not to mention just the way that minute was handled in general. I mean, you unnecessarily let about, 20 seconds tick off before using the first timeout. I mean, so many opportunities right there.
Yeah, you didn't have
and instead, Pittsburgh escapes with win number 10 of its sim season, 10-5, as the Redskins fall to 5-10, Zach.
Yeah, that's our third 10-win team, the Steelers, joining the Bucs and the 49ers, who could be getting their 11th win as we go through the 15th game for each of these teams. But, yeah, big win for the Steelers. Big game by Ben, 281, so he did fall just a little bit short of the bonus, but 4 touchdowns will work any day. Big game for Big Ben. Spread it around a little bit. All right.
Who's your player of the game? We're starting to take a look at the numbers here.
Yeah.
Haskins went for 341, had 3 touchdowns. Roethlisberger short of the bonus, 281, but had 4 TD passes and that perfect passer rating. Haskins pretty close in that regard as well. Let's see what else we have before you have to declare anyone. Connor,
thank
just
you.
59 on the ground. Yeah, he did have he was the high runner in this game. And then among the receivers, we did have some bonuses, at least the one.
Yeah, I think the one for Richardson.
He had a
look
touchdown.
at Juju.
Smith-Schuster, 97 and a touchdown. Reed, 90 and a touchdown. TDs also for Washington and Johnson. So what do you think? Who's your player of the game?
Yeah, and Chris Thompson also. Don't forget that touchdown. That was one of the most memorable touchdowns we've seen. The super long.
He went for 67 in the air, actually.
Yeah, 67 on just 2 catches. So a big game out of him. While that was the most entertaining play of the game, I think I'd have to give the player of the game to Big Ben for those 4 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. Spreading it around, when you see that from a quarterback, that makes the quarterback the better captain's play. If he focuses on one receiver, like if he had gone to Juju for another one of those touchdowns, then Juju's definitely the captain's pick you want. If you've got a quarterback as your captain's pick, which is usually a very expensive way to go, you're counting on a game like what Big Ben just gave you, where he spreads it around, throws touchdowns to different people. So I think that's where I'm going to go for my player of the game. But that was really, I think we all win from that game because that was entertaining. Back and forth, had some drama at the end, some awful clock management. Sorry, Washington fans. But the game as a whole, I think, was a win for everybody. Plenty of fantasy points, too, like all over the place.
Our next game, and it will be the two of us, that is already less than 40 minutes away. We got to hop in the old sim shuttle, get ourselves to Nashville because it's Panthers and Titans. What do you expect from that one? How should people be setting those showdown lineups?
Yeah, so I thought this game of the two was going to be the higher scoring. I don't know that we'll see as many fireworks in that game. Both teams tend to be a little more conservative with their play calling, fewer plays because there is a lot of running. I would expect the difference makers are those 2 99 overall players that the Panthers have, Luke Kuechly and Christian McCaffrey. You said you're got the McCaffrey hunch going on.
Yeah, my baseless hunch of the game.
Baseless hunch of the day play. Christian McCaffrey. I do like Curtis Samuel and Greg Olsen, who have both been pretty consistent from Carolina. And for Tennessee, in their last game, he had a huge game, and he's been getting a lot of looks, but he's not somebody you think of as somebody to target. Is their wide receiver one, A.J. Brown. Huge, big play potential from him. I also like the Delaney Walker matchup. So I like both tight ends in this next game. I don't think we'll have quite as much scoring, but who knows? Christian McCaffrey could break free if Adams' hunch is right.
To the 13 people who disliked that first game, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, that was a great,
they faded
fun game.
That's why. They faded it, and they were just mad at everybody else.
Just mad at themselves. Just mad at themselves. We appreciate all your support. Thank you for being with us again. Pittsburgh, the 27-26 narrow win over Washington in Sim DC as the Skins missed what would have been a game-winning field goal there. The only blemish of the day out of Dustin Hopkins, the kicker, who has been so good over the course of these Sims, of course. So we told you what's next, folks. Coming up 2:00 Eastern time, less than 40 minutes from now, it's Panthers-Titans. Zach and I will be right back with you, Professor Z and Koff, and that game pregame coverage at 1:50. So we are basically 25 minutes away from that, and we'll dive a little deeper into this contest and how we feel and what you should pay attention to or not pay attention to as a result or relates to setting those showdown lineups. Want to thank JC with the Game Ops team. Want to thank our production crew, Billy Delaney, Tom Regia, Brian Berard, all of you guys out there in DK Sim fan land. For Zach, I'm Adam. We'll talk to you again in, less than a half hour.
See you soon.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 of your Madden Sim Day is on the way. Still here with Professor Z, z.thompson, Adam Kaufman, and we appreciate you guys sticking around with us for, again, this second game. And this next one here, it's Panthers-Titans, Zach. So as the people tinker with their showdown lineups over the course of the better part of 10 minutes, what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely the spotlight here is on the running backs, even though in these sims, running backs are kind of hit or miss, as we've talked about a lot in the earlier game. I know you said you were feeling the Christian McCaffrey breakout coming, and that could be for sure.
I want to see it. I'm hungry for it.
Works for me. I mean, he's a lot of fun to watch, right? Because anytime he touches the ball, you can get a huge play. We haven't seen it consistently, right? He's kind of been hit or miss. But when he does have those big runs, he gets in space and there's no catching him. He's 99 overall and just has lots of great skills that he can go to. Interesting contrast in this game with him and Derrick Henry, right? Because, and we can look at this graphic here. You can see that they're both very highly rated, but you can also see the difference in their skill set as well, right? Because you've got McCaffrey down there with the 97 agility. Well, that's only 84 for Henry. But then look at the trucking for Henry, 88 trucking rating against just 54 for McCaffrey. Henry doesn't have that elusiveness with just 76 compared to 93 for McCaffrey. But both running backs, obviously very high upside, both over 90 overall. The one thing you don't see on this graphic is that Henry loses carries, and McCaffrey normally doesn't. In our last sim with the Panthers, we actually did get, I think it was our first Mike Davis sighting because McCaffrey had run for a couple long gains and was fatigued. So they took him out. We got to see Mike Davis for a couple plays. But as a general rule, we don't see his backup, while we do see Dion Lewis get involved for the Titans. So if I was going to pick one of the two, I would pick McCaffrey because he is more involved. He does get more involved as a pass catcher as well. He's put up pretty decent yardage, but there are games where he just gets very little going, and you have to pay over 10K for him if you're putting him in a flex spot. If you want him in your captain spot, obviously you're paying even more. You're up around over 15K. So of the two, I would go with McCaffrey, but I don't think you have to necessarily. He's somebody you can fade if you want to emphasize the passing game and the defenses a little bit more.
Homer Simpsoid says, "You two again?" Yeah, you've got us
back
for the next one. Yeah, for better or worse, I'm with you for the 8:05 max entry game a little bit later on for Patriots Falcons with Gary and Thorne too. So you can look forward to that or not look forward to it, depending on your perspective. But a lot of people wondering, and we always talk about just the spectacular play regularly, reliably out of a 99 overall guy, Luke Kuechly, who has retired in real life, but still very much an X-Factor player in these Madden simulations. Would you captain the DST for Carolina?
I definitely think you could. I don't know that I would because I do think there'll be some points in this game, but I could see the logic with doing that. I mean, they've recovered, I should say. So this isn't even just the number they forced. They've recovered 16 fumbles in 14 games. They've got 25 sacks, 3 defensive touchdowns. They're averaging over 7 fantasy points a game. If you don't captain them, I definitely think you should have them in a flex spot because at just 3.6, I mean, that's almost – I mean, there's nobody else around there that's going to give you that kind of return with that upside too, because we saw in the last game against the Bears, they actually had 2 of those 3 defensive touchdowns and put up 17 fantasy points while they gave up plenty of points to the Bears. They made those big plays. And like you said, that's mostly Kuechly who's making those plays. He's a lot of fun to watch in these sims with that X factor flying around on defense, making people fumble.
Something people should be aware of. Consider this something of a public service announcement as you set those lineups, because again, it is different team to team, the way these depth charts work, the way game script works. Guys who do get involved don't get involved. It's interesting to note, Zach, that the wide receiver 4s for both these teams are the slot receivers. You got Jarius Wright, Adam Humphries. So they're going to be involved. They're going to play. They may have big games. Who knows? But they are guys who are going to be part of the game script. The wide receiver 3s, however, have Chris Hogan and Tajay Sharp. Yeah, really not so much. In fact, Hogan, Panthers have had 14 sims. Hogan has only played in one of them. Sharp has
He
only
returns
played in, I
punts,
believe,
think, or
5 of the
something.
14 for
Yeah.
the Titans. Right, exactly. So you probably don't want to play them. I'm not going to say
No.
it's impossible. They won't do anything. But, I mean, you're talking real
Especially now that you've said it, right?
for
Now
these
that you've
guys.
said
And
it.
they're over $3,000, right? So, I
Right.
mean, why even bother?
Yeah, I would definitely feel a lot more comfortable with a defense or a kicker, quite honestly, than
Mhm.
either of those guys, just because you know you're going to get something from them. Those guys almost have, I mean, not only do they have to make a catch, but they have to get a touchdown on that one catch before you really have to worry about them beating you. Whereas if you play them and fade all the defenses and kickers, those guys could end up putting up enough points to beat you. So I would definitely stay away from those wide receiver threes, as you mentioned. I do think Humphreys has had some decent production, and I do like his matchup. I don't love it against Ross Cockrell. But he's also a little expensive too, up at 5.2 in the flex, where Jarius Wright's much more affordable at 2K. If you need a cheap play, I do like Wright to be involved for the Panthers out of the slot. He usually gets a few catches. I also like Curtis Samuel, their wide receiver too, has been very involved and very good in these sims. Actually, I think last I looked, he was outperforming their wide receiver one. Samuel's averaging 13 points per sim, and it looks like DJ Moore, who's their wide receiver
Mhm.
one, is 9.4. So yeah,
Correct.
significantly more out of Samuel, and he's got tons of speed too. So I think he's got a lot of upside. So that's kind of one of the places that I definitely be looking, and that could save you some money too, because DJ Moore is pretty expensive. Curtis Samuel is under 7K. Got a question here about the tight ends.
Yeah.
Um, of the two tight ends, I would prefer Delaney Walker. The only hesitancy I have, and he's averaging more and he costs less, but you can't always just go on that. The only hesitancy I have with Walker is Kuechly, right? If Kuechly's covering Walker, then he's got a really tough matchup. Normally, Kuechly covers the back, coming out of the backfield, or stays in the middle of that zone, and Walker can run some posts and get away from him. If they put
Mhm.
Kuechly on Walker, then he's in trouble. But as long as they don't, I think he's actually the better matchup.
So, what about Corey Davis? Hasn't obviously
All
been
right.
huge. You were talking about some of the different wide receiver options.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Davis, though, going for basically 10 points a sim at this stage?
Yeah, I feel a lot about virtual Corey Davis like I feel about real Corey Davis. He's got a lot of potential, right? He's got definite ability to put up points. He's got 90 speed rating, but he's just not consistent enough for me to be in on him like I am on Samuel, because Samuel's
Mhm.
so consistent. He's always involved. He's always doing something. Ended up catching the game-winning touchdown in that sim against the Bears after a very quiet day. Came on in overtime and ended up with the catch for the touchdown. Davis does have 5 touchdowns. He caught one really long touchdown on a Hail Mary early in the season, which was kind of fun. He's gone over 14 fantasy points in, I think, just 5 of these sims. So the upside's there. It's a play I guess I'd say I like, but I don't love. And I would
Keep
definitely, if you have him or Samuel, because they're both, I mean, Samuel's 6'8", Davis is 6'2". If you wanted to pivot as a differentiation, right, I think Samuel will have higher ownership than Davis. I mean, we'll see once things lock. We don't have any access to that before things lock. That's just
Mhm.
totally my guess. But Samuel would be my preferred play of those two.
Saw both QBs go off in the last game. What do you think the expectation reasonably is here for Cam Newton and Ryan Tannehill?
Yeah, Cam has not been good.
Mm-mm.
He's
Hasn't
averaging,
touched even 19 points
no,
yet.
no, and that's the thing with him. Not only is his average low, under 13 fantasy points a game, but he hasn't had like that monster game. They just don't
Right.
have the playbook that really gives him the chance to air it out and hit DJ Moore, Curtis Samuel on the longer routes. They tend to play a little bit more conservative, rely more on McCaffrey. So of the two, I would actually prefer Tannehill.
Mhm.
And I do think he's got some upside. He looked pretty good in their last sim against the Giants. Threw for 3 touchdowns in that one, over 20 fantasy points. So you said Cam's never done it. Tannehill did it last game. So I guess
Yep.
that's where I would fall on those two.
Should be fun here. Again, the 3K All Day Classic $1,000 showdown. That All Day Classic is already underway, and since lineups have
Right.
locked, let's tell you what's going on in that one. You got a two-way tie for first at 133.14, and still one play left in those lineups. It is a DST in the case of both, and it's going to be the Titans for one of the lineups, and the other one is a
nice.
DST later in the day. So,
Okay.
all right, something to be aware of as we go on.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable about either of these lineups winning the day simply because there are so many, minutes available still in lineups behind them that are not many points off. But nevertheless, it's good to hold first for a little while, right? Try and keep that as long as you can.
Points in that first game. I don't expect as many points in this one. Both defenses are solid. The Titans defense is also pretty good. Not as many big-time playmakers as we'll see in the Panthers offense, but they've been very solid. They've held their opponents. So I can see the Titans play as well. The Panthers offense hasn't looked great. Even in the games they've won, they haven't looked awesome. So I get the Titans defense play as well.
So here we go. Adam Kaufman alongside Professor Z, z.thompson, Carolina at Tennessee, virtual Nissan Stadium for this 2 o'clock Eastern game, the second of 6 Madden Sims on the day for you. I'll be here with you for 3. Brendan Glasheen, for those asking, will have 3 as well. It's a day off for Emerson Latzia. X-Factor players available in this game among the skill positions, Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry, the 2 RB1s. We'll see if they are able to break out. So far, generally underwhelming, but we have seen those big performances. McCaffrey, 10,200 in the flex, averaging about 14 points per sim, but he has had 10 points or less his last 5. He has been very bad with regard to what his 99 overall rating would tell you he should be doing. And then Henry went off in 2 of his last 3 sims for 20 points in 2 out of those. So again,
he had really been doing nothing
again today. Right.
And then he opened up, and I don't like his chances to do it again with Kuechly and the solid Panthers front 7 over there, but we'll see how he does. Our showdown ownership, Curtis Samuel, as I was saying off the top, 69% owned. So a lot of people on that Samuel play. He is the most owned player in the flex spot. AJ Brown just percentage points behind him, also over 68% owned. Over 65% of people feeling your Christian McCaffrey hunch.
Yeah, still think it. Well, I think it's just a fear of fading, right? It's a little FOMO when it comes to Christian McCaffrey. You can't, like, heaven forbid, today's the day. You don't want to miss out. I get it. Tannehill had about 63% in the flex. Everyone else, 50% or less. So those are your big plays: Samuel, Brown, McCaffrey, and Tannehill. See what these guys can do. There's your first run attempt. Or second, I should say, on Tennessee. No, it was the first. Out of Deion Lewis.
Deion Lewis getting the call. We did mention him. He is their third down back. Now with the New York Giants in real life.
Mike says, "I captain CMC because Koff told me to."
Well, there you go. Even though
I don't feel bad advising you guys because,
carefully.
again, you have literally nothing to lose.
Free
rolls, folks. Free rolls. 3rd and 3 from the 32. Minute gone by here. Opening quarter, and Tennessee 6 and 8 in these sims. By the way, the Panthers the reverse, 8 and 6. Henry 1 for 3, picked up a first.
Yeah, battling for extra yardage there, using that strength rating of his.
Bonzo captained McCaffrey, LFG.
Oh, nice.
I see what you did.
Virtual Mike Vrabel would not endorse that pick, however.
No, Oh, 4th and inches, he didn't get it.
Oh, they didn't give it to him. Oh, I thought he had it easy. Well,
instead we're going to get a punt.
Yeah, it looked like he had it. Yeah, I would challenge this spot, but oh well. Not when you got a punter like that. Oh, it rolled in. He had a pin, but it rolled in, so...
Robert says, I faded CMC because Koff said to use him. See, that's okay. That's what I expect.
Hey, it's a free roll. You are free to do whatever you want to do.
Stephen Kaufman, what about my pride? I might lose that if I don't cash. Well, you got a lot of competition, man. You got about 31 plus thousand entries in this lineup. If you don't cash, it really wouldn't beat yourself up.
No. And again, it's free, so you didn't lose anything. You're all right.
Right. Nobody's concerned about his pride.
That's okay.
We're making the move towards 700 likes, folks. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button. McCaffrey, first run
There he is.
Very similar to what we've seen for most of his sim season. Just a short game.
Yeah, and the times when he's had success, it's been on stretch plays to the edge out of multiple receiver formation. Instead, on that one, they open up with 2 tight ends, just the 1 wide receiver. DJ Moore was down at the bottom of the screen, 2 tight ends to the left, and they run him in the middle of the field. He can't really use all that elusiveness and all that, and now he's not even in the backfield. So I guess that's one way to attack it. Go 5 wide.
Cam Newton, real-life free agent, still giving his services here to the Carolina Panthers in the sim season. His first attempt picks up 20 to Greg Olsen.
Greg Olsen. Also no longer with the Panthers, but
no, a Seahawk now.
Yeah. That'll be
Olsen, 88 overall player, 93 awareness, 92 catching, 93 catching traffic. Basically what I'm telling you is he can do a lot.
He can. Yes, he can. And Olsen's still got a pretty high rating in this. So he's also somebody who can do a lot for you. Trips to the left. You've got 1 wide receiver to the bottom. And it's going to be a run. See, when you run it out of passing formations, what that ends up doing is it gets more DBs on the field and fewer linebackers, which typically will end up at least with decent results. And that was 9 yards for McCaffrey there. So just because they come out showing pass, that's actually been where they've gotten the better runs, typically.
John says, can you explain to my girlfriend that watching video games doesn't make me a loser? Just give her a hard time. Just tell her that, she's calling thousands of people losers, not just you. Sure. And maybe she'll feel bad about it.
Curtis Samuel with the catch there. Yeah, that's a nice approach. I like that.
I mean, she'd be calling all of us. We're talking about a video game.
This is true. This is true.
And I don't think any of us are losers. I think we're one big happy DK Sim fam. 1st and 10 from the 36. Halfway gone in the first.
Plenty of space.
There's a nice little run out of McCaffrey, but he juked his way into traffic. Still, he's got 20.
Yep, he's off to a solid start. Getting him to the edges there a little bit on that play, which actually had 2 other blocking backs in the backfield with him. Kind of a unique look. Now he's back there all by himself. Double tight ends to the top of the screen. 1 receiver. This is actually the same formation they started this drive in.
2nd and 1. Another handoff. McCaffrey. He picked up the first. Wasn't much of a run, but he does have 4 for 22. He is, of course, the reigning DraftKings most valuable player for last year's football season. The 99 overall guy, 3rd down and power back, only one that gets the touches out of the backfield for Carolina. Satellite X factor if he's able to light it up. But again, mentioned this earlier, he's really struggled his last, really the whole season, but his last 5 games, 10 points or less.
Another complete pass for Cam. He started off 3 for 3. DJ Moore there with his first catch of the day. Only 6 yards, but moving things along. Malcolm Butler with the tackle.
David says, my wife, what are you doing? Watching your fake games? Just tell her, as we tell you, the football may be fake, but the drama's real.
That's right.
It's a sweat, and it's on. Ball inside the 20. 2nd and 4, Carolina. Cam takes a handoff, keeps it tipped out of the air, knocked down.
Yeah. Is that the safety, I believe? Kevin Byard making the
91 overall player.
Swatting that one out of the air. Coming on the blitz. Oh, that was Casey, Jarrell Casey. Nice play out of him.
85
with the swat there.
Player.
Yeah, those are their 2 big names on defense. Sorry, I had the wrong one there. Pulled up.
Yeah,
Jarrell Casey.
The 2 superstar players. No X factors on defense for Tennessee.
No. And Jarrell Casey is now a member of the Denver Broncos to continue our theme of players who aren't where they are.
Yeah, there are a great many. Nice catch inside the 10 right there. Yeah. Titans couldn't do much defensively there. It was Jarius Wright, slot receiver.
Nice, there you go.
Fittingly in the slot.
Shocking how that works every once in a while.
Rich B says, we are family. Kaufman, Glasheen, and me. No, I know I can't say. You don't have to bother telling me. I just wanted to. Just reading the lyrics didn't seem to be enough.
Fair enough. I would agree. All right, who you need down here? Panthers looking to take the early lead. DJ
First
Moore
and
single
goal
coverage
from
at the top.
6. I need McCaffrey personally. It's a handoff to Christian.
Oh,
he breaks out to the outside. He's got a touchdown. My guy, CMC, Christian McCaffrey.
There it is. You can see the elusiveness in space. Get him out
Man's
on the
high
edges.
90s everything.
Yes, he really is. He's 99 overall, but he really is high 90s just about across the board in everything you would want in a running back. And with a nice little shed tackle there, a little juke action.
Well, if you paid up to Captain Christian McCaffrey, up over 15 grand, feeling okay about it right now.
Yeah, for sure. Strong start for him. A lot of that drive was McCaffrey powered.
Again, flexed it. Better than 60% of your lineups. Captain McCaffrey, says DJR. A lot of let's go.
There you go. It's a strong
Brian
start.
says, been waiting for it. Kill it going. McCaffrey, my captain.
McCaffrey in our very first
Clay
sim.
Ace. Kaufman X Factor is lit.
There you go. One of our I think it was our very first sim was Carolina against the Rams, and he went off.
Was that the one that he had 270-plus yard touchdown runs?
Yeah. Yep. It's been very quiet since then, but quite a start. It looked like just like in real fantasy football this season, it seemed like McCaffrey was just going to be a lock it in and then figure out the rest of your lineup. Hasn't quite worked out that way for him so far, but it looks like this game might trend back his direction. See what the Titans have to say about that.
1:52 to go in the first quarter, and Christian McCaffrey, after telling you that he was my baseless hunch play of the game, finds the end zone. So, if you like that, let's get up to 700 likes by the end of the quarter, or I'm never going to do it again. Hit the like, folks. Hit the like. Smash the subscribe button as well.
The baseless hunch play of the day.
Baseless hunch play of the day.
Derrick Henry gets nothing on that one.
Bound to come through once every 35 tries. Just so happened to get it on the first one.
I was going to say, if you get it 1 for 1, maybe you should retire it and just be like, there was this one time I gave you mine.
Yeah. I told you guys. I told you he'd been so bad, and I told you.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem like it would be going out on any kind of a limb, right? Picking 99 overall player to be good, but it actually is in this case. Yeah. Because he's
very strange.
Very inconsistent. Overall, Tannehill.
That's complete.
Like,
just Delaney didn't achieve much.
Not much there. No, 1 yard on that. They give him 1 catch for 1 yard. He got the 1 yard back that Derrick Henry lost on first down, bringing up 3rd and 10. Titans still looking for their first down of the game. They went 3 and out on their first possession.
You have 1 minute and 20 likes to go. Tannehill complete, shy of the first. Had about 5 left.
That's Adam Humphries, who we mentioned off the top as well, coming out of the slot for the Titans.
Art City Hulk smashed the like button and shared the broadcast as well. That's what we're talking about.
Appreciate it.
Let's get more people in here. We're sitting at about 1,700 on the YouTube stream. All of you in the DK Sim fam, the Chat Kings conference room, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for hanging out on this Sunday afternoon with us. We get to see another Titans punt.
You don't say.
That's what we're... Look at that.
Up and away. Think of beauty.
Inside the 10, that's not bad.
Yeah, out at the 7.
The last one was pretty good and then rolled into the end zone just barely, but he had that one pinned back and kicked it out of bounds to prevent that from happening.
Kenny wants to know, and I have no clue, but maybe you do, Zach. How many shutouts have there been in the Sims to date? Again, this is Sim, 222, I think we said? I know there have been at least a couple.
Many. Yeah, there's been a few.
Colts were shut out twice because that's why Glasheen, weed whacked his head.
This is true. And the Browns were shut out in back-to-back games. They had 2 games in a row where they didn't score any points. And the Browns, you'd think they'd have a pretty good offense, but Not so much for at least those 2 games. There haven't been many. I'd say probably a handful or so. But yeah, not very often. Right? Is he feeling already that the Titans are going to be that bad today?
Apparently. Nothing doing out of Christian right there. Probably going to take us to the end of the quarter. 6 for 29, but he does have a touchdown, folks.
Yep, he does have that touchdown. If he rips one off from here, he'll hit the bonus already.
So McCaffrey, yeah, his yards haven't been scored yet. The touchdown's in there for 6. But again, Tim is on the game ops, scoring right now. Everything will get up to date really fast. Tim, JC, all these guys, they're really very, very quick with all this stuff. It's manual scoring, so be patient, but appreciate all your support as we are making the push, folks. Will you be at 700 before the second quarter gets underway? It's going to happen in moments. You got to want those big plays, the hunch, baseless plays of the game.
Hunch play of the game. Need a sponsor for it or something. Brought to you by. I don't know.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what the shout out's about. I'm surprised somebody out there probably knows, probably has the exact number.
You guys have the exact number.
Keeping record books at home.
Yeah. For those of you scoring along at home.
Hey, we're at 700. All right. I'll keep doing it.
There you go. All right. Nobody with more than 1 catch on either team in the first quarter. It's really been, as we said, a lot of running. And really the only person to gain any traction on the ground has been McCaffrey with his 29 yards.
Yeah, nothing doing in the air.
No, there's
a lot of different guys involved, though, really spreading the ball around on both sides.
Greg Olsen, I think, has the most yards. He had that 1 20-yard catch or so. We've seen Jarius Wright. We've seen Adam Humphries, both slot receivers. We haven't seen A.J. Brown yet, so if you did captain or flex him, you're hoping he shows up for the second quarter as we go back to Tennessee.
Look at this.
Cam 3 days.
Airs it out, looking deep, well beyond midfield, and caught just about the 30. My goodness. Cam up to 115, and what a grab out of DJ Moore.
Yeah, and he almost broke free of the tackle and would have been a 90-something yard touchdown.
So Moore, 1 for 6 in the opening quarter. You can tack on a couple more, huh?
Just a few. Cam threw that about 55 yards in the air, I think.
Dude catches, 68. 70 yards from where he threw it anyway.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's at the 30. Wow. That's what we like. 62-yard gain.
Beautiful.
And then
a rebel without a P says, ZT, do you firm up that goatee every day?
Well, I'm not even sure what that means.
Maybe trim, like make it all nice and styled?
No, I did this morning, but not every day. Yep, it's about an every other day thing during quarantine.
I was doing it like once a week until maybe, I don't know, a week and a half ago, and then I just gave up on all appearances. I've got to give it up. I've basically given up. My wife just said to me, she saw me, like, you're wearing sweatpants, your socks don't match. You look like trash. I'm like, yeah, what else is new?
She's just not noticing.
You've given up.
Trips to the top. DJ Moore with a ton of space. They're really sagged off him. He does have that streak specialist. Is he going to heave it again? Oh, no.
No, but he finds room inside. Unfortunately, just ran right into traffic. Greg Olsen.
Yeah. Greg Olsen now with 2 catches. All of a sudden, the Panthers' offense decided to throw the ball, air it out down the field, and they moved in a hurry.
Babysitter Billy, who's not a nice person, wants to know why I didn't give up years ago. Like, why did I need the quarantine? See, you've left Zach speechless, Billy. Doesn't even know how to respond to that.
No, I'm sorry.
Carolina,
I was trying to figure out what the next play was going to be. Because I think you go to McCaffrey.
You didn't?
No.
All right.
I was trying to figure out how they were going to attack.
Can we get a second out of McCaffrey? Not yet. Nice little juke, but again, couldn't dodge
that'll go down as
Adam Humphries right there.
A rush for Chris Samuel. interesting.
Oh, that's right. Pardon me. I was looking on the other side.
No, yeah, no problem.
My number
McCaffrey
10
was.
I glashed it. I'm sorry, guys. I glashed it. I may as well have said Mostert. Scores updated through 1. 2nd and 4 from the 5. I'll try and recover here. Cam back in the end zone. Tip. Oh. DJ Moore couldn't reach it.
He could not. 3rd and 4. Panthers defense is the captain of our solo leader in showdown as we update scores through the first quarter. They've still got the shutout. They haven't even given up a first down yet for the Titans.
Mike says that was a big laugh. 3rd and 4 from the 5. Cam again off to his left. He went to McCaffrey, but he couldn't get in. Stopped at the 1, but he got the first. First goal. Christian McCaffrey, folks, about to score for the 2nd time, and I am going to dance.
You should. You should. Can we get him back on camera for the dance? I don't know. I don't know if we can pull that off.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
All right. Well,
Ollie says, let's go, Captain Kaufman, this game. McCaffrey looking for his second score at the 1.
If this was real life, I would expect the Cam dive over the top, right? Isn't that the play from here?
We
never
never see it.
For the Panthers? Oh, no, I know.
Never see that QB sneak. I'd love to. Cam, he keeps it and just right into a camera guy.
Yep. Front row. Hit that front row.
Blakely says, Kaufman, do you need glasses? There are a lot of glass puns. Way more than I knew were possible with his name. We've discovered from these sims.
Explore.
2nd and goal from the 1. Do what you got to do here, Cam. Hands it off. McCaffrey. Stonewalled. All right, it's a 3rd down. Do you try again?
If it's me, yes. He's 99 overall. I'm giving him the ball again. But I'm giving it to him towards the outside. He can find the gap that way. It gives you the A gap, the B gap, the gap off the edge. Look at all the guys lined up there. Go to the edges.
2, 3.
Go to the edges.
Cam's keeping it. Might be able to go himself. Instead,
open.
back in the end zone. Hit Moore. DJ Moore. Touchdown.
Moore.
Nice grab.
He deserves it after that last long catch that started this drive. DJ Moore doing all the work.
Well, sorry for the CMC fans. Didn't work out right there. But if you got DJ Moore, especially if you captained him at 2%, you're feeling good.
Very nice. Drive
DJ Moore,
DJ.
93 speed, 92 agility, 92 awareness, 93 jumping. He's good, folks, although surprisingly, only gets you about 9.5 points per sim. Although, I will say, Zach, 11-plus points, 3 out of his last 4.
Yep.
And that's getting into this.
Right. That's before, which, I mean, he's well on his way. He's probably already over that in this one between the long catch and that touchdown. When he was wide open, he did grab it one-handed, just because he can, But his ratings are pretty high. The Panthers just don't normally air it out like they did on that drive. He is, I believe, the streak specialist is his superstar. So I don't know if that was a streak route that caught the long one, but he's got the abilities, just doesn't get the ball.
DJ Moore already about 24 points in the captain spot. So, he's having himself a gain. And he's at 16 unofficially, 15.9 in the flex right now. But, of course, all the scoring manually done. So, give us a few moments to get everything. Yeah, it would be a disaster. You wouldn't even bother. Why am I refreshing this? I'm gonna see how I did tomorrow.
Yep, we have to get out the abacus and stuff. Tim's got us, though, under control from the ops team. He's the one doing the manual scoring, and we are very glad he is. All right, let's see if the Titans can actually get some momentum here, get anything. So far, they've gone 3 and out, and then on their next drive, for variety, they went 3 and out.
1st and 10.
Hey, there's some space, and it's closed.
Just not enough, apparently, Derrick Henry. Tower back, freight train X Factor, if he can activate it. He's one of those guys that climbed during the year. Started out the season at an 83, finished at a 91. Happens when you lead the NFL in rushing.
It's true. I think Freight Train is about the best name for a running back. X Factor, like as far
Love
as.
it.
Yep, that's it. Yes, freight train, perfect.
Yes, that's what he
Lewis.
does. And hey, no 3 and out.
Hey,
Dion
first
Lewis,
down.
2 for 14.
First down from the running back tandem of the Titans there. Yeah, Derrick Henry just running people over. We've got a few guys that have the bulldozer trait. That seems like a apt moniker for what he does as well. But yeah, freight train works for Henry for sure. And they kept him around, both him and Tannehill, staying in Tennessee after they were at least had the option of being free agents. I think they kept Henry on the
Luke.
making the
Humphreys
stop
for 6 yards.
Trying a
For
little
those
jet
thinking, by the
sweep
way,
there.
about that Panthers DST, captain at 3.4%, flexed at 15.9. I'm surprised it's not higher. This is a unit that is averaging 7.4 points, 3,600 in the flex, so just 5,400 to captain. Luke Kuechly, the X Factor, the 99. He's everywhere. He's always involved. Can't do anything about that right there, though. So another first here on the way for Tennessee. That's 4 for 22 out of Derrick Henry. But
had him in the backfield.
Finish the thought on the Panthers DST. 25 sacks through 14 sims. 20 takeaways, 4 interceptions, 16 defensive fumble recoveries, and also 3 defensive touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of the best defenses out there just because of Kuechly, that 99 overall rating, and all the turnovers that he forces. We've also seen some good work out of their secondary, although that hasn't really been tested. They had Derrick Henry in the backfield on that last one, but he was able to run over that tackle and then pick up the first down. Just kind of churning down the field, all runs, 5 for 25 now for Henry. Seen a little bit of Dion Lewis. If you're a Titans fan, all in on Tannehill. I don't know that I love that, although he did look good after he took over. But yeah, they gave him a lot of money this offseason.
Yeah, they were one of the teams rumored to be flirting with bringing in Tom Brady, but decided, hey, we love that guy who also used to be in the AFC East and just took us past Tom Brady's team in the playoffs. So let's stick with him. 2-minute warning.
4 years, $118 million for Tannehill.
I really am. I don't know who I said this to, which analyst it was the other day. Maybe it was Wyman, but I truly am. I'm just fascinated to learn over the course of this season, the next year, whatever it is, that as we get a first here for Tennessee, keep moving the ball. Dion Lewis, almost knocked that ball free. I'm very curious on the Ryan Tannehill thing because, again, he wasn't anything special in Miami and all of a sudden blows up the world when he gets to Tennessee. Was it a fluke? You know, like some guys, they just have these great seasons. Was it a fluke, or did he just find the perfect fit in the Tennessee system?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we'll see over the next few years. I'm not totally sold on it yet. I do think, too, some of that Miami stuff, I mean, he was still such a recently converted wide receiver. I think that wasn't a great spot for him. I don't know. I wouldn't have gone as all in on him as they did for sure. But I understand, too, you did have some success with him. He does fit the system. He does hand the ball off to Derrick Henry very well, which I guess is the primary job description there in Tennessee, right? Hand the ball to the big guy standing next to you. Let him run everybody over.
Yeah, you think you can give this ball to that guy?
Cool.
You think we'll pay you. You're in.
Done.
Great. Yeah, Tom doesn't want to do that. Tom wants to throw and all this stupid stuff. No. We just need you to give the ball to this guy.
And he's a hard guy to miss.
Please and thank you.
Very large man. Standing next
First
to you.
And 10 from the 16, a run up the middle.
Dion Lewis again.
Oh, my God. Some of these hits by Luke Kuechly would put you in prison.
Yes. Oh, man. Dealing out the punishment. Dion Lewis has taken at least 3 of them now and somehow has still held on to the ball. Just vicious hits. But it's been a good drive, I guess, if you're not Dion Lewis taking hits from Luke Kuechly. It's been a good drive for the Titans. Tannehill.
Not Luke, but he is sacked.
Yeah, there's
Play
another
says
sack.
Luke, the force. The force, Luke. Yeah, the force of Luke is high.
Yes, it is. His
Force is
force rating
strong
is
in that
very
one.
high. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
It says, can we hold a moment of silence for Dion at halftime?
That was 3 brutal tackles like that. Yeah, Derrick Henry's back in the game now. I think just to Dion Lewis might need a
because Dion can't move.
concussion evaluation. I don't know.
3rd and 6.
Again.
Oh, no. Again.
Back-to-back sacks. And a promising drive for Tennessee goes just that quickly.
They'll probably get to 30 sacks by the end of this game for their overall sim total.
They start with 25?
Yeah.
And they got 2 now, so definitely in play.
At least 2. I might be forgetting one. Who knows?
Well, remember, the Titans haven't had the ball very much. They've been 3 and out, and I don't think there was any sacks on that.
Good news, though. You got Ryan Suckup. Kicks away. It is good. Make it 14-3. Ryan Suckup, a good play. Yeah, check out his ownership. He's averaging 8 points a sim. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous for a kicker.
Yep, and the home team is on the board. There will be no shutout for the Panthers DST. Sorry, all you who are hoping that the Panthers DST would pull off the rare 10-point shutout. No. But I'll tell you what, they definitely dealt out the punishment on that drive between the Kuechly hits and then the back-to-back sacks. The Titans can't feel very comfortable after that drive, and then only to come away with 3 points. That's a lot of pain for only 3 points. Dion Lewis taking most of it.
About 2,000 of you watching with us on the YouTube stream. Great to have you as part of the Chat Kings conference room. All the VIPs hanging out in the chat. Closing in on 800 likes, folks. Hit that like button. Move. Smash the thing. Hit the subscribe button while you're there as well.
Let's go, folks. Big return, almost to the 40. 34-yard return there. Nice
we always tell you, too, as we wait for Carolina to get control of the ball here, make sure you frequent the DK playbook, as I do every single day. I know Zach does because he writes for it, but he's also there just helping out. Search Madden Stream Info page on Google. This will really help you. Go to Google, search Madden Stream Info page. The top result will be a page that takes you to the DK playbook and lists all the upcoming sims that we have scheduled, which we do over the course of the next few days. Includes articles to the Madden ratings pages, abilities, depth charts, rosters, top player speeds, anything you could possibly want to know that we have at our disposal for calling these games. You can find it there. It's not just, you know, hey, whatever, there's a game. You can get all the inside information, and you can get previews, who's a good play, who's a good value play, a good top tier play, individual showdown outlooks. Zach writes a lot of this stuff. You want to make sure that you frequent the DK playbook for tons of great information.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff over there, both for Classic, whether you're playing the 3K all day or the 2K late slate, whatever you jump on there, as well as some of the single game stuff. Also coverage for all the other DraftKings contests we've got going on as Cam takes the sack.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that.
Cam on Cam.
I know a lot of you, you know, you're not strictly Madden sim players. You play other DK contests as well, and you have plenty of write-ups as it relates to all of those and other sports that are available to you currently.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there to check out. And yeah, all the Madden stuff, all the data that we use to put together our previews and kind of the matchups that we highlight, you can dig through all that over there. All right, let's see, Titans.
Luke Kuechly, that like button. Just don't break anything in the process. Cam Newton sacked again. Brown this time. That's up over 20 sacks overall for the Titans defense.
Back-to-back sacks for each defense on the last possession. Will the Panthers just let this wind out, or are they going to actually go for a play here on 3rd and 29? I think you just
I'm going to say
cut your losses.
We're getting to halftime at this point.
Fair enough.
14-3, Carolina on top of Tennessee. We'll give you some stats as well coming up momentarily here. But with Professor Z, Zach Thompson,
what's up
with you. And well, I don't know. This is not necessarily the first half I expected. I'm glad CMC got the touchdown. I would have thought a little bit more out of that Tennessee offense.
Yeah, I mean, the Tennessee offense was awful early on. They did have a nice drive there in their last drive of the half, marched down the field, got some nice runs from Derrick Henry, and some great plays from Dion Lewis, holding on to the ball when Luke Kuechly was flying at him. But they did have to settle for the field goal after a couple sacks down in the red zone. Cam Newton, 151 yards and 1 touchdown to DJ Moore. So I guess technically he's on track for a 300-yard game, which would definitely get him that first 20 fantasy point performance. But we're a long way from that. A lot of football left to go. The only real receiver trending towards a bonus is DJ Moore, who has the touchdown. 3 catches, 69 yards for him. That long bomb pulled in right around midfield and then caught the short touchdown pass as well.
What do you think in the second half? What's reasonable to expect? Olsen's at 40 yards. We don't have any big receivers at this point. We've, a couple obviously a little bit better than that. DJ Moore has gone off for 1 big catch, so he's at 69. That's the high guy at the moment on the ground. McCaffrey, 29. You ran through some of this stuff, obviously. What do you expect in the second half?
Well, I hope the Titans are able to actually build on their last drive there. And hey, picking up first downs is fun. Let's keep that going, guys. Let's get some more points here for anybody who had any Titans. AJ Brown, who had very high ownership, is very low production so far. 1 catch for 5 yards. And I haven't seen, and I don't think there's a Corey Davis at all sighting. So we talked about him in the open, and he hasn't really done much either. I don't even think he has a catch. So I'd like to see the Titans get going. I do like the aggressiveness on the part of the Panthers, although they did take back-to-back sacks there on that last possession. Hopefully they don't get too conservative. And, hey, just for you, Koff, let's get some more CMC out. Let's see some more. Let's get him stretched to the outside. Second touchdown, maybe a long one, hit the bonus. I mean, he's not anywhere near the bonus, but with CMC, it's hard to say he's not near the bonus because if there's whatever, he's got 29 yards. So if he's got 70 yards between him and the end zone, he's close enough to the bonus, right? Because he can take any touch all the way.
Bonzo says, Koff with the best baseless hunch since Lou Brown brought in Wild Thing Vaughn to pitch to Hayward.
It is strange. I see down there in the comments there. Yeah, it is strange they don't throw to CMC. He is such a good receiving back. Same thing with Alvin Kamara for the Saints. They're both very good at catching the ball and very good making things happen after the catch. But they don't get used very much in the passing game, although Kamara has had a couple good games lately. It's just the play calling. And we're not calling plays. We're just watching the game with all viewers.
14-3. Carolina with the lead. Seconds gone by here. Second half. 2nd and 7 now for Carolina. Again, McCaffrey, rating DK MVP. Got a trophy and everything from us as this ball caught for a first. Newton up to 166. Yeah, nice work staying in right there. Even looked like Chris Hogan on the sideline doing a little bit of clapping for his teammate.
Hey, there you go.
Samuel.
3 catches, 40 yards for him. Making that catch. Yeah, I think that is right in front of Chris Hogan.
Who says you won't see Chris Hogan?
There he is. Did he get that second foot down? He sure did. There it is. Good work out of our virtual cameraman there. Get that close up and feed him down.
It's nice for these guys to travel and go to every single game as well. Not unlike us, but they are always there. Scores are updated through the half, folks. Go ahead, refresh your all-day classic, your showdown lineups as well. Nice. Oh, no, I thought he had it. Dropped it.
He did. He had it momentarily, but wasn't able to hold on. It was a very nice play call. Had pressure, but was able to unload it to the side there. Could have been a big play if he held on, but broken up.
We got a 3-way tie atop the leaderboard in showdown, 69.59. DJ Moore in the captain spot. Over in the all day, it's an 8-point lead for Bostic Jason at 149.14. And in this game has Christian McCaffrey and the Panthers DST. So each of those pretty good performers so far.
So far, yeah. McCaffrey dropped in the hole there after a short gain. Just 3rd and 9. But yeah, the Panthers D has stepped up so far. Hoping they can stay on the sideline for a little bit longer here as Carolina keeps this drive alive.
Cam fumble, ball's out. Recovered by McCaffrey. He's got it, and he's hauled down, but lucky to not lose the ball there, Carolina.
Yeah, for sure. Very fortunate. Might have had a tuck rule situation there if it had been recovered by the defense, since it looked like he was trying to throw it when he got hit, and doesn't matter. The Carolina kept the ball, didn't get the first down. We'll see a punt from them.
I tell you, man, Cam Newton averaging just 12.9 points per sim, $10,000 in the flex still, because I guess you can't put him lower than that, but he has not been good. Has not hit 19 points in any of his first 14 sims. Probably won't today either. Does have a touchdown, but he is just
he's thrown
consistently
for
been not impressive.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. He did. I mean, at halftime we said he was on track for 300 yards, 150 yards, but that was pretty much all that one huge heave to DJ Moore, which was impressive.
Mm-hmm. It was more impressive out of Moore, really, but it was
true.
Impressive.
I mean, he threw it from his own end zone to well past the 50-yard line.
That's true. It was a huck.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
More from that. The accuracy, like just let him run underneath it, I guess. But it wasn't a precision pass, but definitely got some throw power behind that one.
1st and 10 Titans. Tannehill stepping into one. Is that complete inbounds? I don't think so.
I do not believe so. I think
2nd and 10.
Out of bounds. It looked like he caught it, but couldn't get the feet down. So that brings up 2nd and 10. That's his first incomplete pass of the game. Just hasn't thrown very many because it's been mostly Henry and Lewis.
6 out of 7 for Tannehill. Mostly, obviously, in the first half. There's a run to the outside.
Deion Lewis.
For first. Yeah, even got around Geekly.
Yeah.
Deion Lewis lives, folks. It's a good thing we didn't hold that moment of silence.
He is okay. Picking up first downs. Firing up virtual Mike Vrabel.
Pushing toward 800 likes. Smash the like button. Hit the subscribe button while you're there. We've picked up about 6,000 new subscribers over the last 6-7 weeks since we started doing these sims, and we are very grateful to all of you. And look, you're doing yourself a favor too. You want to be notified whenever DK is doing cool stuff. Get those push notifications on your phone. Hey, DraftKings is doing 12 hours of Madden. Click here. You don't have to rely on yourself to remember. You get the alert.
There you go. Don't miss a game.
Don't miss a game. Don't miss a sim.
That's right.
2nd and 9.
Part of hashtag Team Always Here, which is
that's right.
Always very strongly represented in our chat.
And hashtag DKSimFam.
Yep, exactly. Spreading them out a little bit here with Deion Lewis in the backfield, but it's just a different look for another run.
It does impress me. I don't, when we started doing these, I don't know what I expected in terms of number of people playing contests. But the fact that, for these 8 o'clock games every night, you'll have 150,000 entries. For any other contest, you'll have north of 30,000.
Over 30,
and I know they're free rolls, but it is still just, those are unique. It's single entry. It's incredible. Right. You guys are hungry for sports, and we're thrilled to be here with you.
You can make 12 lineups a day. Hey, there's Corey Davis, first catch of the day. And a lot of people do make 12 lineups a day. 1 for each game, 5 for the evening primetime matchup, which you're on tonight between the Patriots and Falcons. And then the late game classic is a single entry, as well as the all-day classic, which is where you build with the quarterback, running back, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a tight end, a flex, and a DST.
Somebody asked me once, how about a 24-hour stream? Not every day, but, like one special occasion of just doing, however many Madden sims that would be over the course of that day. Like,
oh, man.
I think you'd get a hard pass out of the production team. How about team #team some sleep?
Yeah, right. They'd put us on camera and we'd just be asleep.
Now, people think I look asleep half the time anyway.
Well, thank you.
It's because I feel it, folks. 14-3, Carolina leads Tennessee.
A little bit of a sleepy offense.
Titans trying to get a little bit back here.
Just run. Run. Yeah, keep throwing. I'm with you, Kyle. Down in the comments saying, keep throwing. Well, they're not. Lots of Derrick Henry, a little bit of Deion Lewis. Pretty much where we are right now. 3 minutes left in the third. Titans got to get a little bit aggressive here. You would think, but
11 from the 44. Turtles 1 says 30K likes. We get a 24-hour stream. Honest question: as Tannehill unloads,
First
that's
down.
first. Is that even what the people want? I mean, don't you guys want a break for for half your day? Take those 12 hours 12 hours that you've got, whether to sleep or do whatever it is that you're doing.
I don't think anybody. I mean, maybe there would be, but who would watch all 24 hours? It would just be they want to see if we can do it, right? Like if we can call 24 hours straight of games.
You'd have to have really, some of us kind of bounce around right now in terms of like we said earlier. I'm doing 12-2. I'll be back at 8. In the case of today, you'd have to have really structured shifts for a 24-hour stream, just to allow that built-in eating and sleeping time.
Yeah, you don't want us calling these games without food and rest.
Maybe they would. Just some hangry commentators.
Yeah, it's true.
It'd be funny. I'm a night owl anyway. Give me the middle of the night games.
You want the middle of the night games? I'll join you. I'm all right. I'll get up.
Just for, I mean, if we're not, no one is presenting this, by the way.
We're
talking
in a
hypothetical. Just Zach and I want to make that abundantly clear. But yeah, I mean, if we were talking about a one-time thing, I'd take middle of the night games. I'd be all right with that. Because remember, it'd be middle of the night for us, but it wouldn't be for everybody. We're international, baby. We're all over the world.
That's right. 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's right.
3rd and 6. Let's see if the Titans can pick up another third down. They've gone to Corey Davis a couple times on this drive on third down to keep it alive. See if they go back there. This would be a long suck-up field goal if they don't pick it up. So let's see what. Again, it was run on the first 2. Try and throw.
3rd and 6. Tannehill. That's complete. There's your first down.
He's 10 of 11 for 77.
A.J. Brown, 29 points his last sim, by the way, at the New York Giants. He had a touchdown and 126. He went off. He's averaging about 14 a sim.
Yep, he's only at 3.9 right now, 2 catches for 19 yards. But again, it's just been so much running, all running for the Titans. Not much for any of the receivers or for Tannehill. Motion here. Everybody's setting up to this lower side of the screen. 3 receivers. Tannehill looking that way, which is good because there's nobody on the other side. First down.
Inside the 5 to Humphreys, not to be confused with Curtis Samuel.
That's right.
Remember the Titans, guys. Remember the Titans. Humphreys captain about 5%.
Attitude reflect leadership. Captain. So many good quotes from that movie.
I have not. So I've been watching, I think we've talked about this. I've been watching a lot of sports movies since the quarantine began in the absence of live sports. Have not thrown that one on yet. I've seen it before, obviously, but then it's not been part of the quarantine viewing.
There's a lot of really strong one-liners in that. I don't think I'd put it super high on the list of overall sports movie rankings, which I'm sure I would defer to you on that anyway, because you're probably much more well-versed, especially if you've been watching them.
It's up there. It's definitely up there. Yeah.
I mean, it's got some of the best one-line, like, I can't make that pitch, coach. I can't make that pitch.
It's just a great story. It's and as we know, it's a real story or based on a real story, but it's it's a really, in terms of a movie, it's a really well-told story. I think as we hit the quarter break here, it would be, maybe at some point in time, I'll make my sports movie
you should do it,
rankings, and they'd be my personal ones. It'd be hard to speak on behalf of the masses, but it would be up there.
Well, and there's so many nostalgic, right? Like Field of Dreams is one that I've watched so is that,
Field of Dreams is my favorite movie of all time.
Really?
But okay. But there are, I could understand the people who say they don't love it. That's just, that's one for me that it does. It goes back. It's nostalgic. It goes way back to when I was a kid. I love the, sort of the poetry of it. James Earl Jones is incredible in it. Awesome. Storytelling. Yeah. Kevin Costner is just perfect in baseball movies, whether it's that one for Love of the Game, Bull Durham, anything else. He's nothing special. Definitely nothing special in other sports. Like Tin Cup sucked. Draft Day is like, he was fine. It's an enjoyable movie if you accept it for what it is, but it's not a good movie. He's great in baseball movies.
He is. And I would also put it very high because of the nostalgia factor. But then if you rewatch it, sometimes you're like, oh yeah, this is What? This is weird. Like, what? There's
Yeah.
people walking where? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Although it does,
What?
I feel like it stands the test of time. It holds up. A lot of
That
people
one,
make
yeah.
fun of it too, the kind of the cheekiness of it. But there are some, I mean, the like, hey dad, want to have a catch at the end? Like, I mean, that makes me emotional every single time. Every time. Every time.
Every time. Yep. I hear you. It's definitely up there. So would that be your number one overall ranking? I mean, I know, unscientific, totally personal.
Yeah, for me it is because I just love that movie. But
right.
It also depends on you can classify these things so many different ways.
It's true.
I think it's a great movie. But I don't even know that I view it, even though it is obviously a sports movie, I don't know that I view it as a sports movie because there's so little sports action in the movie
there's
compared to.
There's not a team. There's not.
It's not Major League. You know what I mean? We got a touchdown. Touchdown Titans. Wasn't sure for half a second there, but picked up in the end zone and complete for a touchdown. Out of none other than Anthony Ferkster.
There he is.
Is he owned? I don't even want to know the ownership. What, is he owned? Just
does anybody have
Ferkser? Does anyone have Ferkser?
Let us know.
Shout out if you have Ferkser in your lineup.
So Ferkser was 1K. I can tell you that. I can tell you that he has had 2 catches in these Sims, one for 4 yards and one for 9 yards. And that's not like this game. That's ever. As they convert the 2-point conversion. A.J. Brown.
Wow.
Dancing on that one. And all of a sudden, we got a 3-point game.
Yeah. So Ferkser is flexed at 0.21% of your lineups.
Those tight end threes, every once in a while, they go to those big sets down by the goal line. We had a Jaden Smith touchdown, or Dawkins guys. Not Jaden Smith. It's something. He scored, and we were all like, what? And then there he was. Tight end threes.
Artie says, Ferkser, my boy from preschool.
Hey, congratulations to you and Anthony Ferkser.
Yeah, I mean, some of you guys are saying that you had Ferkser, and it can't be many of you, obviously. We went over the ownership, but some of you do say you've got Ferkser, and then I think more of you, like Jizzo Barb, saying, who the hell is that?
Yeah, he's the tight end from Harvard. I think he actually didn't he catch a touchdown against the Patriots? Isn't he the guy who scored against the Patriots? I think.
He might. I don't remember. I truly don't remember.
You blocked it totally from your memory.
I've erased that game from my mind. Gone. Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations. I see it in my sleep.
He did. Yeah, he did. Ferkser scored. Confirmed in our internal chat by Brian Berard. 6-game classic Ferkser is owned at 0.01%.
So somebody did have it.
Yep. At least somebody. Whatever 0.01% is out of, 33,000.
I'm going to let the ops team do the math, but not me on that one. But it would not be very many, I wouldn't think.
Now you guys are just shouting out your favorite sports movies, which I feel like is something we've done in the chat before, which is also fine. I don't have a problem with it. But I believe it or not, we got a game here. I'm not going to let this turn into a movie conversation. 14-11, Carolina leading and increase that advantage. Yeah, DJ Moore closing in on the bonus. He's got 86 yards votes.
Yeah, one good catch away from the bonus. Huge play is where most of his yards came from, but then he also does have the touchdown. So it looks like DJ Moore. Sorry,
Ron writes, faded Ferkser for McCaffrey. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, we're talking same exact salary, Ron. Same thing.
Yeah, I had McCaffrey, and then I went to Ferkser instead.
Yeah, I couldn't afford him.
Yep. McCaffrey knocking people out of the way, but too much traffic. See, that's why you don't run him to the middle.
12 for 42 out of Chris, but he does have the touchdown.
He broke a couple tackles on that one, but the problem was there's just so many people. It's so crowded, which is why they've had success with him when they spread it out a little bit more. Not what they're doing here. Just 2 receivers to the top. They will give it to him, and that didn't work. loss of a few. Carolina very conservative, which is not really all that surprising since they do have the 3-point lead, and that's kind of the way Carolina rolls. They play very conservative and rely on that defense, which had been really good until the last drive.
Jeff says that TD by Ferkser put me in the money.
Nice. Congratulations if you were in on Ferkser.
Yeah, if you're a hashtag Ferkser fan. 3rd and 10. Faked handoff to McCaffrey. Instead, hitting completion out of can.
With Delaney Walker a free agent and not expected to return, I wonder if we'll see more Ferkser in the Titans offense this season. They really didn't add a tight end at all, so.
Ferkser, this will not surprise anyone, not captained at all.
Oh, man.
0.2% in the showdown in the flex.
Graham Gano, 99
Ferkser
kick power.
How about this? Ferkser is in the second place lineup in the showdown right now.
Congratulations. Graham Gano's 99 kick power, not enough on that one. That was not even really that close. We saw at the end of our last game a very narrow miss. This one not even getting to the back of the end zone in the air. Landed on about the end. Yeah, virtual Ron Rivera should be frustrated. You just gave him great field position. What was that? Hate this, the long field goal tries that then give the other team really good field position. They come back to bite everybody. Yesterday,
yeah, I don't know why you bother
Bengals
with
did
something that distance.
Well, the Bengals did that. It was a tie game, and they went for like a 50-plus yard field goal. Gave the ball to the Broncos right at midfield. Broncos went down and scored, won the game. So, are we going to get a replay right here? We will see. 2,000
of you watching with us here on the YouTube stream. Thanks for being with us. We got a completion there, almost to the gain. Tannehill up to 118. Hasn't had to do a whole lot, but did enough right there. Guy you mentioned, Delaney Walker.
Yeah. There he is. No longer with the Titans after a few injuries have limited him. Jonnu Smith is supposed to be their tight end 1, but Ferkser will probably be their second on the depth chart coming into the season.
Bonzo
and
says
the Titans
got no good.
Yeah, it was pretty ugly. The Titans open as the late game, I think it is, on the Week 1 Monday Night Football doubleheader. They face the Broncos, and that should be an interesting opener.
Another completion out of Tannehill inside the 20, out to the 13, as a matter of fact.
14 for 15. Corey Davis, who didn't have a catch in the first half, is now up over 50 yards in the second half. Up to right around his average of about 9 fantasy points a game. Hasn't really had a monster game, but decent contributions from him in that wide receiver 2 spot.
Let's see here.
So what do they got? 3 to the top of the screen, 3 wides. Deion Lewis in the backfield. Next to Tannehill. Pumps.
Let's go, Ryan.
Oh,
that's complete. Picked up 7.
Right there. That's
2nd and 4. Humphreys 4 for 42. Who do you guys need in the end zone? Shout it out in the chat.
A lot of these Titans, if they catch a touchdown, would end up with a decent scoring line. They've picked up a few catches each. Humphreys and Davis and even A.J. Brown with the 2-point conversion as well. A few catches, decent yardage. If they get a touchdown, it'll be a pretty decent day for them. As they spread it out a little bit here, empty backfield for Ryan Tannehill.
2nd and 4, Tannehill from the 6, end zone, touchdown, Titans, A.J. Brown.
Yeah. Titans going to steal this game, possibly, after kind of sleepy most of the day. But again, long field goal doesn't even come close. You give them great field position, they march right down and take the lead. A.J. Brown. They're wide receiver 1.
A.J. Brown, folks, captain at 20% of lineups, flexed at 68%. First receiving touchdown of the day for him.
That touchdown will definitely shake up the leaderboards. So many people have him in the captain spot and just added 9 points to their score since you get time and a half. Actually, even more than that, since it was a catch as well. You get the points for the reception, the points for the yards, 9 points for the touchdown. Good stuff if you've got A.J. Brown in your captain spot.
18-14. Half a quarter to go.
All right. Maybe that means the Panthers
are dirty there
for Cam. Yeah, those back-to-back sacks, I think, did most of that damage.
Len says you two worked well together, like Summerall and Madden.
That is lofty comparison there.
Just goes to show people really miss the live sports. We're starting to sound good.
Legendary, yeah.
No, we appreciate it. I'm just kidding.
We do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those guys, man. I remember playing Madden with those guys as the announcers.
Right?
Yeah. Back when they didn't have enough memory to give them quite enough things to say, so it got really repetitive, some of the commentary. Eventually, usually end up turning it off because you could say what they were going to say before they say it. And back in the day when it came on a CD-ROM disc, kids.
So, oh my, get this.
All right.
In the showdown, so we were wrong. We were wrong about this. It's just the decimal point doesn't go over far enough. The first place lineup right now has Anthony Ferkser in the captain spot.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Was this Ferkser's family that made this lineup?
Might have been Ferkser himself.
10.5 points in the captain spot for Anthony Ferkser. With his one reception and one. How many games has he even officially appeared
That's his
in?
third
second,
catch.
his third?
Third. Yep. Third.
But one catch per game?
One catch per game, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So this is his third catch. He's got one catch in each of 3 games. This is the first time he scored a touchdown.
That is incredible. Double digits in every position in the showdown contest. None in the 20s, though. Ferkser in the captain spot, A.J. Brown, Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Cam Newton, and Ryan Tannehill. That is the lineup right now.
I don't think we have anybody at 20. I mean, it's been pretty low scoring overall.
DJ Moore would be the closest, I think, and he's at 15.9.
Yeah. McCaffrey's probably not too far behind that. Did you say he was in that lineup as well?
Yeah, he's in that lineup, but he's not there. He's at 10.7. You got A.J. Brown, 12.9. Yeah, I think that DJ Moore is the closest. Okay. Tannehill's at 13.8. Again, all these scores are unofficial because everything's manually done, so everything is still being, tabulated. But where we stand as the lineup exists right now, how about that?
Which, take a picture if that's your lineup, because that's pretty cool. If you've got Ferkser in your captain spot and then all the rest of these double-digit performers Cam going down.
Honestly, Chev's Camaro is that leader, and I say I don't root for people. I'm rooting for you. I want to see the person with Anthony Ferkser in the captain spot win this contest.
Well, Titans defense picking up points, but other than that, not much going on for the Panthers.
Not as dominant performance out of the Panthers DST as I might have expected.
No, they haven't forced one turnover yet. And normally they do that. And they've also given up the 2 long scoring drives. So Panthers have to punt.
We have had a couple we've had a couple Sanka you dead moments out of Luke Kuechly. But other than that.
Are you dead, man?
Yeah, I'm on.
That was Deion Lewis earlier. But he is alive. Look at that, 16 of 17, 151, 2 touchdowns. He has been the exact game manager kind of quarterback that he will – I mean, that's the best case if you've got Tannehill as the Titans that paid him a lot of money. That's what you want him to do, hand the ball off a lot and do just enough.
Got it. Mike 5-4. Here we go. 54.
So 14 points for the Panthers, down by 4. Titans have the ball, 2:40 to go here in the 4th. Clock's moving, 2-minute warning is coming. Timeouts all available both sides. With Professor Z, you got Kaufman with you for the second of 3 on the day for me. Zach wrapping up after this one and on to whatever the rest of his Sunday has in store. And, of course, 4 more games for all of you in Madden Simland.
yeah, headed over to the playbook. Gonna hit some DK Live recap for this one and some other stuff, and then yeah, it'll be a full day. Getting ready for another great week of coverage over there in the playbook. 2-minute warning. First down for the Titans there. Delaney Walker picking up the first.
How often are you updating that standings document, by the way, that you're compiling there? Are you doing it after every game, the end of every day? What's the frequency?
So on the bottom, I'm writing when it's updated through. Normally, I do it a couple times a day. If I'm on the game and Luke trying to force a fumble there, they need a turnover or at least to stop here and get the ball back. If I'm on the game, like I already put the Steelers-Redskins game in there. So I'll update it right away. Then usually I'll hit it first thing in the morning with the results from the night before. Try to spend a little time with the family in the evening sometime.
Yeah, whenever you can.
The other family, not this.
Yeah, mine's all outside. I'm getting out of yard work right now.
Hey,
can't beat it.
Up, and there's the flag, which happens when you go for the strip. And they were trying to force that turnover that we said they needed, and Trey Boston instead gets a piece of the face mask and gives up a first down. That is a huge penalty. Probably just about doesn't. They had him stopped, too. Yeah, Trey Boston, it is your bad. It's on you. I don't know, the Panthers.
By AK-47 and the professor. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. Go ahead, Panthers.
I'm still so mixed on this team. They should be so much better than they are. They got the 299 players, and there's another face mask going for the strip. That time it just about took the guy's head off, but another 15 yards.
Rip his head off!
That looked violent. Out of K1 short there. The running backs on the Titans have taken a beating, but they're going to end up with the win. Derrick Henry, head on, you can confirm after that last animation.
Brian, in our chat, DJ Khaled, another one.
Another one. Yep.
That's good. First and 10 from the 29.
Again, that's happening because they're going for the turnover, right? They're going for the strip to try and make that game-changing play. Instead, Derrick Henry picks up a few more. They use a timeout. One left now for Carolina. As we wind this one down. Has not been nearly as dynamic as our first game, I would say.
Winter Bulls putting something in the chat. Is that a Rookie of the Year reference, Winter Bulls? He just wrote, "Ooh, Henry." I don't know if he means Henry Rowan Gardner or if this is something completely unrelated, but we were talking about sports movies before, so that's where my head. Timeout.
Derrick Henry running people over for another first down. See, this is when Henry is good, and we've seen him be bad and not do anything at all. But when he's good, even for the Titans, he's been very useful to them in this game, but he hasn't put up a lot of fantasy points because he's not getting a ton of yards. He doesn't have a touchdown, but he's been useful on this drive, killing all this clock, running people over, picking up a first down there. Now they're all the way down to the 15, but I wouldn't expect. What are they doing? They're throwing the football. Why? What? Okay.
Huh?
I guess it makes it more interesting, so we want more of it, but not really sure of the reasoning there. Throwing the screen, even a screen pass. I mean, that Trey Boston gets there a little bit quicker. He catches that, and he's running the other way. I do not endorse that play call, especially when you've got the freight train standing there on the sidelines, not even in the game. Give it to the freight train. He's
think.
And now they're not going to do anything, which, okay, I guess that was like their last gasp or whatever. They're just going to kneel. Maybe they heard me. Maybe they learned. Kneel it down. One more of those, and this one will be over.
Yeah, down to 40 seconds. Clock's moving. No timeouts available for Carolina. Tennessee has all of its, but not going to use them for any reason. So we're on our way to another Titans win, Zach. You can go ahead, update that Excel spreadsheet.
All right. Pulling that up.
Titans going to improve to 7-8, while the Panthers are going to drop to 8-7. Any given sim day, folks.
Yep.
You just never know.
Titans have had a few good wins lately. They looked pretty impressive against the Giants. Then this win, virtual Ron Rivera not happy, but virtual Mike Vrabel with the win today.
I'm fascinated to see if the Ferkser in the captain spot ends up hanging on to the win.
On.
Yeah. So a few questions before we do get out of here. How do you evaluate the baseless hunch play of the day in picking Christian McCaffrey? Strong start and then vanished for pretty much the rest of the. So he went for, 10, 11 points, something like that.
Right.
Obviously not worth what you had to pay for him.
No, and I mean that's the trickiest thing with McCaffrey. He's just so expensive.
Yep.
He's got that home run potential, but again, we just don't see enough of him on the edge where he can make people miss. Ended up 13 for 40 with a touchdown on the ground, and then I think he had a catch as well. But not a lot going on there. Nobody hit the 100-yard bonus as a receiver.
More 86. That's about as close as they can.
86 is the high mark there. Tannehill was effective, not huge numbers, but 2 touchdowns and barely an incompletion. I think I would give Ryan Tannehill player of the game over Anthony Ferkser
guy, huh?
by that much.
Poor
Sorry.
Ferkser.
I know. But no,
our guys internally take an issue with this decision.
I know.
Not Ferkser?
I'm gonna take it. I will take the heat and go with Tannehill on this one.
Big moment.
I know it was a huge moment. But he was
living the moment there, Thompson.
He impacted one play, while Tannehill was good throughout, very efficient.
Yeah,
very high percentage of completion. So that's where I'm going to go. He did throw both touchdowns as well as the 2-point conversion to A.J. Brown, Brown had a touchdown and the 2-point conversion and good numbers too. So I think if you had Brown in your lineup, you're probably pretty happy. Other than that, though, not a lot of production out of this one. Neither defense with a lot of big plays. There were a few sacks, but no turnovers. So while we talked about the Panthers as a DST to target in classic lineups because they do make plays, we didn't really see that from them at all today. And then the big rally at the end from the Titans.
So the next game that we've got coming our way here, Zach and I will be stepping away, but you've got Brendan Glasheen and Geoff Ulrich for Jets-Packers. It begins in just about 45 minutes. What are your early thoughts on that one? Those guys will be along at 10 up to provide you full preview, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I wrote this one up for the playbook, so you can go check that out in the 30 minutes between now and when they come on. But as far as for the single game showdown, I'm definitely looking at the Packers. I'm looking at Rodgers, Adams, and Geronimo Allison as my favorite plays. The Packers defense has also been pretty underrated. They've been really good. Remember, the Packers, for whatever reason, and there isn't a reason, but they played a bunch of weather games in a row. They played a bunch of snow games. They played a rain game in LA. And so their offensive numbers are a little bit lower over the last few games, but that's because of all that rain and snow. In the games where they've had good weather, they've been really, really good. They looked great against the Colts in their first not weather game. And I think that they're really going to put it on the Jets, even though the Jets defense is pretty good. I think you're going to see the Packers put up a bunch of points. And Rodgers and Adams have been so locked in. I'd probably be looking at one of those two guys for my captain spot.
Okay, something to think about here going forward for all you guys. Again, you'll have Glash and Ulrich Moose along with you at 10 of. So in just about 35 minutes to give you a full preview of what to expect in that showdown contest. At 6 Eastern, Glash and Garion Thorne, Bills and Dolphins. I'll be back for the 8 o'clock 5 max entry showdown with Garion. He will stick around with me. And then Glash back for Madden After Dark, Jaguars and Texans with an analyst to be determined later, maybe even a newbie. So stay tuned for that. Might have something special coming your way from Madden After Dark. But yeah, I will have you again for Falcons Patriots in a little under 5 hours. No, but you guys aren't going anywhere. You're going to stick around throughout this entire 11 and a half, 12-hour day with a whole lot of good fun sim stuff coming at you again.
For
Glash,
sure.
Jeff, Jets, Packers, 4:00. On behalf of everybody, but look at Glash. He's already excited for this game. He's in the chat thinking about C. Wrights. It's a Ficken 4 p.m. yet. Just thinking himself about Sam Ficken.
Hey, Sam Ficken actually revenge
he could
game.
do it.
Wait. Revenge game narrative. Ficken was with the Packers for a hot minute last offseason, signed in April, released in August, never kicked for him. He's going to bring it back.
I like it. See? Well, Glash is listening, though, so he'll make it part of the story.
All right, there you go. Make it part of the story.
In a little while. Yeah, so we got that going on for us. Thanks to Tim, to JC earlier, the entire Game Ops team. Thanks to our production team, Tom Regia, Billy Delaney, and Brian Berard. On behalf of Zach Thompson, Zach, thank you very much. I am Adam Kaufman. We will be along with you. I'll be back with you in a few hours, as mentioned. Zach will be back here. I'm just going to tell you because you guys like to tune in for certain commentators. Yeah, Glash or Zach and I tomorrow at noon, first game of the day. So make sure you're right back with us as well. But you got a whole lot more Madden Sims coming at you long before that. Enjoy the rest of your day. Best of luck. Happy sweat.
Oh, well, good afternoon, DK Sim fam. It is a Sim Day afternoon, Sunday, May 17th, 2020, and we are in, where are we again? Wisconsin. Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Simconson.
Simconson, yes.
Get with the Glasheen.
Brendan Glasheen and Geoff Ulrich. Moose Ulrich. Jeff, how are you? It's good to see you.
Doing good. I mean, I went for my moose walk, trolled through a couple swamps and ponds, did what moose do, just strolled around languidly and looked kind of confused. But I've had a good day, right? Except for some Packer sims. I've seriously done so many Packer sims over the past 2 weeks. I think I've been on every Packer game. Be nice to see Aaron Rodgers to have like a kind of go off game, but a lot of their games have kind of been, tighter and more defensive affairs. So we'll see what we get today.
Yeah, and this is the second time you'll get a chance to see the Jets and the Jamal Adams effect because, he is an issue defensively. So with that in mind, what is your confidence level in the Green Bay Packers? Because they were great a couple weeks ago. They rattled off like 40 points as a team, like in 3 straight, and they've kind of dropped off a little bit now.
I think this is a matchup where Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams, and potentially even like some of those other guys like Marcus Valdez-Scantling can take advantage. I mean, they have weaker corners. Yes, Jamal Adams, but Jamal Adams not necessarily going to be guarding like Davante Adams. Obviously, he's more of just a disruptor in the run game over the middle. So I think Davante Adams and Aaron Rodgers can have a big game here. Less inclined to go Sam Darnold, though he's been okay. Like talking points and stuff like that. I mean, he hasn't been like that much worse than Aaron Rodgers. I mean, Aaron Rodgers averaging, he's had 18 DK fantasy points in 5 of his last 7 contests. He's averaging 17, and I mean, it's only a little bit more than Sam Darnold, but I just think the matchup, again, the Packers have multiple good players on defense. Kenny Clark up front, Jari Alexander, really solid. He seems to make a play. He's not quite the disruptor that like Jamal Adams is, but I've seen him make a ton of plays, interceptions, breakups, etc. So it's a tougher matchup for some of the wide receivers on the Jets.
You guys are having a look at the quarterback comparison. Sam Darnold has 3 300-yard games in our Sims, but as Jeff mentioned, not only Rodgers, but also Darnold are coming off games in which they did not score all that many points. Darnold 12.5 against the Washington Redskins. That was Madden After Dark. A couple days ago, when you have a look at what some of these weapons have been up to, Jamison Crowder's got a touchdown in 2 straight games, just kind of looking at streaks and recency bias here. And Demaryius Thomas, while he only has 1 touchdown in our Sims, he has 5 straight with at least 10 points. So are you interested in the depth of the Jets or the depth of the Packers?
I mean, I think if I'm going to go Jets, I'll probably go off the top plays. Like I said, tougher matchup maybe for Robbie Anderson. Jamison Crowder's the slot receiver. He's been really solid. I mean, he's had a couple massive games too, which you like. Averaging only 11.6. That's pretty solid. I mean, 11.6. I shouldn't say only, but he's had 2 games over 33 points. He kind of started these Sims slow, but he's been coming on a lot more consistent. 5 receptions in 2 of his last 4 games. So I like the price you're getting on Crowder. I don't think he'll be super highly owned either because he's not that much more expensive than Robbie Anderson. So give me Crowder on that side. If you keep going down, I mean, Demaryius Thomas is really like the wild card because he's been so weirdly consistent in these games, and he's cheaper than all 3. So I guess I'm fading that Thomas is going to keep this going. I mean, Thomas has only scored 1 touchdown, but he's averaging 11.6 DK fantasy points, which is really interesting because it almost tells you that maybe he's got more upside to give. But I do like Crowder for this matchup. I think that's where I target. Realistically, both those guys are pretty good value. And like I said, I like going with the cheaper Jets plays here than stacking up on the bigger plays from the Packers.
So looking at the tight end position, 3 straight games for Jimmy Graham under 10 points. He costs way more than Ryan Griffin. Justin Williams has a question. Thoughts of Griffin? And Griffin actually had his best DK sim last game against the Redskins. 8 catches, 110 yards. So are you interested in going to Griffin over Jimmy Graham in the showdown?
It's not the worst idea. I mean, Griffin is very much the same as Demaryius Thomas in that, you know, the dude is averaging 10 DK fantasy points, but he's only had 2 touchdowns, and like he's had 5 or more receptions in 3 straight games. He's got quite a few games with 5 receptions just on his entire card, which is really good value for a starting tight end who's only 6,200 in the flex. So, you know, all things considered, yeah, I'd definitely take him over Jimmy Graham. But I think I probably would rather go with Crowder or Demaryius Thomas, just better speed, better Madden abilities. And like I said, as long as, you know, you're getting a dude who's more in the slot like Crowder, then I think you're going to get a better matchup.
Looking at some comments here, Peter Duffy says, Glash, is that an authentic Knight Rider jacket? No, it is not. It was
yeah, we haven't addressed your get up here. I mean, are you going for you know, guy who's
stretch
metrosexual kind of ish vibe? I'm not sure. Was there something you were targeting here with this one, Glash?
I will say there was a thought for about 25 seconds of doing green and yellow face paint because I got a 6-pack of face paint. But I said, nah, I'm good. Because we got one right after this. Aaron Rodgers in the State Farm commercial is wearing a similar jacket. So I try and pull off an Aaron Rodgers leather jacket.
Oh, Kaufman's gonna be really mad that you tried to pull off Aaron Rodgers because he thinks he looks like Aaron Rodgers. So, you know, he'll come and say, "Oh, I didn't say that. The people said that." But I can tell he really likes that comparison. So he's gonna be mad when he hears about this. But I like it. It's a good getup. It's a good getup, Freeman. You look sharp. So looking good, you know, for a Sunday afternoon. Looking like you're just out in the town, ready to, you know, take control, whatever comes your way. So.
Hey, we've got a lot going on here. We're going to, well, you're not coming with me, but I'm going to Miami next. You better be ready for what I've got in store for Miami.
Uh-oh.
And then later on tonight, we're in Houston. We're back in Tejas. So looking forward to it. Sean Preston says, went Anderson captain. Bad move, question mark?
I mean, it's a tougher look. Robbie Anderson is one of those players. He's kind of like T.Y. Hilton in the sense that, you know, he's got good ratings. He's got a fantastic speed, and he can kind of go off anywhere. Like we've seen guys like T.Y. Hilton go off on broken plays, regardless of the matchup. I mean, 94 speed for Robbie Anderson. But like I was saying, I mean, Jari Alexander is no slouch. I mean, dude's got 93 speed himself. He's probably going to be on Robbie Anderson for a lot. So maybe that means Anderson's ownership percentage is down a little bit, though. So it makes him a bit of a better, like, larger GPP play, which is really all we're playing in these big GPPs, obviously, with the free rolls. So, yeah, I don't mind it. It's probably going to be more contrarian than usual because I think Robbie Anderson in a better matchup would just be a super popular target because he's got speed. He's been really good in these sims for the most part. You know, averaging 14.5 points per game. He's got, you know, a few good ceiling games. He's hit the DK bonus a couple times. So I don't think it's ever a bad thing to captain Robbie Anderson in the Jets sim. It's just, you know, be wary of the matchup. Like I said, I just like stacking the Packers more and going with more of the value options. But really, I guess that is one thing about the Packers. They don't have – there's not so many studs on the Packers side of the ball that you necessarily like have to avoid all the high priced Jets. So I think getting Robbie Anderson is good. I think going with him at captain will at the very least differentiate you pretty big time because I don't think he's going to be highly owned in the captain. Probably in the flex he will, but not in the captain.
All right, folks, get those lineups in, get the questions in. 1 minute until lock. Peter says, Glash DK double check Glasheen. There you go. That's what I was going for. Fournette or Freeman? I see Freeman's playing in the 8 o'clock game. Jeff, any thoughts as the late classic will begin after this game? And this game's still, of course, part of the full classic. So to answer the question in the chat, Fournette or Freeman, any thoughts on those later games?
Yeah, I would go with Freeman. It's just a matter of, you know, I'm not really big on Leonard Fournette, to be honest. he's overpriced. If I target the Jags, I like to go with one of their receivers, usually DJ Chark or like the tight end O'Shaughnessy. So
O'Shaughnessy.
Fournette just tends to be, he's out there a lot, but they don't score a ton of touchdowns. It's not the greatest offense. I'd rather go with the pass catchers in that situation. So for me, yeah, give me Freeman.
Okay. Sounds good. It's 4:00. So the
All right.
lineups have locked
Let's go.
for the showdown. Jets, Packers, two teams that did not meet in real life this past year. But take Jeff's advice when it comes to the Packers. I think he has that. And I've done a ton of Packers games too. But just, it feels like the Packers oftentimes show up on the list. Are we doing the Moose call for this game? It's up to you. You're the Moose guy. We are getting questions. Who are our Moose players? Jimmy B is asking.
Well, last game you threw out that we should just do it every time there's a field goal, Tim. Should we stick to that for this game?
It's Ficken and Crosby.
Ficken and Crosby. A Ficken Moose call and a Crosby, I don't know.
All right. That works. Let me go grab my my
Ficken,
Moose equipment.
A Ficken Moose call and Moose and Crosby. So there you go.
All right. There you go. The two kickers. The Moose will scare the kickers. Maybe we'll get a missed chip shot today because the Moose call will scare them.
That's right. We got to ice the kickers with the Moose call. I like that idea, actually.
All right. Let's do it. Here we go, folks. Jets, Packers, third game of the day. Thanks for being here on YouTube, the Game Center, DK Live app. We've been having a blast with these simulations. 6 a day, 7 days a week. Jeff and I are locked in. Looking at the showdown ownership, Rodgers and Adams, the two highest owned. Aaron Rodgers in the flex, 75.3%. How about this? Demaryius Thomas, the highest owned captain at 52%.
Woo, woo, woo. 52% in the captain? Are you serious?
Yep, that's what I'm reading.
I can't be right. I'm gonna pull a weatherman and say I don't believe 52% in the flex, Brendan.
Oh, well, it says captain next to his name. Yeah, that's weird. Sorry, misread the picture. So I'm
Brendan.
wrong. I'm already wrong. We haven't even started the game.
Still not as bad as calling Foster Moreau Francis Moreau, which I did last night. So.
All right, so he's not 52%. It's a misleading information.
He's 14% owned the cap. He's still quite highly owned. Aaron Rodgers, 75%.
52, 14. Oh, what's the difference?
We all love you, Brendan. We don't care. Okay.
It's daytime. No ghosts for Sam Darnold.
Ooh.
But looking for Jamison Crowder, it's broken up.
Ghosts. Only friendly ghosts, right? Like only Casper runs around in the daytime.
Michael says you glashed the stat, Glash. Never again am I reading whatever I just read.
Stats? No more stats for you, pal.
Second and 10. Darnold in the gun. Here's Lev Bell. The bell cow.
11-8er. Yeah, we didn't talk about him pregame, but I mean he's one of those dudes who's just pretty much an every down back. 14.2. He's up there with guys like Todd Gurley, Damian Williams. He's on there. He's not on as an explosive offense, but he's come really close to hitting the rush bonus in each of his last two games. He's only hit it once overall, but he's had a lot of solid yardage games like 75, 70, 90. So could definitely be a good spot for him.
Third and 5. Darnold from the 29. That's broken up. Nice play by Zadarius Smith. Was it Smith or was it? No, it was Jair Alexander. Corner. Nice play. 4th and 6.
Jair Alexander is, like I said, he's not as disruptive as Jamal Adams on the other side, but he has been all over the place these Packers sims. Like he's highly rated. He's typically on one of the better receivers of the other team, and he makes plays. He threw with a couple INTs too. Good corner in real life too.
Oh yeah, 89 overall in Madden. Packers defense, by the way, 12% in the showdown, 2.1% the captain. If you're curious about the records, both teams are 8-6 in our sims. Sim number 15. That means we'd be 2 games away from the sim season being complete in terms of a full 16-game season. That is weird to think.
Are we already that deep into this? Crazy.
Yeah, this is sim number 223.
All right. That's a lot of sims. Yeah, right. We tried to guess the number of sims last night with Coffin. I was like, I did the math wrong, and I guess like 300. So Coffin almost got it. Packers 12% owned in the flex. So something to think about. Definitely a good start for their D. Who dat? Aaron Jones.
Oh, Aaron Jones, under 10 points in 4 straight sims. He is just not doing all that much. 6.4 points a sim. Some numbers for Aaron Rodgers in our simulations. 22 touchdowns to 3 picks. Last sim against Baltimore in the snow on the road. 10.1 DK fantasy points.
Yeah, like I said, last few games for Aaron Rodgers have been kind of meh. I like this matchup, though. Let's have a couple good players on D, but they're not as deep overall.
In the flat, Jimmy Graham, Jamal Adams. He's one of those good players. You got C.J. Mosley as well.
Yeah, C.J. Mosley's the other one who shows up in most of these Jet sims. Second highest rated player on their D.
There is playoff discussion in the chat about the Jets. Think the Jets will make the playoffs next year?
I absolutely do not think they're going to make the playoffs. I would rate the Jets as the worst team in that division for next year. So sorry, Jets fans. That's just my take. I'll happily admit if I'm wrong, but not a huge Darnold fan. Not liking.
Devontae Adams fumbles, and guess who caused it? Jamal Adams. He does it every single game.
Every single game. He's everywhere. Jamal Adams. Legitimately, he might be the sim MVP. And I don't even say that jokingly. I mean, ridiculous. He's always near the play. Always.
The Jets defense has now caused 13 fumbles. And they've recovered 13. They have 13 recovered fumbles.
Legitimately, I bet you each one was caused by Jamal Adams. I'm not even, maybe like at least 11. C.J. Mosley might have been in on 1 or 2, but.
Telling you, man, he does it every single game. Something.
And that was on Devontae Adams, who's, got good numbers himself. Like, he's not someone who you expect to fumble the ball lots. Unbelievable.
97 awareness. Yeah.
Big turnaround. See if Darnold can take advantage.
Play action, uses the middle of the field, complete for a first down to Crowder.
Crowder. Say it, Frenchie.
Crowder. Jamison Crowder, 6.5% captain, 49.2% in the flex. Darnold and the Jets. Darnold and the Jets. Incomplete at the 32.
Yeah, back to the Jets, though, in the playoffs. I mean, I don't like replacing, Anderson with Perryman. They didn't really take anyone I really liked in the draft. I don't know, man. And it just really comes down to their head coach, like Adam Gase. I never liked that hire at all. I never understood going with the.
Griffin!
Are you kidding? And then when he went back to the inside, if he just goes for the pylon, he's in easy. Oh, that was weird, but still a really good play. But that probably should have been a touchdown. Great broken tackle though. Griffon. Okay, what are we doing? You even got a guy blocking for you, and you just. Yes, goodness.
MJ's in the chat. He makes a very good point. Quiet time for me is not until 11 p.m. Eastern. So we have still about 7 hours to scream our faces off.
Yeah. It is possible I'll be back on the call with Brendan tonight, so we'll see. I haven't been decided, but I know we had a weird ending last night.
Darnold completes
Is that
it.
in? Is that Herndon?
Herndon, touchdown.
Yep. I don't know if he's showed up at all on these sims, Chris Herndon.
Oh, Chris Herndon, 3.7 DK points a sim.
Yeah. So tight end 2.
And the Jets take the lead here at Virtual Lambeau.
Bit of a troll touchdown to start, but if you got the Jets D, I mean, you like him to start at the very least.
Right, you've got Darnold too. Darnold was rostered compared to Rodgers, way down. Darnold 42.8% in the flex.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers was 75.
Yeah, Jets D only 6% owned, less than 1% in the captain spot.
So do we do extra points too, or we'll just leave it at field goals? Field goals.
It's up to you, buddy. You're in charge of the moose business. So
I am the moose. You're
the
sitter.
moose. You're my moose handler. So.
Oh boy. Chris Herndon, 3.3% in the flex. Shout out if you've got him.
Yeah, who rostered Chris Herndon? Anybody? Bueller? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? There's got to be someone.
Show yourself.
Yeah, we won't laugh at you.
Barbs, I almost took him.
That doesn't.
DFS. Outlier. Got him in the flex.
There you go.
Strammy 10. Oh, yeah.
The Moose Whisperer.
Oh, my God. The Moose, only the Whisperer after 11 p.m. Eastern. All right, Packers are down 7-0. They'll start from their own 25. Up the middle, Jamal Williams. There's a flag. Basement.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Now, all of a sudden, Packers are at their own 47. Looking at some of their weapons. Geronimo Allison, wide receiver 4, 9.2 points a sim. MVS, 10.2 points a sim. He's the wideout 2. Alan Lazard is the wideout 3, 5.9 points a sim. All of those guys have been kind of down lately. Devontae Adams does have a touchdown in 3 straight games, but he fumbled on the opening drive. Jamal Adams caused it, and then Darnold finds Herndon for the touchdown. The Jets up 7-0. And now they're at midfield. Aaron Jones, a whopping 2 carries for 2 yards.
Yeah, this is kind of how the Packers' offense has gone the last few games. I mean, they've been hit or miss. They can get off quickly, and I mean, they don't throw to Devontae Adams as much as you think they would in these games. It's very much like a Matt LaFleur-led offense where they seem to want to run the ball a lot, but the running is kind of hit or miss. They don't use Jamal Williams more than you think. So there's a decent rush for Aaron Jones. Maybe that'll get things going. But Devontae Adams, I don't want to say he's been disappointing in these sims, but you look at his stats. I mean, for a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL, top 10, he's only averaging 14.6 points per game. He's only hit 100 yards twice, and he's got 9 touchdowns. So he has been like the red zone factor, and I think that's one of his superstar traits. But again, not really what you'd expect from Devontae Adams, especially when you see a lot more of the dominant wide receivers average more than that. So a little bit disappointing. Like I said, the Packers probably don't use him as much as people would think, but still a good spot from today.
Evan Lee asks, any music on in the background? I've got on some Rage Against the Glass Sheen. The dishwasher's going. I don't know if you guys can hear that. About 6 feet. It's keeping distance from me. Aaron Jones spinning for a couple of more. 3rd and 8.
Yeah, Devontae Adams obviously with the early fumble in this game. So if you're wondering why his total is so sucky, that's why. Yeah, That's the story on Davante Adams.
It's funny, he has a superstar trait of double move elite, increased success rate when running double moves against man coverage. And there he is making the grab. Adams trying to cause havoc again, not this time. 14-yard line.
Yeah, well, Adams on Adams violence, isn't it? I mean, who will emerge from this this matchup as the only Adams? There can be only one.
The Adams family. Featuring Jamal and Davante. From the 14, Aaron Rodgers is under center. And Aaron Jones is going backward to join him. Nice stop. Phillips with a stop.
5 for 9 start for Aaron Rodgers.
Barb says, Glash, tell your brother to throw the ball. Come on, Aaron.
Tell your doppelganger, Aaron Rodgers.
DK double check. Let's go. Rodgers in the gun. Adams off to the left. He has the star under his shoes. 2nd and 12. Rodgers. Oh! Hot potato, hot potato.
Deflected, almost a pick. This is a very uninterrupted a very uneven start for Aaron Rodgers. Sorry, I got distracted for 1 second.
Yeah, face mask put him in a good spot. Get ready for the moose call, but we'll see. 3rd and 12, 5 wide. Rodgers.
We got a moose call, Sweat. Oh, I think it's going to be a first down, Brendan. Moose call's gone. Sorry, buddy.
MVS.
Moose call, Sweat. Yeah, MVS making his first appearance. Like I said, I mean, MVS has sort of been, you know, we've had guys like Geronimo Allison show up before. We've had guys like Jimmy Graham show up before. But it's really like MVS has kind of been the more dominant number 2 guy overall. So for the Packers.
Wide open man, Alan Lazard, touchdown.
And we've had Alan Lazard show up at places before. But, you know, these guys that have taken turns. MVS has been the most consistent of the 3, but Lazard has taken turns as well, working as the wide receiver 3.
That is his 5th touchdown of our simulations. He is the wide out 3. I mean, Geronimo Allison is the wide out 4. He is almost tripling the receptions of Lazard, but Lazard has been a touchdown favorite outside of Adams.
Yeah,
right, there we go.
Their production hasn't been that dissimilar, but they've done it in different ways. Lazard definitely more of the red zone target, whereas Allison has just been, you know, racking up the targets overall, but not coming through with many touchdowns.
Ryan says, of course it's Lazard. Got to ruin things. This game is not part of Lake Classic. It's part of the full 6 gamer. Strammy had a comment, by the way, that said something about the X Factor. Aaron Rodgers, the X Factor has to be lit orange for the X Factor to be lit. Stephen S. Flash, do you stay up as late as me coming up with wonderful things to say to our sim family? Well, quiet hours start at 11. So it's all in my brain. It's not that big. Lazard, 8.31% in the showdown.
Get ready,
0.5% cap. 7-7, touchdown to Pop. Still about a minute to go in the first. This has been a long first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a turnover. We've had a couple, decent drives. But all things considered, we got a tie game. We got a little bit of offense. Not a bad start. Jets are keeping it close. Jets definitely with some playmakers coming through. I mean, obviously Griffin making a play, and obviously Jamal Adams again just getting his forced fumbles in early.
All right, Darnold's in the shotgun, 2 wide left. Lev Bell on his hip, and he gives it to him. There's Zadarius with the stop. 2nd and 10, no gain. Thanks for being here, everybody. Game 3 of the day of 6 on this sim day, fun day, whatever you want to call it. More than 1,500 watching on the YouTube stream. Chris Herndon has the touchdown for the Jets. That's a floating ball. Way to go up and get it, sir. Griffin. Ball.
Yeah, coming through.
Jeff, seems like a good idea that you played him over Jimmy Graham.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from a production standpoint, I think Griffin might even been averaging more per points, but it just really, you're saving over like $1,200 with Jimmy Graham. Like I said, Griffin, he's got 3 pretty productive wide receivers as well in this game, but there's no dominant force like Davante Adams who might just steal all the thunder. So definitely like that over Jimmy Graham.
And you're right, Griffin 9.8 points a sim.
Yeah.
And Graham 8.9 points a sim. Griffin 1.8% captain, 25% in the flex. We're in the booth here at Lambeau.
The booth.
It's a nice afternoon. Sam Darnold has a touchdown to the tight end 2, Chris Herndon. And the touchdown for the Packers belongs to Alan Lazard from Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Brendan Glasheen, Geoff Ulrich. Geoff might be back later tonight, but schedule is pending. I'm with Garion Thorne after this. We've got Bills Dolphins in virtual Miami. Garion, a big Dolphins fan, so I'm sure he's looking forward to that one. What about that first quarter? Kind of a off start for Rodgers, Darnold. I think you'll take it if you're the Jets. You're on the road at Green Bay, and you've got a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, a little disappointing they allowed the touchdown there, but I mean, we weren't expecting the Jets D to hold down Aaron Rodgers the whole game. Like I said, even with the Jamal Adams just being everywhere and being a wrecking ball, I mean, Jets really don't have like that great a pass rush. Their corners aren't that great, so Davante Adams was going to get loose at some point, which he has. I mean, he's made 2 big catches. He just had the fumble, right? So this game could easily be like 10-0 Green Bay, even 14-0 or 14-7, but Jamal Adams, a difference maker, and the Jets offense got it done. They got really good field position. They took advantage of it. So good for them. Pretty good game, yeah, so far. I mean, we've had a few stinkers over the last week, Brendan, but this one is, it hasn't been bad. It was a good first quarter.
Thank you very much to our ops team for being here. They are also very important. Emridge, yes, you are correct. The headphones you're talking about are correct. Emerson's hat is now in the chat. Emerson announcing any games today, boys? No, Emerson is off today. He is celebrating 1 week into year 46 of his life. That's not dog years. Anderson with the catch. That's right, Emerson, 46th birthday last Sunday. That was all started by Greg Ehrenberg. He wanted everyone in the chat to go wish Emerson Lancia a happy 46th birthday, and you all did it. It was caught him off guard, that's for sure. Let's see, there was another comment in the chat. Artie asks, Geoff, if I've ever been in Greece. The movie.
Oh, the movie. I was like, that's a weird question. Have you been? Have you done like the play? Did you do the play when you were in high school or something? Or
no.
Were you a drama guy, Brendan? It kind of feels like you might have been.
No. I'm a late bloomer in the drama.
A late bloomer. Okay. Well, there you go.
There's another one that I thought was pretty funny. Glash is growing eyebrows. Be looking nice. Coming back to form there, guy, in all caps. That's another catch. Is that Griffin again?
Griffin. Yes, it is.
Ryan Griffin. Up
Ryan
over 8
Griff.
DK points. Mike Adamson is asking, Geoff, why are you so darn handsome?
Wife asks me every day, man. Every day. I don't have an answer.
Scott is asking if you put product in your hair like me.
Scott.
What hair are you talking about?
Come on, buddy. We don't need to go there. No.
Lev Bell, nothing on first down. They are in Green Bay territory at the 42. You don't want to go there anymore? Okay.
I don't care. Obviously, I don't put anything in my hair. That's the whole reason behind shaving it, and I don't have any anyways. So that's pretty much the long and the short of it. Not much to say. Is that Demaryius Thomas? Yeah, he dropped his ball. So 3rd and 8.
Yeah, it was play action Sam Darnold right there. They're at the 42. David, you don't believe what you're asking. You think a shaved head for me would look good? I'm all set. I really am.
You're all set. Hey, bud. I'll get one of you guys. I'll get one of you guys to join the Geoff Shaved Hair Club one day.
Ooh, nice tight window. Is that to Robbie Anderson?
That's his first catch.
Yep.
Making an appearance. Looks like he had Ken King there on him, so some non-Jari Alexander coverage for Robbie Anderson getting open.
Fine, Jeff. Chronic says real men are bald.
It's true. It is true.
Jets are at the 26 of the Packers. We're tied at 7. Still 5 and change to go in the second quarter. Robbie targeted on the second straight play. He lost the yard. Second and 11.
He's actually got 3, so we must have overlooked one of his earlier catches, but it's actually not a bad start for Robbie Anderson owners. So
Killigowan says Robbie need to wake up. Kirk says Thomas TD, please. Yeah, nothing from Demaryius yet.
Yeah, it looks like Demaryius Thomas might be getting the Jari Alexander coverage right now. So we'll see if that switches, but that is probably a big reason why he's been a little slow. That is Preston
Darnold
Smith.
couldn't get it off. Preston Smith, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Packers have a good front 7. I mean, just from a pass rushing perspective, Darnold with lower awareness, he kind of fits in that Jared Goff, Derek Carr. They're decent quarterbacks. They have decent accuracy stats, but take sacks. It's hanging there a little too long.
All right, 2-way tie at the top of the showdown for a share of 1,000 DK dollars. There remains a solo leader in the full 6-game classic. It is Bow Stick Jason. And he has no one left. Darnold on 3rd and 20 from the 35. Zadarius Smith is coming for you. You gotta get rid of him.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's got him. Caught. Touchdown. Le'Veon Bell.
Oh, Lev Bell. Oh. Wow. This little game breaker got loose. Had a little linebacker coverage. Looked like Blake Martinez, maybe.
35 yards. Lev Bell.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting that teams don't work that wheel route, where they send the running back down. The Patriots used to do that really good, like Shane Breen, a couple other guys, and they still do it with James White sometimes. But it's wonder to me with all the good pass catching backs, teams don't do that more. I guess the Panthers do it a little bit with McCaffrey. They tend to work him more in the short pass game, but Lev Bell's such a good receiver. That's a part of the offense I feel is underutilized with the running back these days, with how good the running backs turn into receivers in the NFL.
So that's just the second receiving touchdown for Lev Bell. This is sim number 15 for both teams. He does have 9 rushing touchdowns. So up to 11 total. Not a bad sim season for Le'Veon Bell. He did have a 3-touchdown game a few games ago against the Bengals.
Who did? Bell?
Yeah, 3 touchdowns and 96 yards and just missed the bonus. Jimmy B says, yes, classic lineup Bell, baby. Jimmy B.
Yeah, it's a big start for Lev Bell owners in all seriousness. I mean, 30-yard Pretty good touchdown pass. Obviously, it hasn't been updated yet, quite in the scores, but they're doing it manually. They'll get on it quick. Our ops team, obviously, working hard, but also trying to work properly and accurately, so get things right the first time. It's a good game. 14-7 now.
Oh yeah, I think so. Also, the idea of doing the moose call with the kickers. Notice how the kickers haven't been a factor yet.
Yeah, this is really bad. I think we've rattled the head coaches. I think we've rattled the sim coaches. They don't want to be the first one to get embarrassed by a moose call. So it is too bad.
Yeah, those kickers, that their minds can be easily warped. So you're right. I think they might be. Yeah. Look at this, 5 wide on first down from the 26 for Rogers. Slingshot, engage, first down to MVS.
This is second catch.
Both teams moving. So the touchdowns so far, Lazard, Lev Bell, and Chris Herndon. X Factor's lit for Aaron Rodgers. Jones the carry. So Aaron Rodgers, again, X Factor is gambler. He can't be intercepted by AI defenders. He takes calculated risks. AI-controlled defenders cannot intercept passes when he's in this zone.
Gambler. That is the greatest Simpsons episode ever. It's definitely top 5. Where Mr. Burns builds a casino. Marge becomes a slot jockey. Oh.
The Simpsons. Bum, bum, bum. Emerson's big, meaty, beefy calves. Stop trying to be the upper part of myself. You cannot fill my shoes. That's another connection for Rodgers to Geronimo Allison. Imagine that was a thing in the world. You could take the upper half of your body and then attach it to someone else's.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, imagine if you could just cut yourself in half and get like new legs and just
yeah.
Quite the.
I think it's called surgery.
I think it's called dying. If you actually did try that, but catch.
Allison in traffic. Another grab. There we go.
That's like you see the X-Files sequel movie? That's
no.
It's got a kind of plays on that. It's real gruesome, but I'm not going to go over it. It's too disgusting to talk about. But has people experimenting with stuff like that.
John has a question about the X Factor. Yes, John, you can sack Aaron Rodgers. You could also cause a fumble or a pick, or 2 incomplete passes. Takes the X Factor away. Not the case right now. He's got 3 straight completions with the X Factor lit. Second and 4, 5 wide, 36 of the Jets. Floating ball to Adams. He caught it.
Yeah. Gambler. Gambler has been ignited here. Can't stop the Gambler.
Oh, he's motivated to hold on to the rock after fumbling in the first quarter.
Good catch by Adams, too. He's up there in yardage. Might push towards the 100-yard bonus.
Is Austin in coverage, first and goal for Green Bay at the Jets 9, down to touchdown. Aaron Rodgers red hot in this second quarter. It's about time the X Factor makes him actually good. Looking, fires, and he threw it away.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers with some pretty interesting comments a couple days ago. His first press conference commenting on the Jordan Love pick.
Yeah.
Didn't really even have to read between the lines on it. It was he was pretty political, but he wasn't. He addressed it head on. Oh, well, that's going to be the end of Aaron Rodgers' X Factor.
I was just going to say, there we go. Right when I opened my mouth.
Yeah, way to go. Way to go, Brendan. God.
3rd and goal. Where are they going here? Adams is a weapon in the red zone. His superstar trait is red zone threat. He's lined up all the way to the left. 5 wide for Aaron. Little fake.
Fake.
Steps back. Looking.
Stand there.
Looking.
Oh.
To Allison.
That's what I think of that play. I hate it when they throw short on 3rd down, 3rd and goal, because you just know.
All right.
Not getting it.
Here we go. The first one.
Forgot we had a moose sweat. It was a moose sweat play, too. All right. Ice him. Dude, how many moose call videos did you watch last night? Like, you actually watched them, didn't you?
Like a continuous moose call for like 2 hours on a certain video on YouTube. May have watched a little bit of that. Billy Delaney says terrible. Might have been talking about the pass by Rodgers, but the pass. Okay. Well, we said it. Every time the kickers have to come out for a field goal, the moose call comes out. And that time, Crosby had all the pressure in the world on him to make a 23-yarder, and he did. 14-10. Jets have the lead. They took a timeout to stop the clock there before the 4th and goal, so I love this. It feels like Adam Gase is going to be aggressive and let Sam Darnold continue to chuck it around the yard. I believe the Jets got the ball first, so Packers will start the second half with the ball. MJ says that sounded like a cow. 3 wide left here for Darnold. Lev Bell's out as a receiver. He catches it. And he's hunted down by Kenny Clark.
Yeah, but I mean, another catch.
Sorry. Did the Packers get the ball first?
Yeah, because Devontae Adams fumbled, right, on the first drive. I think that's what happened, isn't it?
I feel like the Jets had a 3-and-out like really fast.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually not sure. I think the Jets may have got the ball first. I kind of feel like you're right.
Jets went 3-0. So Packers ball to start the second half. 2nd and 4. Clock ticking, about a minute to go. Darnold complete, left sideline. Demaryius Thomas. Get out of bounds, too.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't have to burn a timeout. That's actually big because they only have 2. That was a big play. Darnold looked 140 yards passing. That was DT's first catch, but, you know, he made it count, obviously.
According to the chat, the moose call has not improved.
I thought it was great. I think you're going for like a more artistic kind of moose call rather than just being, you know, relying on volume and loudness. I liked it.
From the 33 of Green Bay, Darnold spins. There comes Clark. Griswold. What do you want, Griswold? With this Christmas bonus check, I am putting in a swimming pool.
With that Christmas bonus check, we recorded a sack. So Jets need a little bit of yardage here to get in like a realistic field goal range as well. Or we'll probably try one. Oh no, now they're really
Fickens for a Ficken bomb, dude. Nice stop.
A Ficken bomb.
Play. Are you Ficken serious? Come on! Move it up the field! Darnell Savage with the safety.
Yeah, again, Sam Darnold falls in that handful of quarterbacks who, passer ratings, not great mobility, and bad awareness, and take more sacks than normal. And they do kind of silly things like knock themselves out of field goal range because they don't throw the ball. 2 sacks in a row.
3rd and 26.
And then he's just
To Bell.
that's absolutely useless. Good for Bell owners though. Is that his 3rd catch? 40 yards. Big first half for Lev Bell. I think this would be like a 63-yard field goal. I wonder if they're going to try it. They probably are. Before half, so it's not like oh, actually, how much time is left? Because Green Bay has 3 timeouts. No, field goal here would be fun. Green Bay should have been taking timeouts. Oh, they're going to punt.
They're punting.
Yeah, it would have been like 7 yards. Never mind. As per usual, I'm way off on the math. That's the end of it. But Green Bay could have taken timeout there, but whatever.
Peter says, "Save the neck for me, Clark." Yes. It's great. Great movie. I love that movie. All right, we're at halftime. 14-10. Only 1 field goal. It's good news. It was a chip shot from Mason Crosby. Lazard, Chris Herndon, and Le'Veon Bell had the touchdowns. That Lev Bell, that wheel route play was
it was fantastic.
My takeaway from the half, right? It was 3rd and 20. We're thinking, all right, here come the sloppy Jets, and Darnold threw it right on the money, and Bell ran a great route.
Yep. No, O-line gave him time on that one. Bell got downfield, and he was wide open. So matched up against the linebacker. Like I said, even in Madden sims, I mean, I feel like when they use that route, it works more often, but you don't see it much in real life. I mean, I know that's like I said before, an underutilized route, but yeah, good first half. I mean, a couple big plays by the Jets, the wheel route, but then also the fumble caused by who else? Jamal Adams, the sim VP of the simulated season so far. And Jets took advantage. So good half for New York.
Sam Darnold, 12 of 16 passing, 2 touchdowns. And looking at some of the receivers, Allison, 3 receptions, 24 yards. Anderson has 3 grabs. Le'Veon Bell's got 3 grabs. Bell's also got only 7 yards rushing. And running games have not been a factor.
No, not really. Aaron Jones has gotten going a little bit, but not much. Like we said, he hasn't averaged much in these sims anyways. Haven't really seen Jamal Williams at all. Sometimes he shows up in these Packer sims, but he could be a factor in the second half. More of a passing down, obviously a listed 3rd down back. Him and Aaron Jones are averaging about the same number of points. So, I mean, I always kind of talk about Jamal Adams a little bit in these Packer sims as like a decent value play because he's so cheap, but he hasn't really done much yet. We'll see, though, second half. So far, it's kind of been Devontae Adams, a little bit of the other dudes, I mean the other wide receivers for Green Bay sprinkled in. But I think we're going to see more of that in the second half because Green Bay obviously down, and they're going to have to play catch-up here. I'm pretty sure, and we're pretty sure they get the ball here first half. So. We're seeing
Despite seeing Sam Darnold in this huddle.
Despite seeing Sam Darnold.
Having a look, there is a solo leader right now in the showdown. Bob, 1949. Darnold captain, and the flex plays are Jets, Bell, Griffin, Lazard, and Rodgers. 57.52 points. And in Classic, there is a new leader. Sedman, 41. 144.64 points. They have Lev Bell at running back and the Jets D and Devontae Adams in the flex.
Yeah, nice. Devontae Adams definitely having a big game too. Bell obviously up to quite a few points, with the 4 catches, 40 yards and a touchdown. So, yeah, I mean, obviously as we get the scoring updated here, it'll become a little bit clearer. But right now in the showdown, it looks like we got a Darnold and captain, although that could change here once the scores get updated.
All right, Packers starting from their own 26. Aaron Rodgers rolling out. Oh, boy. He got smoked.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he liked the play action. Looked like he was even going to go, maybe thinking about going deep there, but right into Phillips. Blown coverage. Looks like he might have been looking for MVS deep. Might have had him too.
Bob Daddy says on YouTube, Green Bay takeover coming up.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Not on that play, but
Casey's asked me about what I think about Daniel Brown. He did have a big game a while ago, but we haven't seen him. He's the tight end 3 for the Jets, technically averaging 11.3 points a sim, but he's that's in just games he's appeared in. There's not many.
right, yeah.
Aaron Jones for nada, 3rd and 19.
Yeah, running it on 2nd and long is maybe the most useless thing you can do as an NFL offense. So, not a great play. I know a lot of coaches seem to do that. He can chew back a couple yards, but especially in 2nd and 19, there's almost 0 point to running it.
Single coverage for Davante Adams, top left of the screen. Rodgers going that way.
I think he completed
up.
it. Oh, no, he didn't.
No, broken up.
I think he had him there for a sec, but it was right on the sidelines, so.
It's kind of a bad throw. I mean, it was a nice play by the defense. Yeah. Didn't really hit him in stride. Well, Packers are going to punt. That's a shame.
Yeah, another punt for Green Bay. Good performance so far by the Jets defense for sure. I mean, I talked about their corners and maybe they have gotten burned a little bit by Davante Adams, but realistically, their pass rush has been a little bit better than expected, and obviously the caused fumble by Jamal Adams. So Jets defense still could factor in here for fantasy purposes. Obviously, we're still getting the scores completely updated, but you know they were cheap, they're low owned. Right now, it looks like they're still in the first place lineup too for the showdown. But again, I don't think that's with the completely updated scores. So.
Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the ops team. This is game 3 of 6 on the night. Not even halfway done yet. You guys keep coming back. Jets want to try and mimic exactly what happened to the Packers, 2nd and 11. Spencer, who is our travel and booth guy, he does a great job. Spencer says, Glash, why is Kaufman throwing the ball? I'm assuming he's talking about Aaron Rodgers. Solo leader in showdown again is Bob, 1949. Play action Darnold, running away from traffic, seeing ghosts.
Oh, yeah.
Gets rid of it.
Throwing to ghosts too now because there was no one over there.
Troy Barber watching NASCAR on the big TV, and you guys on the laptop. Life is good. Thanks for making this part of your day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of live sports back, but we're still doing the free rolls, and we will be for a bit. So,
shotgun, 3rd and 11. Darnold to Griffin. That's not 11 yards. I know that.
No.
It's only 3. 4th and 8.
Yeah, obviously doing these for the foreseeable future. So, you know, obviously getting a little bit of live sports back, a little bit of golf today as well. And hopefully you guys are enjoying a little bit of that. But these will be going on as well. 6 days tomorrow, 6 games tomorrow, 6 games the next day. Weather Wednesday, throwback Thursday or Tuesday, primetime game on Thursday with a bigger free roll attached. Don't forget about that one. 10K free roll for showdown on Thursday night, primetime game. So, like I said, we're trying to make these as interesting as possible for you guys. So, we appreciate you guys showing up. Make sure you smash that like button for us if you could. Always good. I don't. What are we at today? We're 1,000? No, we're still at 882. Maybe like 1,000 for the end of the game would be cool if you could. I mean, like I said, it does help us out if you hit the like button, subscribe, and all that. So.
Yeah, we have more than 6,000 subscriptions since we started doing these, which is pretty cool. We've probably done, what, like 1,000 subscriptions a week when you do it all out. Probably something a little more than that when you average the math out. So you guys, and that's all you guys. Thank you for continuously returning, coming back every day. Right now we've got about 1,600 watching on YouTube. This game is slowed down as Allison makes the catch. We need a little something here to get us going.
Yeah, Green Bay or Aaron Rodgers needs to get the gambler back. I mean, we need that X factor back lit. You know, Let's go, Aaron. We'll have to throw
2nd and
Brendan
10.
in. Let's throw Brendan Rodgers in. Aaron Rodgers doesn't
Beat Adams.
There you go, all right. A little bit of yards there for Jamal Williams. Was that Jamal Williams?
Darren Jones.
Does Aaron Rodgers talk
Elusiveness
to you?
rating 88.
Like he
What's
doesn't
that?
talk to, Aaron Rodgers doesn't talk to the rest of his family. Does he talk to you, or you've been crossed off the list as well?
No, I am not friends with Danica.
No.
3rd and 2. Rodgers complete
Woo!
to Adams.
There we go. Over the middle. Smith there, but held on to it this time. Good for you. 96 yards, so basically one catch away here. And the bonus for Davante Adams. Tracking for a pretty big game. Again, he's only got 4 receptions, but these are big chunks he's taking every time.
Well, the bonus would certainly help cancel out the fumble.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It still hurts that he fumbled, but that's what happens when Jamal Adams is playing. Trips left. We're halfway through the 3rd quarter. 14-10 Jets. Packers need a touchdown, of course, to take the lead. And he fumbled again, just as I said it. Oh, boy.
He has been getting smoked in this game, but oh my God, 2 fumbles with Davante Adams. Oh, it wasn't Jamal. I don't think
he wasn't down.
No, I don't even think he scored.
Did
It
the
wasn't
Packers
Jamal
get
Adams.
it back?
I don't. Actually, they could have got it back. I didn't check that. We don't know who has it. No, it looks like
Jets
Donald's
ball. Wow. That is weird. I just brought up how, the bonus would help. He would have had the bonus right there.
Well, that still counts as a catch. So, was that a 4-yard
True.
pass? It was a short catch, but I think you're right. I think it was 4 or 5 yards. So, that's actually a weird play because he'll get points for the bonus and the reception, but he'll lose 1 for the fumble as well. So it's actually still a pretty positive play if he hit the bonus there. If you have Davante Adams, but obviously they'll lose the ball. Yeah, it was super close. It was either 3 or 4 yards. I'll try and update that as soon as possible.
So was it a catch? Yes, it was a catch.
Definitely a catch because it wouldn't have been a fumble.
Took a step or two, and then he got pummeled.
Yeah.
Wow. 2nd and 6. A receiver fumbling twice. Now that is something I haven't seen.
Well,
in
and a
simulations.
star
Anderson the catch.
Like a
right.
receiver. A dude who, realistically, if you're going by the numbers, shouldn't do that. So.
Yeah, he still gets the bonus, and that's huge. I mean, you're still -1 in terms of the, the bonus gives you 3, but 2 fumbles, of course, -4. Darnold into traffic. That was picked off by Alexander. MJ says, we need another moose call. It's getting dry in here.
Oh, we're in moose territory. The Jets have driven into moose territory. It's just a matter of whether they can get themselves out of it or whether they're gonna stall inside moose territory. So, backwards passes will not work.
It'll help for the moose call.
Yeah, that was a positive development for the moose call here. Moose sweat coming up, 3rd and 13.
That was Tremont Williams on the tackle of Jamison Crowder. Oh, is each fumble only -1?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they were 2 apiece. My bad. My bad. Trips right. Play action, Darnold on
Dear
3rd
God.
and 13.
Can't take another sack. He's gonna take a sack. Oh, it's okay.
Got rid of it. Intercepted.
You should have taken the sack. Adrian Amos, that's the other dude in the Packers secondary with really good rating, good speed. He definitely just left in front of that ball. Oh boy, how many errors here? It looks like Davante Adams does have the bonus, but we'll 100% confirm that in a sec here. But I know the scores haven't quite been updated to that point yet, but I'm pretty sure he ended up with 4 yards on that catch, so he should have 100 yards right now. But we'll try and confirm on that drive for sure what he said.
Wow.
Yeah, big turn of events. I mean, Jets could almost put this game away with a touchdown there. Even a field goal would have put them up 7. So let's see if Davante Adams can redeem himself here.
From the 8.
That is Lazard.
12-yard line, 2nd and 5. I'm interested now if he even does the AI decide no way I'm throwing to 17.
Well, I mean, he's still their highest rated
Too
player.
good. Right.
Here we go. There he is.
Oh, he caught it. Breaks
son.
free. Yes, he does. He redeems himself. Adams,
redemption.
touchdown, 88 yards.
Can't fumble when you don't get caught. I like that strategy. There we go. Fireworks. Beat the guy over the top. Beat his man. Oh, yes. It's definitely in the bonus now. So.
4 straight Sims for Davante Adams with the touchdown. That's a great throw by Aaron Rodgers, too.
Yeah, absolutely great throw. That's the benefit of having, you know, the X factor and the big quarterback. That when you finally break free on a route like that, he's usually going to deliver. So. Still have not seen a missed extra point. Just gotta throw it right there. So that'll shake things up. Obviously, we're still doing manual scoring updates, so we'll give you guys a shout out when they're fully updated and stuff like that. But that'll shake up things. Obviously, in the classic, you know, the Davante Adams owners are going to be quite happy. I mean, 5 receptions over 100 yards, or it might even be 6 receptions over 100, well over 100 yards, for like 180, 190 yards, and a touchdown. So he's going to be a big play. Lev Bell. A big play. Both those guys probably going to factor into some of those classic lineups today.
Yeah, and in the full 6-game classic, Sedman 41. He's still in good shape with Adams, 14.5 points, despite the 2 fumbles.
And he'll have more than 14.5 points once that last score gets updated.
Right. Because he's only at 75 yards receiving. Yeah, so yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That'll update shortly. MJ, we're doing the moose call for the kickers. You've been here since the beginning of the game.
They're saying they want a moose call for Davante.
Do we make an exception?
I'll tell you what. If he catches another touchdown, we'll do a moose call.
All right. Okay. Nothing there. Robbie.
Anderson. How do you decide if you're like Robbie, Robert, Bob? Something I've always wondered. How do you make that decision? Your parents make it for you growing up. They just start calling you one. You're gonna be Robbie. You're gonna be Bob. Bobby.
Well, it's like Trubisky with the Bears. His mom wants him to be called Mitchell, not Mitch.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's different. It's a little different. Robbie versus Bob.
Oh.
Darnold gets squished. That was a Packer sandwich.
That was a Darnold sandwich, all right. Packers starting to take over. Darnold's lack of awareness starting to show through. Packers D has actually they haven't had well, they have had a pick now. So I mean, the Packers D probably going to factor into this too. We'll have to check on them. They may have even eclipsed the Jets total with all these sacks.
A lot of third and like forevers in this game. 3rd and 18.
Yeah.
Darnold fires. Almost picked again.
And King. That was Alexander. I have a feeling probably makes that play, but yeah, not great for Sam Darnold. This is kind of like real life Sam Darnold that we're seeing now. And Robbie Alexander, he actually had him. If you just put a little more juice on that ball, it looked like.
They're punting. Down 3. We're going to the 4th quarter very shortly. All right, folks. Packers have come alive. That was a great play. Very interesting game here for our boy Davante Adams.
Yeah, absolutely.
So keep an eye on that game center. Scores are still being updated.
Let's go, defense. Let's get out the field, defense.
X Factor lit for Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers has to be getting close to that 300-yard bonus now. I haven't. Well, we'll see if we can update his stats here at the quarter. So, but big half for the Packers. Big turnaround. Looks like they were about ready to get the old tombstone put on them for this game, and then, got the turnover, got the Davante Adams, breakaway touchdown, and here we are, 3-point Packer lead. 255 yards for Aaron Rodgers, 189 for Sam Darnold. So Rodgers 16 of 20, 152 passer rating. He's definitely picked it up since that slow start. Only 45 yards needed for the passing bonus. If you were to get hit, he's getting really close to like a pretty big ceiling game too. So Aaron Jones pretty much done nothing.
Yeah, that's been a theme. That's a theme. Under 10 DK fantasy points in 4 straight sims for Aaron Jones. So that is not surprising in the least bit. In the least bit.
Davante Adams, 6 catches, 188 yards. Robbie Anderson, 5 catches, 34 yards. Griffin, 4 catches, 56 yards. And Lev Bell, obviously, he doesn't have big rushing totals at all, but 4 catches, 45 yards, and the touchdown. So still factoring in pretty nicely. It's probably going to be a factor in showdown, especially if he ramps up a little bit more production.
Jordan says, Jeff is absolutely gleeful the Jets are losing. DK is located in Boston. He is Canadian. But the bias is obvious. Jordan, Jeff does not care. He really doesn't. He's done so many Packers sims. He understands what they can do. This is only his 2nd Jets sim. We know you love the Jets. We know.
I don't want to say I have a bias against the Jets, but I'm not a huge fan of organizations that are like poorly run. So I have the same kind of bias against the Jets as I have against like the Redskins, who just can't get out of their own way. They seem to make the same mistakes over and over again, whether it be with drafting quarterbacks, hiring head coaches. So that's how teams get my respect. It's not out of fandom. It's who they go after, how aggressive they are. Are they trying to innovate? Are they making smart decisions with contracts? I like the smart NFL franchises, and quite frankly, there aren't many. So it's not just the Jets, but that's I don't have a bias against the Jets, but I do. I know I like to point out their flaws. That's just because I think they have a lot. Sorry, Jets fans. It's just my take.
Rodgers with the X Factor lit. There's a flag, potentially a free play. That is Adams, who continues to pick it up. Yep.
Oh, coming back. That would have put him over 200 yards. That would have actually almost put Aaron Rodgers, too, over the 300-yard. But 2nd and 18.
Where's he at now?
He's at 255.
Okay. Very good. We have a 2-way tie at the top of the showdown, which is a share of 1,000 DK dollars. 5-step drop. Rodgers hops back forward.
Aaron Rodgers. Why are you running backwards? Oh! Nice recovery for
Mercedes.
Yeah.
Lewis.
Mercedes Lewis looking more like Barry Sanders there for a second. I'd say Mercedes Lewis is probably the most unathletic player on the Packers, but he made a very athletic play there to knock a tackle for a loss.
Travis is saying he's super OCD. He's asking if you can straighten your Spider-Man picture. He doesn't think it's
not.
straight.
No, it's not. It is straight, Travis. It's just the camera angle. Trust me, it's very straight. My camera's a little bit tilted though, just because of where I am. So I don't. If I tilted the camera straight, my face would be like right in the camera. So I got to tilt it back a bit. I know it looks a little weird to look at, but trust me. Oh. The
down goes Rodgers. Mosley.
That's too
bad. Gotta get rid of the ball.
Yeah, because he had the X Factor lit, right? And now it's gone. So
yeah.
Lame use of the X Factor of Gambler. Gambler is gone.
Yeah, Gambler prevents interceptions. AI-controlled defenders, that is, but sack would take it away. 2 incompletions, fumble, or pick. A pick is possible. But I guess with that X factor, it really isn't. It's interesting.
Yeah, pretty much. It pretty much takes the INT out of the equation.
Right.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback who throws a lot of picks anyways. So.
Yeah. Despite 2 fumbles, Adams has 47.7 points in the captain spot.
Yeah.
And that's just a total of -2 for both fumbles. So it's not that big of a deal. Just I'm still shocked. It's the superstar receiver. A receiver, too. 2 fumbles. Spencer says, Glashy, my friend Jamal made a deep-fried moose meal. Would you like that?
Yes.
I'm not eating, Jeff.
Moose burgers. Those are a thing in Canada. Those are actually pretty popular in Canada, to be honest.
I kind of want a Ficken field goal. Get ourselves a tie game.
Yeah. Oh.
Griffin, another grab.
Griffin
over Graham today.
Jimmy Graham. Well, now he's on the Chicago Bears, but pretty large disappointment on the Green Bay Packers. I'm not sure how much juice he has left or what he'll do next year at all, if anything. But the Bears have about 10 tight ends signed right now for some reason. Try and corner the market on tight ends so no one else can have any, but seems to be their plan. Robbie Anderson's showing up. I think that was his 6th catch. Yeah, only 57 yards, so not really what you'd expect from Robbie Anderson, more of a speedster, but he's been there in volume.
Yeah, he's climbing the ladder, and so is Griffin in terms of the yards.
Yep.
Maybe they'll get in on the bonus discussion. Anderson's got a lot longer to go. So now at the 33-yard line of the Packers, Jets are in business. Darnold.
Come on, Sammy.
Leaning.
Oh, boy. That feels like the Packers, like,
Lowry.
5th sack? Yeah, 5th sack. There you go. 5 sacks for the Packers, 2 for the Jets. It's like an 8-way tie showdown right now, but that'll change. Obviously, we got a long way to go.
We've got a solo leader still in the 6-game classic. Adams, 31.8 points in the flex spot. Lev Bell, 15.1 points. Jets defense, 7 points.
Yeah, both defenses have been okay. The Packers have eclipsed the Jets, though, in terms of productivity. Well, actually, that's not true, because the Jets have 2 turnovers. The Packers only have 1, but the Packers have more sacks. So. It's probably about the same. I think they both have about 7 or 8 points.
There's a delay handoff, and 3rd and 13 coming up. Adam says, nobody read my comments. Well, I just read one.
Oh, you just read it, buddy. I mean, there you go. That was your one read. That was your one chance.
3rd and 13, Darnold complete to Bell, but nothing. Then they try the field goal. Ficken's accuracy is 60.
A Ficken field goal, Brandon.
58-yarder? What do you think?
They'll try it. The sim never turns down. The sim has not met a 55-plus yard field goal that it does not like. A 99.999% chance we're getting a field goal.
Do it. Do it.
Do it, Frenchie. Oh, my God.
Oh, they're going to punt.
Well, no, wait. That would have. Oh, yeah, that would have been. I'm shocked. I'm not shocked. I don't think Ficken has very good leg power, though, so that was a sad news. I think Ficken has bad leg power. Now, that's probably what led to that decision.
His power is 89. Accuracy is 60. And
89 is
sucked.
The punt did suck. 89, though, is like on the very, very low end for kicker power, so.
Yep. Eric Walker says, Jeff, I have been a Jets fan for 51 years. I ain't mad at you. You are telling the truth.
And look, again, I don't have a bias, right? So I'm not like some dude who grew up in Boston and is just like hates the Jets for no reason or has like some other fandom. I grew up in Canada. I don't have any team affiliation. Obviously, I cheer for certain teams. I like certain players. I'm not saying I don't have some bias, but I tend to just view each team as like what they're doing and do I like what their management's doing and players are signing and how they're going about it. I just have no reason to get behind the Jets. Like nothing they've done, especially over the past 5 years, has led me to becoming anywhere near a fan. So, but it can all change. I'm flexible. That's the one thing about it. I'm flexible for changing too. Years ago, I would never have thought I'd be like an Arizona Cardinal fan, but I like what they're doing the last couple of years for sure.
Frank says, Clash read one of my comments a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't showered since. Frank's funny. I like Frank. MVS with the catch. It's a first down. No timeouts. Jets are not using the timeouts yet. They don't need to. Still some time. 2-minute warning as well.
Hey guys, I know we don't like to harp on this, but if you could smash that like button for us, it'd be cool if we could try and get to 1,000 likes. And definitely just a reminder again, if you haven't subscribed to the DK channel, please do subscribe for us. Obviously, we appreciate it. As real sports come back, we're putting up more content along with these Madden sims and streams every day. So hit that like and subscribe if you could. That'd be awesome.
2-minute warning.
It's trickling down fast, Brendan.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
It's good to have you all here. Coming up after this, I'll be with Gary and Thorne in Sim Miami, Sim Hard Rock Stadium for an AFC East meeting between the Bills and the Dolphins.
Does the Moose feel the same way about hockey teams? Johnny, I do have some, growing up in Alberta, I do have some major affiliation to one of the hockey teams here that, I have major biases, but I do tend to, I do still tend to look at sports probably more objectively than most people, but my heaviest bias lies in hockey and, like I said, a certain Northern Alberta team. So it's the
All right, here we go. 3rd and 10.
Yeah,
Johnny LaRue. Johnny LaRue says he's withholding his like until another Moose call. Well, the Jets could get the ball back, and Ficken can redeem himself. There was a good nugget from z.thompson in the previous game. I have to give him credit because I wouldn't have picked up on it. Ficken actually was an off-season pickup for the Packers before the beginning of last year. So Ficken needs revenge. He needs to kick the ball.
Ficken revenge game. Oh, well, I think I might have just put the old... Oh, did that get Aaron Rodgers to the bonus? That would be really close. I don't know if it did. I don't think that was enough.
Nicholas says, so when does the Packers organization hire you guys to be their official play-by-play team? Because it feels like you both have called every Packers sim.
It's true. It's true. I'll have to wear cheese. We're gonna have to buy some fake cheese heads or something. I think Rodgers is still short of the bonus. Jamal Williams garbage time, I think.
We got this.
That was 24 yards, that pass a moment ago. That helps.
I want to say he was at like 260 something though. So
I still got him at 255. Let me refresh my browser.
He definitely had one
250.
before that.
Okay, so he's at
Definitely.
255 in the contest page right now.
Yeah, that's a few plays behind. Like I said, obviously we're doing manual updates. They're keeping up pretty good, but we're not quite up to like play by play or anything.
One more, this will do
this
it.
Could be it. That could be it. Yeah, 312. So that play definitely put him over.
There you go. That's only his second 300-yard game. He came close in a game a couple weeks ago when he had 296. Just the second 300-yard passing game for Aaron Rodgers.
It's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I think that was his fourth catch there. So he's up there.
How are we doing on that like button? Are we almost there or what? 946. Can we make a surge to 1,000? Aaron Rodgers looks like he's going to throw it again. On first and goal.
Yeah, why not?
The keeper, the design.
A little risque. I mean, considering how often quarterbacks fumble in this game, but did keep the ball on the ground, kept the clock running. It's really the only thing that should be. I mean, obviously Green Bay could just kneel and this game would be over. But the simulator. Oh no, there we go. One play was enough, apparently. So here we go. Packers win by 3. Sorry we didn't get the last Moose call in, but I mean, Brendan can certainly sign off with the Moose call again for you guys.
I am legitimately sad for Sam Ficken. Not a single attempt. What disrespect to Sam Ficken to not try a 58-yarder to tie the game. Let's punt. And oh, by the way, the punt stunk, and they were at the 28.
I mean, an 89-yard power rating, it was never going to happen.
Forget the rating.
It wasn't going to happen. You frickin' forget it, Brendan, okay?
All right. Fine. All right, any final takeaways? Is Davante Adams your player of the game?
Yeah, has to be Davante Adams. Well,
because of how he battled adversity.
Yeah, we'll give him like the comeback player of the game. Sure, that sounds good. I could go to Aaron Rodgers, who actually was like really dominant, had like a perfect passer rating, 300 yards. But I'll go Davante Adams just because I mean, pretty insane game overall. He obviously is a dominant player. You had to have him the captain and all that. So.
Okay. And do you have any thoughts on our game coming up? You're not there. Garion Thorne will meet you in South Beach.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Jeez. The Moose sneezing all over the place.
Fick and sneezing here, man. I mean.
Fick and sneezing, man. Keep your fick and sneezes to yourself. Jeez. Bills, Dolphins, any thoughts on the showdown? And that's the start of late classic.
Bills, Dolphins, I mean, definitely a good shot to take maybe a shot on one of those Bills speedy wide receivers they have. Pretty bad secondary going up against, but it should also be a good spot for like Devin Singletary possibly to get going too. So all things considered, tough matchup for the Bills offense. I mean, Latavius White, some tough corners there. I'd probably be looking at, like I said, Josh Allen and maybe one of his speedy wide receivers.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Thank you very much to our ops team working hard behind the scenes. Keep an eye on that game center for the full 6-game classic. And Jonathan says, Brendan, cry me a river. Ficken sucks. All right. On that note, thank you to Billy Delaney, Brian Berard, and Tom Regia as well, our production team. And for Geoff, there
we go.
The Moose, Ulrich. I'm Brendan Glasheen. Geoff, we'll see you tomorrow. We have Niners tomorrow. Mostert.
Oh, Mostert game. All right, I'll be up for tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll be super up. Oh, and it's late night Niners, Bears, and we got prime time. I got to go with Kaufman prime time. Ravens, Cowboys. So.
All right, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow night, and we'll see you all, the people, at 6. it is hot down here in Sim, Miami. Hard Rock Stadium is the site for an AFC showdown between the Buffalo Bills and the host, Miami Dolphins, joined by the Dolphins fan himself, Garion Thorne. How you doing, man? I haven't had a chance to see you yet. I'm sure I will any second. Yep, you got the DK hat on. You've got some shade. I brought some extra sunscreen. I can probably give you some off my nose if you need some. What's going on?
I'm all right. I'm probably just gonna chill in the AC. It's so hot down here in virtual Miami that I personally, my Canadian sensibilities can't take it. So I'm gonna chill inside with my hoodie. But I'm gonna call this game with you, Glash, because that's how committed I am to these Madden simulations.
Excellent. That sounds like a plan. Let's start with your Dolphins. They've been pretty good. I think I want to start with the tight end, Mike Gesicki. Went for 24.9 DK points last time out. He's become a bit of a fan favorite, I think, in these simulations offensively for Miami. Where do you start with the Dolphins in terms of roster construction for the late classic, which starts with this game and even the showdown?
Yeah, for the late classic, I don't know if this is the most enticing matchup. I don't think anyone out there is going to be stacking this one necessarily, although, if you want a slight variance play, I guess that would be the way to go, considering we've got much better offensive teams in the final two games of this 3-game late slate. But, there's viable players. It's just about how you go about finding them. I think both tight ends, Mike Gesicki, as you alluded to, he's been fantastic, specifically in his last 2 games. He's combined for 14 receptions in that span of time. He's had 100 yards receiving in each of his last 2. Hasn't gotten to the end zone. But that's really the big takeaway, is just not a lot of touchdowns between these two teams. I think the last 6 games Miami's played, the average combined score has been about 34.5 points. So we don't tend to see Dolphins games get high scoring. And the Bills, Josh Allen has 9 passing touchdowns in 13 simulations. So I think it's going to be low scoring, but Gesicki, Tyler Kroft, Josh Allen just on an island has been a pretty good play, considering his rushing upside. So in terms of the late slate, I think those are the 3 guys, and maybe like Bills DST are the kind of plays that I'm looking at before we get into some of the higher scoring, more fun games.
There is some hope, though, with Josh Allen. 7 rushing touchdowns to his 9 passing. He has at least 21 points in each of his last 3. So in terms of just a quarterback play and what he can do on the ground, are you into Josh Allen at all? Maybe in late classic as a contrarian play?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I think the quarterbacks we have on this 3-game classic slate are odd, to say the least. The pricing for Deshaun Watson continues to absolutely elude my mind. I just don't understand why he's not the highest priced quarterback on every slate he's on. So him coming in at, I guess $7,100 isn't a value per se, but he should be the most expensive, not the 3rd most expensive. So for me, it's hard to get away from just wanting to roster Deshaun Watson. Gardner Minshew is incredibly cheap too. I think he's only $5,500 in a game that could possibly be a shootout. And we've seen Minshew have some high ceiling games, but I think beyond those 2 guys, Allen's probably slotted in as my 3rd most desirable quarterback because of the reason you just mentioned. He's been scoring a lot lately, and he is such a high percentage of the Bills' offense. It makes him tough to stack with anyone else. I think the only stack I would think about would be Josh Allen with Tyler Kroft, just because he is so far and away the Bills' leading wide receiver. I believe he has 19 more receptions than any other Buffalo Bills skill position player, and he's got about 250 more receiving yards than any other Buffalo Bills skill position player. So it seems like Allen and Kroft might be the way to go, but Kroft's only got 2 touchdowns because, again, Josh Allen runs in everything the Bills get into the red zone. So Josh Allen on an island, it's weird to say, but it's sort of like Lamar Jackson-esque right now when you're playing these DK slates.
Yeah, that you're onto something there. Beasley's got 32 grabs, 384, 2 touchdowns. Then you go to he's the wideout 2. John Brown, the wideout 1, not as good. 27 grabs. He did play well last sim. That was against Atlanta on the road, 17.1 DK points, scored a touchdown, only 3 total though. And then Robert Foster, he's got 26 grabs. And there's your guy Croft, 51 receptions, 656 yards, and the 1 touchdown. So maybe you go to the Miami side and talking showdown here, maybe even the late classic if you're daring. Jakeem Grant sometimes can light it up. Who's a receiver down the depth chart that you might be interested in?
I think Grant's going to be a really popular play. I mean, we don't often see the guys priced below 5K getting up into like the 50% owned or 60% owned territory, but Grant's going to be, I would say, at least 35, 40% owned in this showdown contest with good reason. I mean, he's someone who flashes a high ceiling, not the most consistent player in the world, but when we're talking about a single entry GPP with probably over 100,000 entrants, you know, you got to take a chance on upside. I think you'd rather go upside than floor in these types of contests. So Grant scored at least 30 DraftKings points in 2 of his past 7 games. He's one of the fastest players in all of Madden. And his target share is not that dissimilar from Devontae Parker or from Albert Wilson. So I think Grant's a pretty good way to go. He's reasonably cheap on this showdown slate. And then Patrick Laird is probably going to be another guy people gravitate towards to save some money. This isn't exactly a slate where you need to spend up a lot, but Laird as the pass-catching running back and also the goal line running back for the Dolphins. I mean, look, it's not ideal. He's not someone who's going to get 10 touches, but he gets the important touches. So if he can get, 2-3 catches, maybe find his way into the end zone. I mean, he scored multiple touchdowns in a simulation so far. So everything's kind of on the table for Laird, and he's only $2,000. So I think one of my favorite builds is to take Josh Allen, stick him in the captain spot, which it's expensive because he's the most expensive player on this slate, but you can do that and still get a reasonably consistent and sturdy build by utilizing the value plays like Jakeem Grant and Patrick Laird.
Okay. Patrick Laird's averaging 6.3 points a sim. We have 2 minutes until lock for the showdown and late classic. So let us know, people. Let us know what you need in terms of questions. People are commenting here on Parker. Any singular takeaway or singular point or thought you have on Devontae Parker as a play?
I would say I'd be more willing to roll with him as a variance play in the 3-game late slate than I am in the showdown contest. He's just been so bad in 4 of the Dolphins' last 5 simulations. He's had less than 40 receiving yards in 4 of those 5 games. He's just not really popped lately. And it's not as if the Dolphins score, again, a ton of touchdowns. So he's almost touchdown or bust. And this is not the team you want to be touchdown or bust on. So I'd probably avoid him. Tre'Davious White is also one of the best cornerbacks in all of Madden. I'm sure he'll see a lot of him in terms of a cornerback wide receiver matchup. So pretty out on Devontae Parker, but you do always have to mention he's technically the best player on the Dolphins roster in Madden. So he is good. I just don't know if he's good enough with the surrounding cast.
Hey, he's the best skill player of any Dolphin, 84 overall in Madden, just talking Madden ratings. The top 3 players in the matchup are all on the defensive side of the ball. They belong to the Bills: Micah Hyde, Tre'Davious White, Jordan Poyer, and then Xavier Howard is the only superstar on the Dolphins. No X factors for the Dolphins either. So we are now at lock, folks. 6 o'clock. It's a blazing afternoon, early evening in Miami. So I have come prepared. This is sunblock on my nose. The nose sometimes tends to get burned. So I think I'm well protected, though.
Look, I commend you, Glash. I don't think anyone comes as prepared as you. You are a one-man Boy Scout troop. Always prepared.
Yeah, it's tough, to fit everything in the suitcase, and we travel around Simland in timely fashion.
Yeah, I mean,
but
multiple flights a
I'm
night.
looking forward to it.
It's tough biz.
Robert says, I bet Glash actually goes to the beach like this. It's possible. Let's get some fish on my shirt. I'm feeling tropical today.
Tropical, nothing wrong with that. Maybe we get some likes up. Maybe I'll throw on a tropical shirt. Who knows?
Ooh. There you
You have
go.
to find it. That's always a bit of an issue, but, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Let's see here. Calvin says, good evening, Brendan and Gary. And Brendan, what happened to you? That is a very open-ended question that could really be asked at any point in these last 5 weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say, at what point have you started watching the streams? Because that's when we'll know how to dictate our answer.
All right, the Dolphins are 6-7 in our simulations. The Bills are 2-11. So, Buffalo could use a win. That's for sure. Didn't talk much about Ryan Fitzpatrick. How do you feel about him?
I think Fitz is just pretty good. I mean, there's nothing too crazy about him, but he's been consistent. I would say the Dolphins have been better than you would have expected in these simulations, considering just, first and foremost, how terrible their offensive line is. You'd feel like that would really just absolutely crush their offense in general. But Fitz has been all right. He hasn't thrown for 300 yards all that much, though, and he's not someone who runs the football, despite being the Dolphins' leading rusher during the regular season. But for what his archetype allows, he's been quite good.
Yeah, Fitzmagic averaging 15.4 points a sim. Josh Allen and the Bills start with the football. And Devin Singletary starting it off with a limited pickup. Looking at some of Allen's numbers, awareness 76, on the run 87, play action 81. His throw power is the best in the game, 99. Short throw 78, medium 79, 76 deep ball accuracy. Allen 16.4% in the captain, 70.5% Garion in the flex.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think of all the players in this game, he has the highest upside just based on his role. Again, I don't think this is going to be a game that finishes 31-28, so I wouldn't be preparing for that, and I wouldn't have built lineups with that expectation in mind. And if you told me someone is going to be involved in 2 touchdowns on either side of this game, Josh Allen makes the most sense by far.
Again, he's got 9 passing touchdowns. That's the low, but 7 rushing touchdowns, and Allen has at least 21 points, DK points, in 3 straight sims. We are down in Miami, South Beach. No score, 3rd and 5 in Simland. 1 minute into the first. Allen's under center. Back to throw. Over the middle, that's complete for a first down. And there he finds Knox, Dawson Knox, the tight end 2.
Misleading for our first reception of the game. I think a lot of people probably rostering Tyler Kroft with how consistent he has been as of late, but we get a little tight end 2 action right off the hop as the rookie Dawson Knox makes the catch for the big first down.
Averaging 1.2 points a sim. So all 3 contests are active, people. Late Classic is underway. The full 6-game Classic is still in progress. And, of course, this showdown. Trying to bounce to the outside. Singletary still on his feet, and then he gets smushed.
Broke about 6 tackles there to pick up a single yard. So a lot of work for a little bit of payoff. But Singletary, again, I think of all players, he has been the most just absolutely downgraded because of Josh Allen and his selfishness at the goal line. Singletary just has 2 touchdowns in 13 games.
That ball was tipped. Dawson Knox ends up with another catch. Wow.
Not what I was expecting to start this game. Buffalo clearly using a lot of 12 formation with the 2 tight ends out there on the field. That's all well and good. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say please start throwing the ball to Tyler Kroft.
Still, though, 3rd and 4. Allen looks, fires, tipped, broken up, 4th down.
Not a great throw from Josh Allen, and this is something we have seen pretty consistently throughout these streams. Generally speaking, Allen has been at his best when he either goes with his first read, usually a drag route or something short to intermediate down the field, and if he doesn't have that, just taking off and running. The best version of Josh Allen in both the Buffalo Bills winning sense and the fantasy sense is a Josh Allen that is scrambling with the football.
His awareness level, again, is 76. 15.6 points a sim, just a hair better than Ryan Fitzpatrick. We'll get our first look at that Dolphins offense in just a moment. Garion, have you done a Dolphins game yet?
I did one very early. I feel like
we did it together.
Yeah, we did that Dolphins-Patriots game that went to double OT, but that's the only one, and I think it's because I tend to do the 6 p.m., 8 p.m., or 10 p.m. games. And, you know, for anyone who hasn't figured it out yet, we tend to put these teams on based upon, you know, their watchability. So a lot of the Dolphins games are at noon. Haven't gotten to see the team a lot.
Kalen Ballage with a 6-yard carry. He's the RB1. We talked about Patrick Laird in the pregame. He is listed as the RB4, but he is their power back. So we see him oftentimes. Also the third down guy.
There he is.
Fitzmagic. Yep, there he is. Patrick Laird. Fitzmagic coming off a 14-point effort. Laird up the middle for the first.
Not surprising to also see the Dolphins have their most success when their offensive formation dictates the Bills have to come out in a dime package or a nickel package and really limit the amount of defenders in the box. The Dolphins don't have a single offensive lineman with an overall rating above a 68. So offensive line not doing many people many favors.
Throw in the flat. I think that was Gesicki. Incomplete. Murphy Law says, Glash, please be careful. The palm trees don't provide cover. You'll get burnt. Well, I have come prepared, as a matter of fact. Bucket hat, shades, sunscreen. I'm good.
Sun's not getting you today.
Nah. I'm daring the sun to try and get me. Empty for Fitzmagic. 2nd and 10 from the 29. Hands extended, takes the snap, steps up, looking. Those O-linemen are holding up right now. Garion, now he lets it go. Receiver comes back, that's a catch. And a first down, Albert Wilson. Wilson!
Yeah, that is not something I would have expected to see from Ryan Fitzpatrick, who, as you might expect, highly owned in this contest, 72.3%. With the lack of receivers and running backs you really had to pay up for, I think it was a pretty common build and a pretty expected result that both quarterbacks would be heavily, heavily owned. Albert Wilson, though, maybe a nice variance play, just 22.6%.
1.4% the captain spot. Dolphins at the Buffalo 42.
There's the
Nothing
Caleb.
doing on the ground.
I don't know if any player has translated better into the Madden simulations than Kalen Ballage, who, I mean, anyone who played DFS this season and tried to experiment with whatever Dolphins running back was inherently cheap that day. Ballage in his last 6 games has less than 10 rushing yards in 4 of them. And 1, he actually finished with -4 rushing yards. So Ballage has not exactly popped in these simulations.
He scored 0.9 points last sim. I could do better than that. I could. Oh, Fitzmagic was winding up the magic wand, but then he gets knocked down. Nice play by Buffalo.
And this is maybe more of the result I was expecting when we had good coverage from what is a great Buffalo Bills secondary. The Bills defense hasn't exactly generated a lot of pressure in prior simulations. I think they had just 16 sacks in 12 games coming into this afternoon's sim. But that Dolphins offensive line, I don't mean to keep driving this home, but it's probably the worst offensive line in Madden. So you'd think that at a certain point, the Bills will have at least moderate success at putting pressure on Fitzpatrick.
Charles says, which will be higher, the SPF on the glass nose or the total final score of this game?
Oh, SPF. SPF, easy.
So I have SPF 30 on.
It's a pretty good bet then. That's pretty close. I don't believe the Dolphins have scored more than 25 points in a simulation so far. So
do you believe in the sunscreen or the Bills and Dolphins?
Probably the sunscreen.
Tank the Chai Guy, baby, is in the chat. He says Grant with 5 question marks.
It's early. I think a lot of people probably banking on Jakeem Grant. He's the kind of guy, I would say he's sort of akin to Philip Dorsett in the sense that the highs are high, the lows are low, and those highs can come quickly. DJ Chark, even a little bit like that, just always on the precipice of breaking off a 70-yard touchdown. So if Grant does something, it's going to be sudden. It's not going to be volume-based.
Josh Allen, tuck it and run, sir. Tumbles to the 31. That little pump fake to kind of set up the play. 1 carry, 11 yards.
Yeah, absolutely broke Raekwon McMillan's ankles here. Had one defender to beat, and that defender didn't even get a finger on him as Josh Allen picks up the first down. Again, this is what you want to see. I think if you polled the 70% of people, and maybe even more specifically the 16% of people who captained Josh Allen, hey, would you rather Josh Allen throw the ball or run with the football? I'm saying like 80% would say run, because that's truly when he's most effective.
84 speed, 85 agility rating. Used the juke a moment ago. Play action, Josh Allen. That's a dart to the turf.
Yeah, there's the Josh Allen we know and love. Obviously, the Dolphins defense not at par with the 49ers. So when I say what I'm about to say, I realize how crazy it sounds, or to expect it to happen today. But I did a game between the Bills and the 49ers where Josh Allen must have attempted to throw 7 pick sixes. He's just not very good. And even that throw might have gotten Cole Beasley. No, Beasley's up, okay. But very high and very nice reception for 6 yards for Beasley.
We did that game together, the Bills-Niners game.
Yeah.
I think that was Madden After Dark. It was a
he had like 50 yards passing in total. Like, he's had some terrible games.
Yeah, wasn't good. Newsworthy Spike has welcomed a new person to our Chat Kings conference room. There is the tight end 1, Tyler Clark. And a face mask. Who changed? Newsworthy Spike says, Glash, welcome my friend Martin from California.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Everyone say hi to Martin and be polite, please. Buffalo at the 44 of Miami. Murphy Law, I'm going to pretend I didn't read your comment. Here is Allen. Incomplete.
Wow.
Oh,
4
boy.
of 7 is generous. If you've watched this game, Allen's 3 incompletions have been 2 balls that weren't within 10 yards of a receiver and 1 pass that should have definitely been intercepted by the Dolphins.
Robert S. says you're not playing lawn darts, Allen.
Seems like it.
Singletary churns out a couple. 3 yards, 3rd and 7. Everyone is saying hi to Martin. It really is fantastic. You could come in here and just say, hey, I'm new. What's up? And you ask to say hi, and man, everyone is so polite. It's
Gotta
really,
welcome Martin
really nice
to
to see.
Shared Madness.
It really is. It's satisfying in this world we live in today that people can be polite and welcoming. It really is something. Singletary, that will not get a first down. 4th and 8.
Well, I guess we'll see after the quarter break whether or not the Bills decide to attempt a 59-yard field goal. I would say probably not, but not exactly a surprising result to have the first quarter of this particular game end in a scoreless tie. Although we've seen some high-scoring second halves, so don't be giving up faith entirely. I just don't have the highest expectations as they're going to try this kick. Okay.
59-yarder from Sanders. Yeah, he missed it. The sunscreen is still winning. End of the first quarter. John DiCarlo says, hey, Glash, I have a question. Well, spit it out. Let's see. Dolphins D, 1.2% in the captain spot, 7.8% in the flex. Dolphins are averaging just a little more fantasy points a sim than Buffalo. Bills are more expensive by $400 in the showdown. It's a hot, sunny. It's an evening now, I guess, but the sun stays out. Gary and Thorne in Miami
Sun's
quite a
still
bit.
going strong in Miami, down on Miami Beach. We're all good.
Yeah.
Which is better than the offensive quality we've seen on display so far in this game. But that was to be expected. Let us know in the chat. I'm honestly curious if anyone thought this was the game to stack, whether it be because you assumed you'd get low ownerships in that late 3-game slate, or if you honestly thought that, sometimes when we get two of the, closer to the bottom end of the barrel teams in terms of Madden overall rating, sometimes those games pop off. We've seen 70 combined points between the Redskins and the Giants. So this stuff's been known to happen on occasion, but that pretty much sums up everything.
Yeah. Garion, legit question about scoring and stuff. John DiCarlo, how come when there's a defensive touchdown, how come the opposing team's defense loses points if technically the offense allowed those points, not the defense?
I can understand the gripe. I think it's one I've often had playing even, real NFL DFS, but they go by cumulative game score, not necessarily by points the defense allowed. Even in that sense, you could start arguing that, if a field goal is made, technically the defense didn't allow that, although I guess it is defense special teams. But yeah, it's one of those things. I know it's a little annoying, but it's just the way it is.
Let's see, MJ. Glash, you got some sunscreen on your nose. I know. Protecting my little nostrils. Roy says, hey, Glash, is there going to be a sim Super Bowl? I don't know. Anything's possible, but we're continuously doing exhibition event type, 6 a day, 7 days a week, and you never know what might come of this.
Anything is possible. Kalen Ballage just caught a pass. That is not something we have seen all that often in these simulations or in real life. Kalen Ballage, one of few NFL players who I can definitively remember there being a mixtape on YouTube about how he could not catch. So good for you, Kalen Ballage, proving some people wrong.
Only his 5th catch of our simulations. Fitzpatrick. Who was that to? Let's see here. There was a comment. Brian Glash, I do appreciate your commitment to entertainment. Really makes it fun to watch. We've set a bar here, and I think if you don't live up to it, you start letting people down. And I don't want to do that.
I think it's fair to assume that this game is going to let people down. So if we start letting people down on top of that, well, then we're in a real pickle, aren't we?
Yeah, it's true. So I don't do this. I think I probably should to be a little more prepared. I should put together a list of talking points, but I think we've done a pretty good job. We just organically let the comments do that for us.
Oh, we've said it before. The third member of this broadcast team and the most important member is the YouTube comment section.
Yes. Yeah. That's for sure.
Devontae Parker doesn't even get the reception there. One of the classic Madden bubble screen rushing plays. Picks up 5 yards, but does get the first down, keeps this drive alive. Maybe we get a touchdown. Maybe we get a red zone appearance on this drive. That would be nice.
Yeah, that'd be something. Adam, I see your question. I do not know. I don't know.
What was his question?
I can't read out loud.
Oh, that's fair.
Other sports. 1st and 10. Scores updated, folks, by the way, through the first quarter.
I hope you had both defenses.
Yeah, I guess I should have asked you that in the pregame. That would have been a good question. What do you think of that?
This definitely was one of those games where I know that was like a really popular lineup construction tactic before we made the move to arcade mode. This game would have been probably the time to bring that back.
Patrick Laird. Once upon a time, his name was Paul Laird.
It was?
Yeah.
How far we've come. Look at us.
Yeah. And still 1 carry for Raheem Mostert. Bills defense captained in 2.3% of lineups, 11.1% in the flex. 3rd and inches. They're in the red zone. Fitzmagic. Can he work it? Fires to the end zone. He is not in bounds.
Oh, and it's Gesicki
Gesicki.
too. That's heartbreaking for a lot of people. We've seen that a lot, though. Just the non-awareness of running a route in bounds. We've got 2 Dolphins receivers standing in the back of the end zone underneath the goalposts. Wow, Gesicki, 28% captain. That is one of the higher rates I have seen in some time. But again, not a lot of obvious slam dunk plays on this particular slate. It really seemed like it was Allen. I guess Fitzpatrick was a possibility, but Gesicki, and also someone like Tyler Kroft. Those were probably the guys who most people gravitated towards.
Several people in the chat said they have Laird as well in the captain spot as kind of a reach, but you never know on the goal line. I guess it's not really a reach. It's doable.
I mean, it's fine. I think the thing that's weird with Laird in this particular slate, and it somewhat applies to Jakeem Grant as well. One of the tendencies we've had building lineups in these simulations is you kind of know you have to save money somewhere, and you're usually trying to save that money with a pass-catching running back who is priced below 3K, or a wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 4 who lines up in the slot and has been averaging, 3-4 catches per game. And while Grant and Laird fill those requirements, this wasn't a slate, again, where you had to save a bunch of money. It's not like you were trying to stack John Brown, Devontae Parker with their quarterbacks. So I don't know. I mean, I guess this is one of those slates where you could have even thought about leaving a lot of salary on the table just to try to differentiate yourself, because that would have been a viable way to construct a lineup.
Garion, you got a note from the ops team. You think you want to take this one? That
Sure.
We've got in our little production chat.
Points allowed only includes point surrenders while defense is on the field. Doesn't include points given up by a team's offense. So apparently the person complaining about that wasn't paying attention, and then I dived into their weird alternate reality because DraftKings already on top of that.
All right, and that's a shout out to our ops team. I know I didn't mean to put you in that spot there. I just wanted to, because you had explained it, so I figured it would be your place to clarify.
I'm all good.
All right, good. 3rd and 4. Can we move the chains, Buffalo? It's hot in Miami, I know. Cole Beasley, nice move to get an extra yard or so.
This is kind of what Beasley's done. 2 catches for 16 yards. He's been consistent in getting on the scoreboard or getting on the stat sheet, but he doesn't often do much more than a couple receptions. I believe he's never had one game with more than 3 catches, but he's had 3 catches or fewer in 9 consecutive streams. So not a high upside or a high ceiling type player, to be sure.
Robert S. in the chat, watching this game, and I'm going to get Gesicki. Nicely done. But don't get sick.
There's part of me still
Josh,
hoping hope for the second half as Allen takes off. Thank you.
just don't fumble. Yeah, he's at the 50. 2nd and 1.
But that is a constant we've seen in these simulations, is even in the most low-scoring games, we tend to get a little bit more action in the 4th quarter when timeouts get a little bit more involved, when the AI gets a little bit more desperate with their offensive play calling. So I still got my fingers crossed, Flash.
Big hole here. Is this Gaskin? Or no? Jeez. Singletary. Ha!
You've
There you
done
go.
it again, Glash.
Oh, boy. Yeah, my head's in
Gaskin
it.
wears 37 off the top of my head.
Yeah, that wasn't even close. See, Robert says snooze fest.
Yeah. Look, we don't blame you guys for being underwhelmed. But I think we gave you fair warning off the top that this wasn't going to be Kansas City at Houston or anything along those lines.
Easily another catch. Allen 7 of 10, 39 yards.
This is going to
Second
really
catch.
come down to 2 touchdowns. So, I mean, not to say touchdowns are never not important, but the magnitude of whoever actually gets into the end zone is going to be so great on this slate.
Oh, the chat just goes right at me. It's so well deserved. Oh man, Singletary up to 37 yards.
I think earlier you might have referenced that Buffalo's kicker was Jason Sanders and not Steven Hauschka. So,
Oh, is it Hauschka who kicked that field goal from Foreverland?
yeah.
Well, there you go. Come on, let's go. We need some points. Almost a minute to go in the second. Josh Allen, he's the quarterback of the Bills, I think. Singletary.
Oh, you gotta make that block. Oh my God. That was actually set up pretty well as a screen pass. It seemed like Singletary had a lot of room to work. I think that was Mitch Morse. Had to make one block in open space and could not do it. Oy. I'm running out of hope real fast.
Yeah. I think he should just take off again after he takes the snap here.
That's
timeout with 1:01 on the clock. What a surprise. Allen. That is caught by the tight end one. Croft, timeout.
And he's been pretty consistently getting at least 4 catches per game. On pace right now, just for 6 yards, but does have those 2 catches. And obviously Dawson Knox, who might still be the leading wide receiver for the Bills, also has 2 catches, the first 2 catches of this sim.
One timeout left for Buffalo. 3rd and 9. Allen settles. Now he's going to take off. It's a foot race to the 10. And he's to the 6-yard line.
And that was a classic example of rushing lanes opening up for a scrambling quarterback with the defense in man-to-man coverage. As soon as Allen breaks this pocket, there is no one facing the quarterback. Every defender with his back to Josh Allen. And until Nick Needham meets him at the 5-yard line, nothing but green grass for Josh Allen. So it's getting a little dicey. Only 1 timeout left. The clock's running, but this generally has been Josh Allen territory to scramble his way into the end zone.
He has 7 rushing touchdowns in our sims. There's 9 passing touchdowns. Does not get it off. You got to take the timeout.
And this is probably going to be a field goal attempt. I believe that was Christian Wilkins making the sack, the Dolphins' first-round pick from this past draft, or 2 drafts ago, I guess, at this point. But probably I mean, I would go for the points here, considering how low-scoring this game is, but the touchdown, excuse me. But oh, nice. We're going to have an aggressive offensive call. Here we go.
Trips left from the 12, 16 seconds, no timeout. 2nd and goal for Buffalo. Allen in the flat.
Can't get tackled in bounds. Oh, God.
Might as well, it might as well have been Myles Gaskin who caught it, because it's going to lead to nothing.
This is quickly becoming, though, one of the best awful but viable stat line games I've seen in some time, as I believe Devin Singletary has about 30 rushing yards. He also has 3 receptions for -1 yards. And in this game, anyone with 3 catches is a godsend. So, oy, that was ugly. I want to apologize to anyone watching this. Please keep watching this. Please.
I've asked this question before, and Gary, and you might be able to help me. Matt Cody, who is on our production team, is here as well. Have we had a sim yet where neither team scores a touchdown?
What about that? Oh, no, you know what? I was going to say maybe the New England Cleveland game.
I was on that with Buchanan.
But that ended in a touchdown pass. So
correct.
I was going to say
regulation. So in regulation,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, but I was going to say earlier, at the very least, you expect this from Bills Dolphins. I was pretty let down by there being no offensive touchdowns in Browns Pats, which seemed like a very nice offensive game. So in terms of raw expectations, I'm not that crushed by what's happened so far in this first half. More sunscreen?
Yep, I'm gonna reapply.
Okay.
That's the problem. We're just getting too burnt. All right, come on. It's hot here in Miami, and we need something. We need something to get us going here. Maybe more shielding of my skin will help.
I just remember at one point, when we got the will there be more points or a higher SPF in Glash's sunscreen, for a second I was worried you were maybe rocking the SPF 15. I'm not even that worried about that anymore.
Yep. Well, Spider-Man 7708. Good afternoon, Glash. Are you calling a game or going to the beach?
Little column A, little column B.
I'll tell you what, if I was actually at this game in real life, I'd be going to the beach now. I'd say, hey, Spencer, can you get someone else to finish the rest of the game, please? Oh, boy. Beth says this Glash guy needs a sitcom. That's really nice of you. Jeff and I were saying last night, or someone in the chat brought it up, I forget who it was. They said, we got to start the show the Glashler.
Okay. Elevator pinch. What you got for me, Glash?
I don't know. People were just throwing out ideas. Let's see. Jason Myers. Come on, Garion. You got to be somewhat loving this. We're Dolphins fans here. I got my MED in Classic. What's up, Glash?
I mean, they're winning. That's fun. I guess if they win this game, they're a 500 team somehow in these simulations. So, sometimes you like a good, hard-fought defensive football game. Unfortunately, I think bad offense is prevailing more than good defense right
now. Jack Martinez. How about a snow game in Miami called the Apocalypse Bowl? That's good.
Whoa! Kalen Ballage looking spry. I don't want to make too much out of 5 rushes for 24 yards, but again, 4 of his last 6 games, he had less than 10 rushing yards. It is a very low bar to clear for Kalen Ballage to impress me. And if we're looking for someone who could just be a massive variance play on a game with no touchdowns, Ballage was only 8% owned in the flex. Maybe he gets a goal line carry and really changes everything about this slate.
Patrick Laird, they just keep trading spaces in the backfield.
And bleeding clock.
Seriously. Let's see. Almost 1,900 watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here, everybody. 1st and 10. 2 minutes into this second half. It's a barn burner. Dolphins ahead 3-0. In the ball some more. All right. Yeah.
I mean, if they keep going at the pace they're going, I don't know if we've seen a drive take a full quarter so far, at least since we've made the switch to the 8-minute quarters, but that's on the table right now. So at this point, I'm just cheering for stuff we haven't seen yet. Although we haven't seen a touchdown, so that means I'm cheering for a lot.
Patrick Laird's turn. Virtual Brian Flores is saying, okay, Kalen, you take the carry. Patrick, you're in. Patrick, you take the carry. All right, Kalen's turn.
The true running back by committee, but I think I speak for a lot of people on this 3rd and 5 when I say maybe get Mike Gesicki involved over the middle of the field here. That's not going to happen. Let's give credit where credit's due. A very well-timed corner blitz by the Buffalo Bills, unblocked. Dolphins run play action, go right in. You got Fitz with the bootleg right into the pressure. Great defensive play call there by the Buffalo Bills. Their 2nd sack of the game. Great stuff. I'm thrilled about what's going on right now.
Scores are updated through the first half. any scores that we have. 1 field goal. Nice punt.
You got great defense, great blitzes, great punts. What else do the people want in a simulation? Points? Stop being so mainstream. We're about these field goal punter games.
G-Hack says on YouTube, I got a couple of screenshots of Glash's Miami attire today. Anyone else have them from the other Glash booth get-ups?
How could that possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Huh.
Maybe we could get one of those, like, you know, that meme where it's sort of like, which Jennifer Aniston are you today? We get you in 7 different costumes. Figure out which Glash we are today.
The choices are endless, especially in Simland.
Got a lot to work with.
Jesse in the YouTube chat, are you not entertained?
No.
Come on, Josh Allen. Let's go. 3rd and 4 from the 10. It's already 3rd down with blink once. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. I'm with our producer, Matt Durgan. I kind of want to see this game finish like 3-0 or 3-3.
I wouldn't hate it. It would be one of the stranger things we've seen. Although, again, it would make perfect sense. These are not 2 teams blessed with great offensive potential. I think it's important to remember these aren't the Buffalo Bills that just almost won a playoff game. These are the Buffalo Bills that are 2-11 so far in these simulations, going up against a Dolphins team that has virtually no talent in terms of overall ratings. So
another great punt. Considering where they were. Yeah.
Wow. Well, more Kalen Ballage, a little more Patrick Laird. Who knows? What wonders await us?
Ryan says, yesterday I rostered Stafford. As there's Ballage. I guarantee Laird gets a carry on the next play.
He has to.
And today I rostered Allen. So Ryan says, fade me.
You had to roster somebody. That's the sad truth about these games. You had to find 6 players. Even if you started Dolphins D, Bills D, Jason Sanders, Steven Hauschka, you still got to fill 2 slots. So you're not alone in the Josh Allen love, as that's going to go down as a rush for Albert Wilson. Second time we've seen a Dolphins receiver get a rush on one of those types of plays, but this one picks up a first down.
Well said.
Joel, Brady just requested a trade back to New England because of this sim.
Right? Imagine. Brady's watching this. I could still easily go 11-5 and win this division.
At what week do you think he realizes the Saints are not the Dolphins, Bills, or Jets? Or has it already happened?
It might. Week 1, they play New Orleans.
True, yeah.
On the pitch, to the outside and more. Tight up the sideline. Kalen Ballage. We are live. Touchdown. Ballage barrage.
And this is exactly what I talked about. I had said it would be a goal line carry. I don't think anyone was expecting a Kalen Ballage toss play to go 55 yards to the house, but Ballage is now the key, the linchpin to this slate. Only 8% ownership for a guy who was $7,200. I don't blame you for not playing Kalen Ballage, but that's what can happen when you have players with guaranteed volume who you know are going to come in at a low ownership. I think he was only 1.2% owned in the 3-game classic slate. Like, no one wanted a piece of this guy.
6-game classic, 1.24%.
There we go. That's what I was talking about. But that's very telling of the production and the level of production we've gotten from Ballage. 4.3% in the 3-game. Okay, a little bit, a microscopic amount of love more for Kalen Ballage in the late slate.
So now, based on most of the chat comments I see, people are actually more upset that Ballage scored a touchdown.
I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. Just wouldn't expect it. He's been really bad in these simulations, and I don't blame him entirely. It's hard to run, not only with this Dolphins offensive line and how porous their run block ratings are, but Ballage is generally getting carries out of formations that lead to 7 or 8 man boxes from the defense. It's just not an ideal situation. I know how much you love a draw play with a team down 2 scores in the second half, Flash.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go in the third, so that means 10 minutes of time left. Kyle says Glash is almost speechless. It's true. I'm digging through my brain cells for content here because you're right. I think you're all right in the chat. Hey, Kalen Ballage rips one off, and you read his ownership, and then it's like 30 seconds later. Now what do we got?
Yeah, no one's favorite player. Although, if you win this contest, if you win the 3-game late slate because Kalen Ballage scored a touchdown, I think you almost have to buy a Kalen Ballage jersey. So it's almost like a gift and a curse.
Croft with the catch. 3rd and 7.
3 catches, 10 yards. Lighten it up.
Durka says Glash. With all due respect, Calvin was doing that well. We had a discussion about using the phrase with all due respect yesterday. Durka says, you are awesome, but this is the worst game you have ever announced. Ha ha. Until... never mind.
This game's so bad we can't even get a turnover to spice it up a little bit. It's just overthrown pass, underthrown pass, rushing play into the teeth of the defense, and a punt.
See, and Matt Cody, who's part of our production team, he goes, Browns Pats was so much worse, and it's true. Because at least with Browns Patriots, there's some star power. You have OBJ, you've got Brady. Like, there's some hope there. Bills Dolphins, we can kind of understand why it might stink.
Yeah.
Steve Buchanan and I did that game, Browns Patriots. And
I remember it well. I had to write up that game for DK Live when it was mercifully over. So we get another masterful punt in this game.
What?
And the Dolphins at the 2. Wow. That ball just died. What a punt.
What?
But I would say that. I'll say that for as bad as this game is, I'm never going to be as hilarious calling a bad Madden game as Bukes is calling a bad Madden game or anything that annoys him slightly. So that game
it was a good time. We had fun. It was actually a lot of fun.
And
almost. 2nd and 10.
10-2 would be a really nice football score. That might be scoregami. I'd have to look it up though.
Oh, they're gonna run it again.
Get out! Oh! Kalen Ballage. That's, yeah. I mean, no one blocked Lorenzo Alexander, so I won't pin that one entirely on Ballage, but wow. That's something. 1-score game. Here we go.
And in the top of the 7th, it's 10-2. Marlins in front of the there's no
Bisons.
baseball team in Buffalo.
Buffalo Bisons. Oh, 10-2 would be scoregami. There we go. Something to cheer for in the second half.
Okay. Can the Bills do something? The Bills don't even deserve to tie the game. But they might. They could. Josh Allen has a throw power of 99, the best in the game. And everyone's shouting out Bills D.
Oh, wow. Okay, we got some intense research here. The Duluth Eskimos at the Canton Bulldogs, November 21st, 1926. That game ended 10-2. Wow. I don't know. It's not a pure scoregami anymore. Hurts me a little bit.
John Harbison says, this is an hour of my life I can never get back.
Yeah, but the memories, John, will last a lifetime.
Sure.
Hey, Glash, anyone close to the bonus? I'll answer. No. No one's...
Not even Balaj?
Oh, yeah, you know what? He's got 81 yards, I think, after losing 2 in the end zone. So I guess there's a chance. Yeah, 10 carries for 81 yards. Yikes.
Good for Kalen. Good for Kalen. Good kid. Nice kid. I'm trying to read the excitement. Tigers baseball 1989. What the hell, Glass Sheen? Oh, we're on camera. That might be why. There might have been 87 passing yards in the game combined.
There's exactly 87 passing yards, I do believe. Although, should be noted, we do have those 2 unintentional rushing plays from the Dolphins. That would be about 13 more passing yards, which would get us right to 100, which that makes it respectable. That makes it fine. So we're all good.
My beach chair is back there. I might just go sit in the beach chair the rest of the game.
I wouldn't blame you. I don't think anyone would.
Let me see what I can do. Singletary with the catch. First down. Yes, he didn't get out of bounds. Let me see if I can grab the beach chair. Work this out. Because,
low bar, obviously, to clear, but Devin Singletary, he's got to be closing in on double-digit DraftKings points. He's got 4 catches for 8 yards. I think he's got around 50 rushing yards as well. So 10 DraftKings points is going to do you wonders in this particular slate. There's another catch. So now definitely over 10 DraftKings points. Man, the people we haven't even seen in this game. John Brown doesn't have a target. Robert Foster doesn't have a target. Jakeem Grant doesn't have a target. No targets.
All right, I'm in the beach chair. Now, let's see if I can read the numbers from here. Yeah, I'm in good shape. There we go.
This is incredible.
Nice day in Miami. Fourth quarter. And it's like we're at the beach. Let's see. Josh Allen's got trips left. In the gun. Fires. That's complete.
There's Foster.
Robert Foster.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
Now, the issue with my setup is I can't read the YouTube chat. Work on that. I got my mouse. There we go.
I believe in you. You'll figure this out.
Oh, this is good. I can sit like this. That works out.
This means we're 2 streams away from you doing one of these games in a hammock, and I think that's really the ideal situation.
Someone says in the chat, Josh, just freaking run. There you go. Croft. First down.
Some damage. For any one of these receivers at such low volume and with Josh Allen below 100 passing yards, you almost need the touchdown to actually be viable. So we'll see what happens here. But 4 catches ties Croft for the team lead with Devin Singletary. So it's something.
Look at this. Croft again.
Oh,
almost.
Croft over 51% owned in lineups this afternoon. So that would have been a huge play for more than half the people on this slate. But for the people out there hoping Josh Allen scrambles, again, inside the 5-yard line, that's been his time to shine. So we'll see if they maybe give him an option play here, or possibly if Frank Gore gets a touch. That's something we've seen a couple times too. Though Singletary's going to line up next to him here in the shotgun.
And 2 wide to the left. Croft is off to the right of the line. Singletary spun around at the 3.
For as often as we've seen the rushing plays work from shotgun formation, they've tended to have a much higher miss rate in the red zone. Again, the Bills' best call here is probably to go Allen. Maybe we get a little play action here. There's
Frank
Gore.
Gore.
Oh, ugly.
Now they have to go for it, especially on 4th down. I know it's 3rd and goal coming up, but they've got to. It's a 4-down territory spot.
You'd think so. I mean, they were super aggressive at the end of the second half, more aggressive than any team I've seen, as Dawson Knox completely whiffed on that block attempt of Andrew Van Ginkel. Oh, man. We have not exactly seen an offensive showcase this afternoon, have we?
What in the world are they going to do? Again, Josh Allen only has 9 passing touchdowns in our simulations of DraftKings. 7 rushing touchdowns.
What is
Power
this
eye from the
formation?
6.
What is happening here? What? What was that? And it was Frank Gore again. Did we make someone mad in a past life? What did we do to deserve this stream, Glash?
I don't know. If they kick a field goal.
Okay,
Here we go.
here we go. Shotgun
Four
formation.
wide.
Got Croft in the slot. He's breaking out wide, though. There you go.
Take
Run,
off!
Josh Allen, run.
Yes! 8th rushing touchdown for Josh Allen.
It's all we had been asking for the last 3 minutes of gameplay. Once you get inside the red zone, Josh Allen scrambling is almost an automatic touchdown. He should have done it on 1st down. He probably should have done it on 2nd and 3rd down. But mercifully, we get it on 4th down as we now somehow have a 2-point conversion attempt to tie this game at 10.
DFS Lounge says a couple of 9-year-olds actually playing the game right now. LOL, ridiculous. Got to go for 2. Got to get this. Oh, he missed him! Oh my God, that was awful.
That was like a bullet throw to the 2nd row of the stands. Oh, wow.
Can we see that again? Thank you. Playing a game of wall ball in the backyard.
I would say that's John Brown's first target of the game, but I don't even know if that should count as a John Brown target, as it was not within 20 yards of him.
Wow.
Still, though, not that difficult to envision the Dolphins going 3 and out here, and the Bills getting the ball right back with a chance to at least kick a field goal for the go-ahead score.
Well, there's the 99 throw power, just a little bit outside.
Wild thing indeed. Hey, there's Shaquem Grant. Unfortunately, we don't get points for kick return yards, but that is the only time we've seen him touch the ball today. I would recommend for a struggling Dolphins offense, maybe get one of your most dynamic playmakers an opportunity. But that's just me.
Kyle says my grandma could throw better than Josh Allen.
Probably not harder, though. It was a hard throw.
All right. So, are we rooting for the Dolphins to put this thing away, or Buffalo could still win this on a field goal?
I don't know, man. I'm numb. I'm honestly numb to this right now. This game is beating the life out of me.
Is there even a sweat right now for the showdown? Is anyone, really invested?
Before that touchdown, I know we had a 3-way tie at the top with people having Dolphins D in the captain spot, but that touchdown will still have changed that at least slightly. I mean, right now, I'd have to believe double defenses, Jason Sanders, and Kalen Ballage. Ballage, solo leader, is winning the contest right now, but that obviously scores are not updated to the 2nd, so we'll have to sweat this a little bit.
Joey D35 is 59.01 points at the moment. 3rd and 7, shotgun, Fitzpatrick into traffic. That is broken up and incomplete. So you're going to give the ball right back to Buffalo.
He had that ball for a second. He was in triple coverage, so might have chosen a different place to go with it if you're Ryan Fitzpatrick, who only has 4 completed passes today, Glash. We have less than 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
And the Bills might win this thing. They could.
Is it really winning? I feel like it's not losing right now.
Well, they're 2-11 in our simulations. Records courtesy of Z.thompson at DK Live.
Let's go.
So Hauschka has a kick power of 92, accuracy 82.
Yeah, missed from 59, but I don't think we can really hold that against him.
Will Josh Allen run again? He'll throw in the flat. Xavier Howard brings down Singletary.
I think that's his 6th catch of the game.
The Bills have 108 passing yards. That is laughable.
Well, the Dolphins have 42, so...
Yeah, that's true. Oh, boy. I'm actually looking forward to this game ending. I'm sorry, Garion. I like working with you, and you've got to get to Atlanta.
I
Not
do.
a far trip.
I do.
Is it at Atlanta or at New England? The 8 o'clock
It's
game?
at New England, actually.
Oh, okay.
Even far, yeah, that's a lengthier trip, but it's okay. It's okay.
All right. Right up the coast.
You know, I'll watch some game tape. Not this game tape. That'll burn very quickly. But
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
2-minute warning. 1st and 10 for Buffalo. 31-yard line. I will be back from Madden After Dark with Billy Delaney. Billy Delaney making his color commentary debut.
There we go.
The Madden, what does Kaufman call him? Babysitter Billy? Billy's like the dude we have in production, everybody. He's one of our editors, and he does a fantastic job. He knows Madden. He loves Madden. He's one of the, we always shout out the ops team. Billy is one of the guys in our production team that's a huge Madden guy. Dr. Madden, any nickname you want. Billy's been super helpful in getting us up to speed with all the Madden ins and outs.
Yeah, if you actually want to learn something about Madden, that's probably going to be the broadcast to watch. Wow, that is the 7th catch of the game for Devin Singletary. I'm honestly shocked Josh Allen has 18 completed passes. But I've got to say he's probably completed like at least 5 or 6 in a row here.
Yeah, it's good garbage yards for Singletary. Adam Kaufman and Garion join you for the 8 o'clock game. Patriots hosting the Falcons. There's a flag.
Probably a hold with when that flag came out. Yeah.
I mean this. And look, Madden After Dark, we always bring something new to the table. You're going to have fun with Billy. Billy's going to be a good time. We're going to have fun tonight. 1st and 20. 104 to go, 34-yard line. Allen.
Oh, man.
Howard hunts down Croft.
That's Croft's 6th catch of the game. He's got 10.4 DraftKings points, and on this particular slate, that is not something you can stick your nose up at. As time continues to tick away, despite the fact the Bills have all 3 timeouts. Going deep.
Oh! Croft!
Again.
Croft mac and cheese for dinner.
Croft McGaw. He was wide open. I'm not
He got out
quite
of bounds,
sure what
right?
happened on that coverage. Seemed like maybe busted zone, but not often you see a tight end streaking down the sideline with no one within 10 yards. Bobby McCain with the touchdown-saving tackle.
Clock stops to get out of bounds.
It'll be interesting to see if we start having the Dolphins use timeouts to conserve clock. Weird spot in the field right now for the Bills. Oh, that'll do it. That'll get them in the field goal range.
I hope Hauschka misses the kick. I really do. But if you have him in your lineup, I hope he works out. But if you don't, it would be such a proper way to end the game.
It's crazy to even think that at one point the Dolphins had the football and a 2-possession lead in a game where Buffalo had not scored, and they might blow it, but that was immediately followed by a safety. So these things happen. Oh,
Let's keep running the football. Timeout. All right, now they're in chip shot range.
So we've got Singletary, I would say, closing in on about 70 rushing yards, probably somewhere in that realm. Add in the 7 catches. Looking at a pretty good performance from someone who is.
Uh-oh. The Garion freeze. Garion! Garion's gone! From the 16-yard line, Garion's gone. Allen scampers. All right, Garion's back.
I think I'm back. There we go. Sorry about that. My internet just couldn't take this game anymore, apparently.
It's okay because Calvin has informed us on the chat. With all due respect, Garion, your flight to New England to join Adam Kaufman has been canceled.
Oh, wow. Well,
good. Leave Kaufman by himself.
I was gonna say, someone let Kaufman go, but I think I have to emotionally reassess my life after this game, so that might be for the best.
This is it's true. Like, this is a Madden sim that you finish up and you say to yourself, like, wow, that sucked. But they can't all be great.
Yeah,
that's what makes the great ones feel great, right?
Exactly.
That's what makes the high scoring games feel great.
The better ones better. You are correct, Glash.
That's a glass half full kind of thought process. And what do you know? The Bills take the lead. Hauschka is pumped about it. He loves it.
Maybe.
They're going to be partying in South Beach.
Maybe just
Jakeem Grant, maybe? Return?
I was going to say, we've had such a terrible game. Nothing exciting has happened at all. Maybe it was all in preparation for Jakeem Grant returning a kickoff with 8 seconds left to the house for a touchdown.
Curtis Bell Jr. wants a walk-off Grant Hail Mary. But, hey, kick return touchdown.
That could happen, too.
That could happen, too.
Miami Miracle Part 2. Who's in?
Miami Miracle. That was mean to bring that up. That was a bad game for the Patriots.
Maybe the greatest Dolphins moment in the last 10 years, which is saying something.
Chandler, what's up? Chandler Malone. All right, here we go. Here's the return.
Well, that dream died pretty quick.
All right, Ryan Fitzpatrick, 86 throw power.
Got Grant all the way up top in the trips formation.
Right. That's the
4 for 10 for 46 yards. 4 for 10 for 46 yards.
All right, Garion. Well, it's time to go to the beach.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just bring the beach to you, as a matter of fact. Who's your player of the game?
Oh, God. Devin Singletary. You know what? I'm going to give it to Devin Singletary. I think he's someone who has definitely suffered from being paired with Josh Allen. Allen consistently vultures his touchdowns, as he did once again today. And even Frank Gore gets the 2 goal line carries instead of Devin Singletary. But without that element of the game, Singletary still finds a way to rush for 69 yards, gets 7 catches. He made himself viable in a contest where not a lot of people reached viability. So I'll give it to Singletary on this one.
All right. Good for Devin. Made some nice catches. Let me sit up in my beach chair. Got some goldfish because we're in Miami. Let me see what else I got. More suntan lotion. All right. Do you have any thoughts on what people can do for the 8 o'clock showdown? That's a big one, of course, right? 5 entry max, Falcons, Patriots. There's some history there, of course.
Yeah, just a little bit. I wonder if the comment section will point that out ever. Honestly, I would say I'm curious to see whether or not Koff brings it up in the first 30 seconds or the first minute of the broadcast. I'm going to say first 30 seconds, but we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be a really interesting slate, especially in the sense that I don't want to say like this Buffalo-Miami game, because clearly nothing is going to be like this Buffalo-Miami game, but it's a slate where the options to pay up for aren't necessarily the most tempting, at least if you're looking at things from a recency bias perspective. Tom Brady has been strangely one of the highest upside and simultaneously lowest floor quarterbacks in these simulations. It's almost been an exact pattern of good game, bad game, good game, bad game. And he's coming off a good game against Denver, so I guess that means he's going to be bad today. Matt Ryan hasn't thrown for 300 yards in quite some time, and he's only eclipsed 20 DraftKings points in 3 of his prior 13 simulations. So the quarterbacks aren't exactly high upside guys. The 2 most expensive wide receivers, I mean, Edelman hasn't scored more than 17 DraftKings points in a simulation. He's only gone over 15 DraftKings points twice. Julio Jones, for as great as he has been, or as great as he was when we first started these simulations, he's been absolutely terrible in their last 5 games. He's done almost nothing. He's only averaging 8.1 DraftKings points in that span of time. So I think the key is going to be finding plays in that mid-tier that you really like, and really identifying someone who you trust to captain, whether that be Devonta Freeman, whether that be Ben Watson, whether that be James White, who's coming off one of the better running back performances we've seen in these streams. So I think that's kind of the interesting wrinkle when we talk about Atlanta against New England.
This is my living room. It's turned into an office. So I'm actually a pretty clean person, so I'm offended that people think I need to clean my room.
I do need to clean my room. I just happen to have my camera set up high enough so that no one sees all the clothes on my floor.
Murphy Law says he's seen better legs on a table, with all due respect. I appreciate the "with all due respect" phrase in the sentence.
You can't be offended if someone says "with all due respect" or "no offense," which is the unwanted stepchild of "with all due respect."
It's so true. It really is. It's fantastic. Let's see. Anyone have any questions for Garion? Garion keeping his composure is unbelievable. Are you composed, Garion? Do you feel okay?
As much as you can be after that game. I might have hallucinated the whole thing. I'm really going to take some time between these simulations, recenter, as the kids say, and we're gonna try to put this one behind us, Glash, and we're just gonna go into Atlanta, New England, clean slate, optimism, back on 100%. It's gonna be a good one. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that's a share of 5,000 DK dollars. Just gonna relax for a little bit longer before we leave Miami. You're going to New England. I'll be in Houston.
Yeah.
For Jaguars, Texans. You have any outlook of that one?
Just Deshaun Watson. Every day, all the time. Deshaun Watson. He's been so good in recent streams. Jaguars, also one of those curious teams where they don't often present many value plays. So I think you're going to have to exploit guys like D.D. Westbrook and James O'Shaughnessy if you want to pay up and even captain someone like Deshaun Watson. So haven't really given that slate as much of a look as the 8 p.m. one, but that would be my general build strategy, I think.
Okay. Sounds good. Billy Delaney.
I thought that was a tanning board for a second. I was going to lose it.
A tanning board? No, it's my iPad.
Yeah, okay.
All right, that's it. What time is it right now? 7:09. So in 41 minutes, Garion will be with Adam Kaufman in virtual Foxborough for Patriots-Falcons, a Super Bowl rematch from a couple years ago. That is the $5,000 contest, 5 entry max, DK prize money, of course. And then Madden After Dark at 10, going to Houston. I'm enjoying Miami while I can with the little break. Enjoy some more Miami. Kick the flip-flops off. There we go. Just enjoy the break. I'll be with Billy Delaney for that one. Want to thank our production team and the ops team. Ops working hard behind the scenes. Keep an eye on the game center. So, Matt Durgan, Matt Cody, and Tom Regia. For Garion Thorne, I'm Brendan Glasheen. Soaking up the sun here in Sim, Miami. A thrilling finish. The Buffalo Bills win 11-10. Garion, and Adam Kaufman join you at 7:50.
Well, hello there. It is sim number 3 for me today, number 2 for Garion Thorne, and number 5, most importantly, for you. Welcome in. You got the 8 o'clock free roll, the 5 max entry showdown contest, and it's a Super Bowl rematch of a few years back. Patriots, Falcons. I bet we're going to have a little fun with that. With Garion Thorne, I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, buddy?
Not too bad, yeah. Counting these seconds till we get the 28-3 going, I would say, 60% of the YouTube comment chat section? That might even seem low.
I sort of can't believe that I didn't already make the comment, to be perfectly honest. I had about 6 jokes bouncing through my head all at once, and I just figured I'll leave it alone. We'll get there at some point. But
there's ample time. You're right.
It's good to see you made it off the beach with Glasheen. He looked very comfortable out there. And now, of course,
Glash's feet, that was got dicey. Just when you think an 11-10 game can't get worse, you see Brendan Glasheen's feet. So it can only get better with the 8 p.m. stream.
Well, the weather, not so much, but you do have the intensity, the playoff intensity of a game in virtual Foxborough in the evening, no less. Primetime matchup for the showdown contest because, again, it's 5 max entry. A lot of people tinkering with lineups right now before lock. We're about 6-7 minutes away. What are you looking at?
Yeah, this is a really weird slate. I kind of delved into it a little bit talking with Glash towards the end of our last broadcast, but you look at the top end, and obviously there's a lot of potential in Tom Brady and in Matt Ryan. More potential, I would say, in Tom Brady, but Brady has been one of the most frustrating DFS quarterbacks we've had in these simulations. He seems to go great game, bad game, great game, bad game, almost to the point where you're believing in the pattern, and it would be a bad game if that pattern continues. He had a pretty good one against the Broncos the last time the Patriots took to the virtual field. But, Brady's been frustrating. Matt Ryan, he's only exceeded 20 DraftKings points in 3 of his 13 starts. You would really expect more from someone who is as highly rated in terms of his overall number in Madden. His accuracy across the board is fantastic, but neither of these two quarterbacks can seem to consistently find it and be viable DFS pieces. And, even the wide receiver ones, we've talked a lot about how Julian Edelman, just through, being miscast as the wide receiver one and what the wide receiver one in Madden actually entails versus what Julian Edelman really is as a wide receiver one in the Patriots offense. But, he's coming off his best ever performance in a simulation in that game against Denver, and it's only 17.6 DraftKings points. So he's not someone you've been leaning on all that much in these simulations. And Julio Jones, who was amazing to start these simulations, averaging just 8.1 DraftKings points across his last 5 games. So you got to spend money somewhere, and I think you're probably going to have to spend it in the mid-tier, specifically when it comes to the captain spot, because it's hard to trust these guys at the top.
It's people that care at all, and it's really not relevant just because it is computer on computer. It's any given sim day. There is no correlation stream to stream, but that every other pattern for Tom Brady, as you alluded to, he's due for a bad game because he's coming off a good one with 18 fantasy points. But let's go back to those mid-tier guys and stay with the receivers as you talked about, because it is, the top guys in Julian Edelman, in Julio Jones. You outlined everything with them. How about mid-tier, though, with wide receiver twos? Because in both cases, Calvin Ridley for the Falcons, Mohamed Sanu for the Patriots, they're both really excellent opportunities in terms of value options, guys who put up decent points, guys who perform on a fairly regular basis. Would you look to roster both those guys?
I think they're pretty compelling. Ridley in particular has such a high ceiling. I mean, we saw what he did in his last game. Those haven't been the norm in terms of his performances, but that kind of upside on a GPP slate this big is hard to pass up. I'll say that much. Where Sanu, the totals are never massive. He's never someone who seems to come down with 6 or 7 catches. He's never seeming to flirt with 100 yards, but the results are the results. And he has 6 touchdown receptions in his past 6 games. A couple of those being 2 touchdown reception games. So he has been good at scoring, which, at the end of the day is kind of the important part. But I do think people might gravitate more towards the Ben Watsons, the James Whites of the world. Maybe even Devonta Freeman, who's been not the most consistent running back in terms of rushing the football, but someone who does have 17 receptions in his past 4 games. So getting it done on that side of the field, and almost anything you get from him on the ground is a bonus, although he does still clock in is very expensive on this slate. So I think White, coming off that 166-yard performance against the Broncos, I think he'll be pretty popular in the captain spot. And Ben Watson, I mean, we've talked about this guy over and over and over and over again since we started these streams. Not exactly the real-life Ben Watson, but whatever this virtual version of him is one of the most consistent players in this game. So I think Watson at 7,000 will also be pretty popular.
Two guys that you did just mention. Let's go with the running backs for a moment, because Devontae Freeman, it's all him. He's the third down back. He's the power back. Like you said, he does it in the air as well as on the ground. He's really the only option out of the backfield there for Atlanta. So that in and of itself, and the fact that he consistently performs, I think makes him worth rostering. On the Patriots side, James White has been very good. He's not at it alone. Sony Michel does get involved every once in a while. He's never a standout play, but that's the reason that he's so cheap as well. But as far as both these running backs, if you had to lean toward one, I assume it's Freeman, but you tell me.
I mean, it's definitely close. And I think the beauty of Showdown is maybe you don't even have to lean towards one or the other. I think rostering both could be a viable way to go. Again, considering how effective Freeman has been in the passing game. It's sort of strange to say that when we're talking about two running backs and one is James White, and you single the other guy out for being effective in the passing game. But
right,
White has been the better running back of the two. And it's interesting, for as much as it hurts a running back to not be the pass catching back, the third down back on a team's depth chart, the goal line stuff doesn't always come back to bite someone like James White. It, depending on the formation that's used inside the 5-yard line, inside the 2-yard line by a particular offense, you could still see James White get goal line carries. It's happened before. He's scored multiple touchdowns in simulations in the past. Sony Michel gets onto the field in true goal line formation looks, but those are pretty few and far between. So I don't worry about the specter of Sony Michel too much. I think James White checks in as just a pretty solid play.
Earlier today, Garion, I started offering my baseless hunch play of the game, basically, is what Z.Thompson and I, Professor Z, as we've started to call him, we started to call that segment. I went with Christian McCaffrey. He actually scored a touchdown, but still, he didn't erupt, really. He had 10 or 11 points. My baseless hunch play of the game for this one, Philip Dorsett. I think he's going to have a really good game. Again, that's based on nothing. What do you say?
He's boom or bust. That is to be sure. So, look, I've said this before about other games, and it's right just as often as it's wrong. But I think the philosophy is just where you have to bank on upside in these contests. There's no point looking for floor. There's no point trying to find someone who's a safe play, quote unquote, because you're trying to win these contests. You're not trying to tie for 700th place and split 50 cents. You want to try to take these things down. So Dorsett is the archetype of player, I think, that is someone you want to take that chance on, even if he misses more often than he hits.
Doesn't really matter because lineups are locked at this point, but is there one guy maybe that we haven't mentioned that you really like as a sneaky value play? Maybe someone who doesn't even get into all of these sims, but is in a really good spot based on game script?
I mean, he's not someone who's produced all the time, but I think it would be remiss if we didn't at least mention Russell Gage, who has shown himself to be a capable wide receiver 3. He's the slot wide receiver for the Falcons. We've seen those types of players have an impact near the goal line. So I think someone like Gage could definitely pop up, and he's probably about as far down the salary pricing list as most people are willing to go. So I think Gage could possibly have an impact.
All right, folks, we'll welcome into virtual Gillette Stadium, Atlanta at New England. It's a rematch of the Super Bowl, a really compelling one that took place in Houston a few years ago. I don't know if we want to consider just spotting the Falcons a 28-3 lead for fun and see what happens. Probably not in these Madden sims. It's going to be interesting anyway. With Garion Thorne, I am Adam Kaufman. Falcons, if you care, 6-7 in these sims. The Patriots at 9-4. So can they become yet another 10-win team? We've already got a couple of those in these simulations so far, and it should be interesting here. You got an X-Factor player in Tom Brady on one side, a skill player who's an X-Factor potential, Julio Jones on the other, a couple superstar threats, and Matt Ryan and Julian Edelman as well, and of course a very talented DST, defense in particular, on that Patriots side that's been racking up points with 6 and change at 3,400 in the flex. So we will see what we get. Falcons are going to start off with the ball here, Garion.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, too, that this Falcons team we see in these simulations is not the one that was such a massive disappointment during the course of the actual NFL season. This is a much better team in these sims than we saw in 2019. So it wouldn't be shocking if this was a very tight game and a game that even the Falcons have a chance to win.
Matt Ryan, captain at 7.5%, flexed at about 53%. Devontae Freeman, 7% the captain, flexed at about 41.5%. Patriots DST, as we mentioned, 3.5%. As Matt Ryan, he was getting ready to unload and got hauled down, sacked by Bentley, making second and 18. That's a heck of a way to start for that DST.
Yeah, their ears must have been burning. Right as we're talking about their ownership level, they get on the board immediately with a sack, and that is not something the Patriots have had all that much trouble doing. I know in their last game against Denver, despite only allowing 10 points, they did not have a sack in that game. It was the first time in 8 simulations the Patriots hadn't had multiple sacks in a game. So this is something they've done with a lot of ease to this point in these streams.
That's 30 overall sacks. And now in simulation number 15 for the Patriots, also 8 interceptions. We'll see if guys like Stephon Gilmore, Devin McCourty can tack onto that lead. But first, Matt Ryan has to throw it, does here. That is complete, just shy of the first. It's 17-yard pickup to Julio Jones.
And the biggest question I had coming into this slate was, would recency bias overwhelm people's perception of Julio Jones? I was thinking it wouldn't, but it appears to be the case. He's only owned in 35.2% of lineups, despite being one of the best wide receivers we have in all of Madden. As Freeman breaks.
Look at this gain out of Freeman. My goodness, daylight ahead. You can't stop him. Gone, folks. Touchdown, just a $1.10 in.
Wow, that is a great way to start this simulation. Granted, I'm coming off a snooze fest between the Bills and the Dolphins. Any offense I can get, but what a run from Devonta Freeman, who is definitely in that group of running backs who's greatly benefited from the switch to 8-minute quarters. He's been much more consistent these past 3 weeks. I mentioned it off the hop. Receiving has really been his go-to trait in the past 4 games for the Falcons, but he also had a 100-yard rushing game in the mix, and he seems well on his way to that once again.
We talked about it, third down and power back. He's the man out of that backfield for Atlanta, flashing some of that 92 speed right there for the long touchdown run. Boy, oh boy, 66 on the ground for Atlanta to begin this game. Freeman, current free agent no less. Where do you think he winds up?
I don't know. It's almost amazing he hasn't signed yet. I mean, obviously we're in a very interesting,
different time.
strange NFL offseason, but it seems like maybe depending even if we get preseason, but there's always some sort of running back injury or something wonky going down in mini camps. And I'm sure we'll see Freeman end up in a situation where he's called into action.
So the Patriots will get a chance to respond here. Just 1:10 off the clock, and the Falcons, thanks to a long touchdown run out of Devontae Freeman, already in front. Fumble! Oh my goodness! Patriots get it back, but a fumble on the return. Yikes!
This has not been an ideal start to this Patriots game, but Koff, as I'm sure you know, the Falcons have been known to get out to big leads against the Patriots in the past.
I will give the Falcons credit. It's one of those, maybe enough time has passed, but there was a tweet just a couple of days ago. Did you see this? I think Yahoo maybe put it up and said, what's one sports moment that you really regret? Something like that. Just trying to engage the fans, as everybody is, as we obviously are here in this time of lack of live sports during the pandemic. And the Atlanta Falcons official team Twitter account responded to the tweet with nothing but a one of the face emojis of just, I think it was like an eye roll or something like that. Just acknowledging, we all know what happened.
Yeah, we all know the answer you're trying to get here.
Yeah.
Well, good of them for making a joke out of it. That's really all you can do at this point.
Well, it's one of those, if you can't laugh, you cry, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So 2nd and 6 after a pickup in the air from James White, who we talked about before, not unlike Freeman. Does it in the ground, in the air. A little bit of both here to start this game. Picks up the first, 1 for 9 on the ground.
kind of amazing just seeing some of these ownership percentages roll in. Philip Dorsett, 44.7%. Calvin Ridley at 48.2%. Obviously, you can't spend up on the best players for your entire lineup. That would be a much different game than we offer here at DraftKings. But again, to see receivers of that caliber come in at significantly higher ownership rates than someone like Julio Jones, it just really makes me think, one, he's due, and two, Julio Jones is a variance play is one of the best possible situations you can ask to be in.
White flexed in more than half your lineups. And in this showdown contest, by the way, we have got 152,603 entries. So quite a few of you in on James White, unsurprisingly. Brady flexed at about 70% captain at 13 and change. Ben Watson captain at 17% of your lineups.
Makes a lot of salaries work. You put Watson in there, only comes in at 10,500 in the captain spot. That leaves you a lot of salary on the table to pretty much do whatever you want, especially if you're someone who's going to captain Watson, then put a Philip Dorsett in there. Virtually everyone else is free at that point.
2nd and 5 here for Brady. 3 minutes gone first quarter. That's a completion. Out for another first down as Brady is 2 out of 2 for 21 and into the hands of Philip Dorsett. 91 agility, 89 jumping, 95 speed, and another former Patriot, not unlike the guy that threw him the ball. He's now in Seattle.
Yeah, that is the interesting wrinkle with some of these simulations. Kind of hopping in a time machine here for some of these rosters.
To better times for Patriots fans.
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of interesting, though, with Dorsett, $5,000 salary. If that seems high, it is. It's actually the highest he's ever been in one of these simulations. So we'll see if that impacts what his final value is in this contest.
Run here for White, juked around one tackle. I think he's a little short of the first right there. We'll see. Maybe he picked it up.
Looks like he did, yeah.
Yeah, just barely. So another first out to the 25, about midway through this quarter. Patriots down by a score on Dorsett, by the way. Less than 8 points, 6 out of his last 7 sims. So we talked about him pregame as a boom or bust guy, but obviously much cooler of late than he was when he started off so well.
And I think it goes without saying how correlated Dorsett is to Tom Brady and Brady's success. And Brady, even in the good games, we've kind of been saying this good, bad narrative. He hasn't eclipsed 300 yards passing in 7 consecutive streams. So if Brady's not going to be high volume in terms of his passing yards, someone who relies on a long pass like Philip Dorsett is just not going to be viable.
Brady does have that 25-4 touchdown to interception ratio. He's got elite accuracy numbers, which is why obviously he tends to complete so many passes. We'll see what he's able to do here today. It's 3rd and 5. They've been relying heavily on the ground game though, Garion.
Yeah, a lot of rushing attempts so far. And to your point, we have 2 of the more accurate quarterbacks in all of Madden here. So yeah, rushing attempts plus short completed passes, we could see some long drives in this game.
It's definitely kept the clock moving. 3 minutes left in the first. We're barely 10 minutes into this, and a touchdown Patriots to even the game to a guy plenty of you captain, Ben Watson.
And that is a massive turning point for Ben Watson. It's not as if he'd been bad recently. In his last 7 games, averaging about 5.5 catches per contest, coming in at about 13.3 DraftKings points in that span of time, and had done so without scoring a touchdown. It had been a couple of weeks since we'd seen Ben Watson get into the end zone, despite the fact he is far and away the Patriots team leader in receiving yards and in reception. So Ben Watson, huge play for the 64% of people who put him into lineups.
Just before that pass, Brian had written, need some Ben Watson. Second later writes, called it.
There you go.
Watson is coming off a 21-point effort last time out against the Broncos, which, we're not talking weeks in these sims. That was only a couple of days ago. In fact, as I recall, I was on the call for that game, but all these days, all these sims, they blend together. Like I said, this is number 3 of the day for me. It's 3 for Brendan Glasheen today as well. He'll be here for Madden After Dark. Billy Delaney, Babysitter Billy, as I often call him, usually producing these things. He'll be making his on-air, on-camera debut with Glasheen for that 1 at 10. So something to look forward to in a couple hours. Don't screw it up, William.
I said in our last broadcast, but if you actually want to learn something about Madden, that's probably the stream you're going to watch. Few people know more than Billy.
Yeah, he's good. He is definitely one of our, behind the scenes, that person that you turn to when you got a question regarding Madden. You go to Billy. So I actually did say that I was deeply upset by the fact that there just happened to be a hole on a Glash game that Billy was sliding in for, because he and I have long been talking about doing a game together. Maybe someday, some way, it ends up happening. Well, I didn't want him in place of you. Don't you worry. I'm not insinuating that. I'm thrilled to be here with you, but at some point in time.
I was going to say, if anyone wants to step in, I know we have people saying they called plays. I mean, come on in for the second half. This is fun. Hop in. You can be your own little Madden commentator. I'm fine with it. I'm good to roll with whatever here.
3-man booth or something like that. Nice completion there for a first out of the Falcons, as Moose Geoff Ulrich would say. 7-7 right now. And hot Lana here. Calvin Ridley with a 16-yard pickup, trying to tack onto that lead, or rather regain the lead.
Yeah, nice catch for Ridley over the middle. And Ryan, going to keep belaboring this point, but just accurate everywhere, especially those sort of mid-tier throws, the shorter throws. He just does not seem to miss those. If we end up seeing something along the lines of, Tom Brady going 17 for 19, Matt Ryan going 16 for 19, that wouldn't shock me. These are two of the most accurate quarterbacks we have.
Not much doing there out of Devontae Freeman. We got Moses here in the chat. The VIP writes, Kaufman, can you call out Ridley? These guys always seem to listen to you, and it pays off for me. I cash every time you call a game. Well, hey, Ridley just picked up 16, man. Let's see if he keeps on going. Calvin Ridley.
Here we go. Koff's magical powers. We'll delve into that a little bit later, depending on how this game goes.
We had a touchdown earlier today by, what was his name? Anthony Ferkser,
sure.
Tight end for Tennessee. That, nobody could believe it. And for a while, like right up until the end, someone, probably the only person, might have been Mr. Ferkser himself, captained him. And that person was actually in the lead, was in first place in that showdown contest, and then I think at the end was overcome. But still, just remarkable that guy was even rostered by anybody, let alone that person in the captain spot, was able to hold a lead for a while.
If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I will not put anything past a tight end in these simulations. Tight ends are magical in these simulations. Even the guys third or second, or heck, even we've seen a couple tight end fours have an impact as a fullback. So
it's true.
Tight ends are the do-all, fix-everything player in the world of Madden.
Freeman celebrates a first out to the 38, I believe it was, right there, as the Falcons marching on down the field. Nice little celebration by Freeman as well. So we've seen it with both these guys, Freeman and White, on the ground, in the air, and being a heavy emphasis in this game.
Yeah, and Freeman, if you really want to get into it, has probably been the Falcons' best receiver across their last 4 games. So this is nothing new for Atlanta's starting running back.
Nino writes, last dance, last 2 episodes tonight. Believe me, I know I have the TV on in front of me, independent of what we've got going on. Obviously, we're still playing catch up right now. New stuff doesn't start till 9, but I hope you'll be paying attention to that, as well as streams for Madden After Dark. You can multitask, or you could just, set the old DVR for The Last Dance. But I get how glued everyone has been to that documentary. I have been as well. Looking forward to seeing the conclusion. Not that we don't all know how it ends, but it's been a fun story. 2nd and 3, Freeman, another first, just barely, but he did get it. Already 78 yards for Freeman here. We're still winding down the first quarter.
A 65-yard touchdown run, it'll work.
Yeah, it's going to help.
Good mojo for you the rest of the game, but if we see Freeman get over that 100-yard bonus in the first half, I'm sure it'll put a lot of people at ease.
Tommy wants to know who scored the Patriots touchdown. That was Benjamin Watson, sir. Freeman still up to 81 on 5 rushes. Probably already has 100 total yards, but of course that won't get you a bonus. Waning seconds ticking down should take us to the first quarter break. It will, with Garion, Thorne, Adam Kaufman. So Garion through 1 quarter, 7-7 in virtual Foxborough. Other than Devontae Freeman and just owning this game to this point, what's your big takeaway?
I mean, I don't want to jinx it right off the hop because I know the voodoo of every other sim Tom Brady looms large over most lineups, but seems like we might have back-to-back competent games from virtual Tom Brady. I think this is setting up to be a pretty fun, hopefully high-scoring contest between these two teams. You know, you don't have to look far down the depth chart to realize how much offensive potential is on these rosters. I think, again, the most interesting thing I can say about the first quarter, aside from the touchdowns, is just seeing Julio Jones' ownership. That number is going to be so key to what the top end of this leaderboard ends up being. You search for upside first and foremost in these massive GPPs, but if you can find that and also find variance at the same time, that is a rare combination.
Let's jump into quarter number 2 here, and while we're at it, folks, smash that like button. Up over 1,000 likes for the 12-hour stream, but I know we can do a lot better than that. So hit the like button for us. Hit the subscribe button as well on the DK YouTube page if you're joining us there, because we've picked up about 6,000 new subscribers since we started doing these sims a good 6-7 weeks ago. We greatly appreciate you guys and being with us. Many of you, the hashtag team always here. You are around every single day, every single stream. It is remarkable. I really do believe, you know, of the 220 plus of these that we have done, there are some of you that have actually been here for in excess of 200. It's incredible. So thank you for being here with us. About 1,300 watching the primetime slot right now. Tell your friends, tell your family. Let's get some more people in here and get up over 2,000. Let's see, 2nd and 10 from the 17. Not much doing there out of Freeman.
Starting to get bottled up a little bit, which you would expect from this very talented Patriots defense. I mean, the secondary usually gets most of the acclaim, but there are a lot of good players on this front seven as well.
Jason says, wish I could hit the like more than once. You guys are awesome. Have made my days. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ooh. Was not expecting the draw on 3rd and 8.
No. So, gonna have to settle for a field goal right here. At least that's the expectation. Younghoe Koo, $3,800 in the flex, 5.8 points per sim.
Been very accurate so far, and it's rare we see a field goal missed from this close, but, you know, always got to make sure those points are on the board before you count them.
So I had done as I talked about Younghoe Koo. The field goal is up. It's good. Make it 10-7 Atlanta. Talked about the baseless hunch play of the day, and Philip Dorsett was my pick for this game. Earlier today, it was Christian McCaffrey. Jeffrey writes in the Chat Kings conference room, Koff, can you write a weekly piece on running backs and call it hunchbacks? I kind of like that. Although that's not as good as so Pirate Tom, you're producing this one, and answer me this in our chat. We had a question from a chatter earlier, because we've taken to calling Geoff Ulrich Moose. Someone was wondering if for our pregame coverage, when we give people advice, if we do a segment where, you know, Jeff has to fade guys that he would stay away from, could we call that segment Moose Droppings? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Seems plausible.
Right. It seems fair.
I mean, maybe we could do a segment where he has to go through his initial picks for the game, and we call it Moose Tracks. That's probably about the best you're going to get.
Scores updated through the field goal, by the way, so go ahead, refresh. People want Mohamed Sanu. They just want me to say Mohamed Sanu. So Sanu. We'll see if you get him against his former team. Go ahead, hit the refresh on your showdown and classic slates as well.
You know Mohamed Sanu only shows up in the red zone. It's the only reason people rostered him. We are still 60 yards away from Mohamed Sanu territory. Everyone calm.
He does have 9 touchdowns in these simulations.
It's really weird to see the touchdown just separation on the Patriots roster. You've got some very strange numbers. Just Watson scoring as many as he has, Sanu, Dorsett. I mean, I understand the skill position players this season weren't what they once were, but it's just odd to see Edelman so non-utilized as, he makes a catch right there to pick up a big first down.
Looks like we got to go ahead with Moose Tracks. We can go with Moose Tracks for Geoff segments. Seems, reasonable.
Yeah. We start there, and then when Tom's guard goes down, then we go for full Moose droppings.
In the showdown, by the way, we got Snecker with not even a 1-point lead. 52.72 with Devontae Freeman in the captain spot at 25.2 points. Over there in the late slate contest, it is a narrow lead, less than a point as well, 0.1 to be exact, as Tom Brady's got that X lit, by the way. T. Sonny, 81, 82.72, still with a receiver specifically to play in the next game, but Josh Allen from earlier, Devontae Freeman in this game, Devin Singletary, some of the bigger performers. In the all-day, we have got Vivid John 1, whose lineup is done, holding a 3-point lead. We'll see how long that holds.
Yeah, it's interesting to get a perception of how popular this game was in the 3-game late slate. As you said Sanu, and he's delivering back-to-back catches for Mr. Sanu Sr. But I would...
You're welcome, folks. I have no control, but you're welcome.
I would have anticipated this being the popular game to stack. Not necessarily a Patriots or Falcons stack, but just a game stack on that 3-game slate. We've got two great offenses. Yes, the Patriots defense is a little scary, but when it came to Buffalo-Miami, I think everyone sort of knew in their heart of hearts that was not going to be a high-scoring game. And even Houston-Jacksonville. I know Houston can do some damage on offense, but Jacksonville, not exactly the most consistent offensive team. So I'd imagine a lot of people stacked a lot of parts of this game.
Halfway through this second quarter here, Brady again, he's got the X factor lit right now. It was a handoff. White just 7 for 31, so ways to go. In fact, he lost a yard, 2nd and 11. Brady, he's got the pro reads X factor, the current and new Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback. So every time we do one of these sims with him on the Patriots, it's a tease, I'll be honest with you. But that's just the reality of the situation. Some last hurrahs for his pal Julian Edelman every time they get together in Simland.
Printing off one more edition of the Tom Brady Times.
That's right. Somebody actually asked after he signed with Tampa Bay, because obviously paper in Tampa is the Tampa Bay Times, and it was the TB Times for the couple of years that he was doing, his social media team was doing those cartoon recaps after games. Almost picked off Brady with the X, no less. First incompletion. The people were asking, was this a foregone conclusion? Did he? It was the TB Times, so he goes to the place with the TB Times. Was that expected? How long was this planned? I think that's just a giant coincidence, but it was something.
I do enjoy the Illuminati-esque breakdown of every piece of media we have, but gonna say this was pretty random.
Brady, again, this one complete to his old buddy Julian Edelman. Again, superstar traits for Edelman there. He's got the slot-o-matic and hit him in the slot for a first down all the way down to the 14. So now we're in Sanu territory. Yeah,
but I think there's a certain subsection of people who are hoping for another Julian Edelman reception. I mean, we talked about Julio Jones as a variance play, a talented variance play. How about Julian Edelman, just 23% owned? I think it's justifiable considering he has not shown much of a ceiling so far in these simulations. But if he can find his way into the end zone, he suddenly becomes a very sneaky play.
Brady from the 14, he's got time, winds up, end zone, touchdown, you called it. Julian Edelman, Patriots back in front.
Not something we see all that often, but this is the second consecutive game Julian Edelman has with a touchdown reception. I think he had 6 catches for 60 or so yards and a touchdown against the Broncos. And as I mentioned,
he went for 18 fantasy points.
Yeah, easily his best performance in are we talking the 14th or the 15th Patriots simulation at this point? I've kind of lost track, but
this is number 15.
So best performance in 14 sims. That's saying something for someone as talented as Edelman. But right now, if you had the courage to roster him, you are smiling.
Well, to some degree, sort of mirrors real life, right? Not in the sense, obviously, in real life, Julian Edelman regularly is hauling in a bunch of catches, puts up a bunch of yards, does well in fantasy. But one thing he does not do a lot in real life is score a lot of touchdowns. He's really only someone that gets, 3 to 6 a year. He's not one of those guys that gives you double digits. So the fact that he doesn't find the end zone a whole ton in these sims, I don't find surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely up and down, and the Patriots kind of offset some of his red zone usage with the fact that they're just in the red zone more often than most teams. I know Edelman.
It was also Gronkowski for years, which is a big factor.
Yeah. But, the last couple seasons, Edelman's been among the league leaders in red zone targets. So whether or not those have actually translated into touchdowns is a little different, obviously.
Carmine writes, Cough, call out Jaden Graham now. Let's go.
We have seen Jaden Graham.
Two maybe?
Have a couple weird catches, so who knows? Again, backup tight ends. You're once every 3 streams, you're pretty due to see a backup tight end do something to put everyone on tilt.
I did do a game, speaking of the Falcons, that I believe Luke Stalker had a touchdown on the subject of backup tight ends.
Sure. That makes as much sense as any of this. So
as Jaden Graham.
Yeah, exactly.
Although the funny thing with the Patriots, obviously Ben Watson is the guy. You guys know that. But Ryan Izzo and Matt Lacoste do tend to get involved every once in a while.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about that Browns-Patriots Madden After Dark stream, the no touchdown game a little bit earlier during the Buffalo-Miami broadcast. I wonder why those two things came up. But that game ended in a Ryan Izzo walk-off overtime touchdown. So those goal line packages, man, they'll mess with people's heads.
Juan says, Kaufman, I rostered Edelman and Jones. # show me the money. Do you want to scream, show me the money? Can you do your best Tom Cruise or Cuba Gooding Jr.?
Show me the money!
You know what I want, Jerry. Tell me, Jerry. Say it. Say it louder, Jerry.
Sweaty enough. You got to get all sweaty and flustered if you really want to do the cruise in that scene.
I would have to really back up from my microphone, too. Matt Cody would scream at me, our technical director.
Yeah.
Mike to be popping. I'd actually probably get so loud that you wouldn't even hear me because my mic would just drop out on me. It would be one of those situations. Punts away, folks. 14-10. Patriots on top of the Falcons here. Under 2 minutes to go.
Gotta love those 60-yard touchbacks. Just if the tight end position hasn't benefited the most from these Madden streams, it would have to be the punter. Just some crazy distance and crazy power on these punts pretty consistently.
Brady still has that X Factor lit. Again, the Pro Reads X Factor. He also has more superstar traits than any other guy in Madden. So, yeah, he's elite, even at 42, right now on his back. But Jarrett picks up a sack. Still, we know what Brady can do. I will be curious if that sack took him out of the X Factor, though.
And that's something we've seen the Falcons defense be able to do pretty consistently in recent streams. They actually had 15 sacks in their last 5 games coming into this simulation. So that front four of Atlanta has been known to wreak some havoc. So for someone as mobile as Brady, might have to get the ball out just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, gone. So see if he can reactivate. Again, a minute and change left here in the half. 2nd and 16. 2 timeouts available for the Patriots deep in their own end. It's a handoff. That won't do you any favors. There's a timeout.
Yeah, it seemed pretty clear that the Patriots were willing to let the clock tick away after that sack. They let the play clock go all the way down to 1 before snapping that football. Good chance we see the Falcons get the football back with 1 timeout and about a minute left. I think Matt Ryan could probably do some damage with that.
Victor says the real question is, did you order the code red? You're GD right, I did. 3rd and 14, 60 seconds left.
Way to censor
Michelle to the outside.
That's tough.
Well, you know, that feels like more of a Madden After Dark sort of thing when maybe you can let somebody fly. Actually, you probably can't let that fly ever. But if ever a time, Madden After Dark, and not sitting here in prime time with the max entry, with the 5, all these people tuning in. We got about 2,500 here on the YouTube stream, thousands more elsewhere in the game center and beyond. Punts away. Plus we got Tom Regia producing this one. For those who don't know, top dog. I mean, it's like having your teacher, audit your class if you were the one subbing. You know what I mean?
Those days when for some reason your vice principal was checking in on how your teachers were teaching homeroom. So you had your homeroom teacher, then your principal sitting behind you on the other side of the class.
Right. Don't you do it. There's a completion. Good for a first. One timeout left for the Falcons.
It's so weird. We've talked about this before during Falcons broadcast, but it has to be said every single time. For as good as every tight end seems to be, Austin Hooper, one of the best tight ends in Madden, consistently underwhelming in these streams. He's actually had less than 50 receiving yards in 6 consecutive simulations.
1st and 10 here. Ryan surveying the landscape. He's got all sorts of time. No one can get at him. Finally, can't hold on to it that long, sir. Timeout use. Last one, 13 seconds left.
Immediately 50 seconds ticks away and we were left with just 13 and no timeouts. There is time to get a ball to the sideline, get out of bounds, but that does not seem to be a strength of the AI in these simulations. So maybe we just get the Hail Mary on this play.
I hope so. Decent throw power out of Matt Ryan. 2nd and 16. See if he winds up. He does. Looking end zone, folks. And touchdown! Julio! 45-yard gain.
That looked like a one-handed catch. We'll see here on the replay, but you almost knew it was. Oh. My God. But, even though McCourty is one of the better cornerbacks in this game, when you saw Julio Jones one-on-one coverage in the back of the end zone, you had to get excited for a second. You knew he had the advantage in that situation. He comes down with a slate-changing catch.
That's incredible. So the Falcons ahead again, 17-14. Patriots have 7 seconds left and, time for maybe one Hail Mary of their own after the return. We'll see. Anytime he does something big and I scream out his name, Garion, it reminds me of a night at the Roxbury when, they're waiting in line for the club and they're telling the Emilio Estevez story. They're saying, and I was like, Emilio, the mighty Duck man himself.
Oh, man. It always makes me think of Rufio, but yeah.
Yeah.
Similar time for him.
Yes. Oh, I haven't thought about Hook in a long time.
I was going to say, I feel like I talked about Hook with someone on one of these streams, then I immediately remembered, of course, it was Emerson.
Is he because of all the food that's consumed in that movie, or is he just...
I guess that's part of it, yeah.
Yeah. The 4 seconds left. Maybe there was another reason. Yeah, I think we're just going to down this ball. Take us into the half.
Hey, check it.
That's too bad, but I get it. 17-14, halftime. It's been some excitement, certainly a lot more than you got in the last game, Garion. This has been a fun one. Garion, Thorne, Adam Kaufman. Falcons do lead the Patriots in virtual Foxborough. So what do you think of what we've seen so far?
I think it's important to really emphasize the point you just made. If you're someone who played the 3-game classic slate, we've already seen twice as many touchdowns in this game between the Falcons and Patriots as we did in that game between Buffalo and Miami. This seems like it was the game to stack, especially because we've tended to have higher scoring second halves than first halves in these simulations. So we just got 31 points. If we can even match that in the second half, this is going to be one of the higher scoring simulations we've had this week at the very least. I think scoring's been down a little bit across the board lately. Mm-hmm. So really exciting game so far. We've seen the stars go off. We've seen the 2 variance plays with Edelman and with Julio catching those touchdowns. So whoever earlier mentioned they had Edelman and Julio in the same lineup, that could be the winning combination today.
So we got Julio at 62 yards pacing for a bonus. Edelman not far away. He has 41. I mean, not far away from pacing. Those are really the big guys when it comes to receivers. You have, of course, Freeman, who's already rushed for almost 90 yards. So a bonus should be a foregone conclusion for him. Both the quarterbacks, there's certainly a chance of that happening as well. So it's been a fun one.
Yeah, and look, the 300-yard bonus for the quarterbacks, far from a given, despite the name value of Matt Ryan and Tom Brady. I mentioned earlier that Brady had not cracked 300 yards in his past 7 simulations. Matt Ryan's only done it, I believe, 3 times in the 13 games the Falcons have played. So that would be pretty nice to see both those guys maybe flirt with 300.
Hitman 200B says there are 31 points scored in this game. 28 plus 3 is 31, and Atlanta blew a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl.
There we go. Took
one. Yeah, the Illuminati always out. You guys are great. Clearly not a Falcons fan, whoever Hitman 200B is.
Or a self-loathing Falcons fan. Trying to find his own way in the world to deal with it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So 17-14 here, and the Patriots will start off the second half with the ball as well. Once again, with Garion, Thorne, I'm Adam Kaufman. Thank you for being with us here. Up over 2,000 people watching along on YouTube, thousands more elsewhere. Over 1,000 likes, over 1,100 likes for that matter. Let's get to 1,200. Hit the like button, folks. Hit the subscribe button while you're on the DK YouTube page as well. And I do want to ask this. I want to ask this comment to the chat. It's not something that I can answer. It's not something that Garion can answer, but you guys can because you're the people. So there are 28 thumbs down, 28 dislikes on this, 12-hour stream. We're not 12 hours in, but this long stream. And I noticed when I was promoting the likes earlier, I think we were at 31 thumbs down, which means a few of you have either just decided you like this or you've fully changed your mind. You've gone from 1 thumb down to 1 thumb up. What makes you go the other way when you've decided on one? When you do the initial like or dislike, what makes you swing back the other way? I'm just curious.
I mean, if it wasn't Julio's one-handed catch, I don't know really what's going to hook you to these things. That was maybe the play we've seen in these simulations. But yeah, that is interesting. Kind of turning people around. I think it was just rightfully so. People were upset about that Miami-Buffalo game. Shouldn't have aired at 6 o'clock. That was a 2 p.m. game if I've ever seen one. But now we got a nice, oh, wow, James White gets stuffed twice in a row. But, yeah, I'd say quality of stream. That's been nice. Glash is interesting.
I love that I brought it up, and now people are just hitting the dislike button, like to prove some sort of a point.
Well, as long as they're happy.
Yeah. I mean, to each their own, folks.
That was really strange. I mean, I know
as Pat Mayo would tell you, it's what is it? It's metrics either way. It's whatever.
It's engagement
the case.
Either way.
Yeah, it's engagement either way. You were starting to say though.
I was just gonna say to see the Patriots run 3 consecutive plays, to see Tom Brady not throw a pass on a Patriots drive. Look, I know it was 2nd and 1, and I know James White had picked up 9 yards on the first carry of the drive, but always feel like when Tom Brady doesn't touch the ball for a series of minutes, you've probably done something wrong as a play caller.
Eric Winalda in the chat says, a dislike is still a like. It's true. Depends on which emphasis, which part of the syllable you are emphasizing, right?
You are correct.
Yeah. That's great. All right, 17-14 here. The Falcons, they've got the ball after the Patriots did nothing there to begin this third quarter.
3rd catch of the game for Julio. Doesn't really need to do a whole lot more after scoring, let's see, about 11.5 points on a single play before the end of the half. Speaking of, scores updated through the half. Thanks as always to the ops team. Killing it.
Yeah, always do. We take them for granted, really, at this point. I mean, I got to remind you guys, it happens so lightning quick, you forget maybe what it was like at the very beginning of these streams, but it's all manual scoring.
Back in my day, we walked uphill in both directions to school. We waited 19 minutes for updated scores.
They're all doing it on the fly. You can't say enough about them. Manual scoring, folks. And it is, as Garion said, updated through the half and then some. We've got 5-way tie atop the showdown contest, again with north of 152,000 entries. Devontae Freeman in the captain spot at 26.7. In the late classic slate, we've got T-Stunny 81 still in front by 0.2 right now with a receiver to play later, and still a 3-point advantage for Vivid John 1 in the all-day classic.
Going to be some tight battles. I'm sure a lot of people leaning on Hopkins and Watson. I'm sure we got a lot of Leonard Fournette owners for that late 10 p.m. game. So going to have to sweat this one out for a couple more hours as Freeman now just 4 yards away from that 100-yard bonus.
2nd and 5 coming up as we're approaching the midpoint of this third quarter. Virtual Gillette Stadium. Ball at the 42. Nice to see a battle between these two teams. Nice to see a competitive game regardless of who is playing. You always like to see that. You got a handoff for Freeman. There's your bonus, folks. Up to 108 to go along with his touchdown and however many yards and catches he has in the air at this point.
I think he's only got the one, but yeah, it's been a great game so far for Freeman. And you always like seeing them get, a pretty good cushion over the 100-yard bonus. We've seen some guys lose 6-7 yards getting a carry out of a shotgun formation. So 108 seems pretty safe. I think Freeman's going to stay above 100.
Greg B says, welcome to the announcer wine fest. I never said don't dislike it, as this one's picked off. Stephon Gilmore, X-Factor player. Yeah, I didn't say don't. I just questioned the motivation behind it. Do whatever you want to do. Gilmore and Devin McCourty, the X-Factor players on the Patriots defense.
That was such
First
a
pick right there, 9th in these sims.
Interception. I was about to say, I don't think we've actually seen the computer intercept one of those bubble screens in a simulation before. That is very difficult to do. And not a pass Matt Ryan probably should have thrown, but that's why Stephon Gilmore is the highest rated cornerback in all of Madden. That's why his awareness is a 99. His play rec is a 99. He's good at this kind of stuff.
Really good. So's that guy, Julian Edelman. 136 for Brady, couple of touchdowns. One of those went to Edelman, who just picked up 24. He has 65 overall.
Yeah, and for as good as Julio has been, if Edelman keeps tracking the way he is going to be the variance play that matters just a little bit more. We talked about Julio's ownership being about 35%. Edelman's is 23%. I think he was also captained about 4 or 5% of lineups. So if you've got him in the captain spot, you're sitting pretty good right now.
Ball to 43 here, about 3 minutes to go, third quarter. Patriots to the outside. Decent run right there. It's a first down. White up to 55.
And he hasn't gotten 100 yards rushing all that often. I believe it's only happened twice. That aforementioned game against the Broncos, and then once about 3-4 weeks ago, he ran for 101 against the Saints. So it's not something he's done all that often, but if he's going to be fed to this point, if he's going to have this much volume, I think 13 carries midway through the third quarter, I mean, you might have to start looking at him as someone in that mid-tier of running back who is almost a must-play on some of these classic slates.
Michael says, we had to wait until Tuesday morning's newspaper to know who won the fantasy football games for the week when we started our league in 1988. We have a fumble picked up by the Patriots. Technology's come a long way.
That it has. Second sack of the game for a bunch of technology. The Atlanta Falcons, the 1s and 0s, the Atlanta Falcons. Patriots really lucky there. I think it was Ted Karras, now a Miami Dolphin, picks up that football and really saves the Patriots from giving the ball right back, honestly.
Ace wants to know, and I think this is an appropriate question for both of us, me, the Patriots fan, you, the Dolphins fan. Do you guys think the Dolphins will win the division this year? Go Dolphins, go.
I hope they do. I'm pretty staunchly in the Buffalo Bills camp, which is a strange thing to say, but I just think they're a really good team.
I think while the Patriots are favored, I think in most circles, the Bills obviously would be major contender there over the Jets, over the Dolphins. I think the Bills are sort of the team to watch, the team that if anyone is, if the Patriots are looking at anyone as this is who's going to knock us off the mountain, it's probably Buffalo right now. I'm not going to count out New England just because it's not in me to do so at this moment.
I mean, look,
they won 11 games with Matt Castle a few years back.
Yeah, there's our boy Ryan Izzo making a catch, but I've talked about this, and it might just be my crippling fear of the Patriots, and that they've instilled in me this past 20 years. But it's almost like a movie horror villain until someone's like, seen the Patriots die. I am never willing to count out the Patriots. It's the double tap from Zombieland. One season's not enough for me. I got to see this team really go off a cliff before I'm counting out the Patriots.
First and goal here. Minute and change to go in the third. Brady's got that X Factor lit again. Again, the pro reads X Factor. Timeouts both sides for a little bit later on. A handoff here. White doesn't get far. Out to the 8. He has 57 on the ground.
Yeah, we'll see who gets
Finko says, Garion, son of Canada, what do we get for guessing what's on Koff's TV behind him? A lot of you people have been writing in the chat trying to guess what's on my TV. I already told you earlier. It's The Last Dance.
I was going to say, he gave away the answer earlier. If that's
not hiding it.
Quiz. Izzo!
Touchdown Patriots. See? The backup tight ends, they get involved, folks. Ryan Izzo. How big he is, huh? Next to Edelman.
Yeah, that is a little heartbreaking. I feel like Ben Watson scored that touchdown right off the hop. First drive of the game for the Patriots, we see Watson get into the end zone for the first time in 8 simulations. He has not caught a second pass since. I mean, Ryan Izzo is now out-earning Ben Watson with his 2 receptions and his touchdown. Tom Brady also now up to 3 touchdown passes. So I think we can officially say the Tom Brady good-bad pattern is dead. We never have to talk about it again.
Till the next time we talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, sure. We need content. Who's
21-17. Patriots in front. A lot of offense. You love that in prime time. 44 seconds to go in the third, which means we have 8+ sim minutes remaining in regulation. What we really need is an overtime. I don't know about you, Garion. It has been, I don't know how many, but it's been many sims since I've had an overtime game.
I was thinking about that before we started this broadcast. The fact that we both had that thought gives me the heebie-jeebies. Overtime might be on the way, but have we had an overtime game yet today? I'm not actually sure.
I know I did not, but I don't know if Glash had. I mean, obviously you didn't with Glash in the last one, so maybe the game before that.
It's become so commonplace to have overtime games. I'm not even sure if we've gone through a full 6-day slate without at least one overtime game. So we might be tempting the fates here a little bit.
Let's see what we get. Matt Ryan, 144. The tud, the pick.
Break down. Ready.
You have, in case of fire, break the glass user. I have Izzo. I have Edelman. I have Julio. I swear.
That's a nice lineup, my friend.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And Devonta Freeman doing his best to chip away at his yardage total. He's down to 106, so we are still on Devonta Freeman 100-yard bonus watch. Nice play by Patrick Chung in the backfield.
Smash the like button, folks. Closing in on 1,300 for the 12-hour stream. Thanks for finding us on YouTube or the Game Center, wherever it is that you have been part of these today. We appreciate you being part of the DK Sim fam. 2nd and 12. Ryan, clean look to his left to Freeman, so picks up just a little bit in the air. I mean, maybe.
Lost even lose 4, I think. Yeah, that was not the best decision-making we've seen from Devonta Freeman, but at the end of the day,
got the catch.
Positive 0.6 DraftKings points in our lovely PPR world, so probably going to be the last play of the third quarter, though.
Yeah. A little back and forth action, Garion.
Yeah. And we've seen.
What do we anticipate in the fourth?
We've seen some high-scoring fourth quarters. Sometimes those are kind of set up for us in the last drive of the third quarter, where maybe a team is already knocking at the goal line door before we head to the fourth quarter, but pretty consistently, when you throw in the timeouts, when you throw in a little desperation from the AI, we tend to get some high-scoring final quarters. So, Brady still 138 yards away from the bonus. Matt Ryan a little bit farther. So maybe we don't see the 300-yard bonus. But, James White, it's possible, 57 yards. So there's still a lot that's unsettled in this one.
Yeah, the 106 for Freeman, as you mentioned. In terms of the receivers or pass catchers, Edelman 74, Julio 71. So bonus absolutely in play for both of those guys. I'm going to say those are probably the only realistic ones, short of, Sanu or Ridley obviously going off for a 60-some-odd yard gain. Everybody else is pretty low totals, 20s and 30s or less.
Yeah, it seems like those two are the main targets. And really, if you're, kind of going through, seeing what's important, seeing what you should be watching in this fourth quarter. We talked a little bit about Ben Watson before the quarter break, but Watson's over 52% owned as the tight end in the 3-game late classic. So I know he has that touchdown, but he's got to produce a little bit more for the chalk that he is on that particular slate.
Ryan to Ridley coming off a 29-yard game against Buffalo. 11 points per sim, 6,800 in the flex.
Yeah, he's had some big games and he's had some disappearing acts, and that's pretty consistent with the wide receiver 2s and wide receiver 3s. I think aside from like your Adam Thielens, who are sort of, miscategorized as a wide receiver 2, it's not always been the most consistent, but at the price point, you take the risk sometimes, more often than not, really.
1st and 10, Falcons again, out beyond midfield now. Ryan up to 175.
And that'll put Julio within 20 yards of getting to that 100-yard bonus. He's now up to 4 catches for 83 yards and that amazing touchdown catch.
Falcons trying to retake the lead. Again, we've had a nice, fun back-and-forth one. Ryan taking his time, and time to eat some grass. Butler got him on the sack.
We've seen a lot of pressure in this game. 5 sacks between the two teams, a third for New England in this stream. You have to wonder a little bit just because of how good these offensive lines are in the grand scheme of things. The fact that Ryan and Brady aren't exactly the fastest guys in the world. Pretty glued to the pocket. Probably has a bit of an impact on the beatings they've taken in this game.
Fletcher Cox with 5 sacks by himself yesterday. Reminds me of a game that I did. At this point, it was a couple weeks ago, I think. But Bobby Wagner forced 4 fumbles by himself.
One with you.
Yeah, it was incredible. Ryan, another long gain here for the Falcons to move the chains, and that time, Austin Hooper, now a Cleveland Brown.
Looked for a second that Donta Hightower might have a chance to pick off this pass, but Matt Ryan threads the needle in between 2 defenders. Second catch of the game for Austin Hooper. But again, this is not someone, despite his massive rating in Madden, he has just not performed up to expectations. So he could change that perception with a touchdown here, but I don't think it would help a ton of people.
You talked about it earlier. Both these quarterbacks were very good to elite accuracy numbers. So no surprise here that you can see a needle threaded that way. And out to the 1. Oh, just missed it. It was Hooper again. That would have been a nice reward.
Second touchdown I called for in terms of a variance play, but he gets taken down at the 1. So now we find ourselves in an interesting spot. Can Devonta Freeman, already up over 100 yards, get his second touchdown of the game and essentially just break this slate wide open? Pylon Cam wasn't giving us the greatest shot there. Apologies to our production team, our virtual production team.
Scores updated through 3 quarters here, but we'll see if they get turned on their side by a touchdown now. 1st and goal from the 1. It's a handoff. Freeman with ease walks it on in. Falcons back in front.
That is, it goes without saying almost, but it changes every slate that the Falcons are involved with. Freeman, 36% owned in the 3-game late slate, was, I believe, the second most expensive running back on the docket, but not an overwhelming price point. Sometimes on those classic slates we see guys up over $7,000. He was just $6,200, so not surprising to see him as popular as he was. But it's not something we see all that often, 2 touchdown games. I would say, I don't know, a handful of times. I've probably only seen it in 2 of the games I've called. We're talking about 20, 25 games at this point.
24-21 Atlanta. Patriots getting it back with a whole lot of time left. 5:40 to go in regulation, so field goal tie it up, but, the Pats would be looking for more. Freeman, who has hit the 100-yard bonus, has a couple of catches and 2 rushing touchdowns now, unofficially with 44 points, 43.95 in the captain spot, which is good for first place in the showdown for SAJIC North, 111.53. Also with Tom Brady at about 19 points. Julian Edelman, 18 and change. Julio Jones up over 16. That's how things look in that first place lineup right now in the showdown. Again, 152 plus thousand lineups at this point. You got a new leader in the late slate. It's Hop and Go, 127.52. Freeman, 29.3 points with what he has done so far. And taking a look over at the all day. Yeah, finally, we got Vivid John knocked out of first place. Maybird, 12, still with 78 player minutes left. A 2-point lead in that contest. A DST to play in the second game, or next game, I should say.
Falcons.
So Devontae Freeman helping everybody.
Yeah, I mean, that's anytime you're starting to flirt with 30 DraftKings points or even 50 DraftKings points as a captain, that is not a level we've seen a lot of players get to. There's been a couple 3 touchdown games by some wide receivers. Brady obviously had his 6th passing touchdown game. That was almost a month ago now, but that's pretty exclusive territory. There's Watson.
That gain, Watson. Brady up to 188. Ben Watson, see where he is. 46. I would have said right around 50. So there you go.
Yeah, at the very least, his 2 catches have been pretty massive. If you're going to only have 2 at this stage in the game, why not have one be a 25-yard reception and the other be a touchdown catch? So Watson making do with limited opportunities in this one.
24-21 Falcons here, and the Patriots with the ball, and the X Factor lit for Tom Brady. 3 minutes gone by, fourth quarter. Brady incomplete, rare, 13 out of 16.
And sometimes the AI doesn't really match up with the game script. We've seen some questionable decision-making from offensive coordinators in the fourth quarters of the past, but it seems like on this drive, the Patriots have really taken a focus to the pass, being down by a score. I mean, we had seen James White really dominate the usage, and he has yet to get a carry on this drive.
Brady taking his sweet time. He's got time, but not for much longer, folks. Tom! McKinley with a sack.
Lucky to hang on to that football. Started to jar loose as his knee hit the ground, but that is a coverage sack through and through. Brady had 6-7 seconds in the pocket there. And finally, McKinley gets through and brings him down for the Falcons' 3rd sack of the game. Can't blame Marcus Cannon on that one. Held that block for a pretty long time.
Yeah, there's only so much you can ask for. 3rd and 18 here. You need this one, Brady. X Factor's gone. It's deep. He got it. First down, Patriots. Out to the 35. Brady for 211. Mohamed Sanu, 23-yard gain.
And if I had told you Tom Brady had thrown for 3 touchdowns in this game, you'd assume Mohamed Sanu was the recipient of one of those touchdowns. We hit on this earlier, but 6 touchdown receptions in his last 6 games has not been the case so far today, but a huge reception to keep this drive alive on a 3rd and 18 for the Patriots.
Gigantic play there on 3rd down by the Pats. Brady from the 35. He's looking around. He's got time. He's got time. You got time till you don't, Tom. Get rid of it. Heaving it. Caught inside the 10. Out to the 7 for Brady. James White for 27. Starting to look like the Super Bowl again.
Yeah, you wait 7 seconds in the pocket. You throw a lob down to your running back who's coming back to the ball despite being in triple coverage. That's exactly how you draw the play up, Koff. I'm sure
Poetry
that's,
in motion, Garion. Just
you know?
poetry in motion.
And that's, I mean, White, I believe that's only his second catch of the game. He hasn't really had that big an impact in the passing attack, but it seems more and more likely he's not going to get close to that 100-yard bonus. So that's a pretty big play for his value.
Joel says Kaufman and Garion, the A-team. Flag. First and goal from the 7, and face mask. That's going to bring him even closer.
And that was Sony Michel on the carry, not James White. So you'd have to think if Michel's going to get the carry from the 7, he's probably going to get the rushing attempt from the 1. It hasn't been the most consistent thing in the world, but something to look out for right here. I think it's White. Hard to tell, though.
It's a handoff. Nowhere to go. James White.
It was White. Doesn't matter. In the end, it does not matter.
Brewster B says, hurry up, guys. My wife's yelling downstairs. She's ready for us to watch 90 Day Fiance. This is kind of tell her it's a big game going on, man. This is huge.
Also, it's 9 o'clock. If you're going to leave this,
by 3.
If you're going to leave this game at 9 o'clock and not watch The Last Dance, I do not
get your priorities in order.
Screen.
Brady X-lit, wide open, touchdown Patriots. Nowhere close, and it was James White again. Should have been Super Bowl MVP in Houston, and now he's letting the world know.
Why toss it to James White when you could pass it to James White? Perfectly executed route out of the backfield and catches Atlanta blitzing, sending both safeties on that play. No one in the middle of the field, and James White can just walk his way in. Is Brady now 4 touchdowns in a game that is far from over. So easily one of the top 2 or 3 Brady performances we've seen so far.
So make it 28-24 with 2:38 to go, and that is huge, of course, because a field goal is not going to cut it for Atlanta. You need a touchdown here. The Patriots just with this every other, it's back and forth. Their lead changes constantly in this game.
Yeah, this has been a fun one. I think everyone needed this pick-me-up after Buffalo-Miami, so I know I'm pretty jazzed about it. It's going to be, I think the most interesting thing to watch on this drive is how it's handled by both teams. We've got just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. How quickly do the Patriots start using timeouts? How quickly do the Falcons start using timeouts? Are we going to see one drive from Atlanta to try to win this game and leave no time on the clock? Are we going to see the Patriots get the ball back with more than a minute left? So you never know with the AI. You never know with how the timeouts are used. But more often than not, the clock is left running in questionable situations. So maybe that was the last time we saw Brady with the football. Who knows?
At least for this sim, Garion. At least for this sim. Brady with a football for the Patriots. He shall return. Matt Ryan, 1st and 10.
Ooh.
Nope.
That was a dangerous pass. I think he was trying to hit Julio in the middle of the field, and Julio was wide open. So if that ball gets through, that is dangerous times for New England. But yikes, that is about the 3rd dropped interception we've seen in this game.
Ryan, 2nd and 10. This one's complete, but Devontae Freeman with nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's you don't want to choreograph the screen pass, but Matt Ryan not exactly the best job of selling that one. And we got 3 Falcons blockers with no one to block. So not your prototypical screen pass, but hey, we saw the Patriots convert a 3rd and 18 on their last drive. Maybe the Falcons can pull off this 3rd and 16.
2,300 of you watching with us on the YouTube stream. Thousands more across the web, wherever you're finding us. Thank you so much. Huge moment here for the Patriots defense. 3rd and 16, 18? Either way, long way to go for these Falcons. Matt Ryan, that's complete. Out to Julio, but nowhere close, but there is a flag.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Not good. Not good for the Pats.
Wow.
Devin
And
McCourty, an X Factor player, no less.
I was going to say, you almost couldn't script it better if you were the Patriots. I mean, you had Julio Jones initially covered by Stephon Gilmore, an X Factor player, and then Devin McCourty doubling him, and it's McCourty who makes a boneheaded play. Yikes.
That'll take us to the 2-minute warning after another good gain out of the Falcons. So now, after that face mask, moving the ball down to the 35, and Hooper is in striking distance for a bonus. He has 82.
Yeah, I mean, hadn't exceeded 50 yards in his last 6 games, so this is one of the better Austin Hooper performances we've seen in quite some time.
Ryan, that's complete again. Down the far sideline for a first. Right there into the hands of Justin Hardy.
Wow. First Justin Hardy sighting.
It's a Hardy boy.
He's made some big plays in these games. I know the first Falcons game I ever called, Hardy ended up scoring the game-winning touchdown. So clock's running here. Almost if you're the Falcons, you don't want to score too quickly.
1st and 10 from the 17. Minute and a half left. Well, that's pretty fast. Touchdown Falcons to retake the lead. And it was Hardy. No, Ridley. Ridley with a touchdown. So coming off a huge game against Buffalo, doing it here against the Pats as well.
Yeah, his 4th catch of the game. Like you said, not quite the high highs he reached against the Bills. 8 catches, 118 yards and a touchdown in that game. So not quite at that point, but I'm sure a lot of people out there, he was almost 50% owned in this contest, the showdown contest. They'll take 4 catches, 60 yards and change and a touchdown.
So make it 31-28. The Patriots getting the ball back with 1:26 to go and all their timeouts available at home with a guy named Tom Brady at quarterback. We may be in for a dramatic finish, folks.
Wouldn't it be fitting if once again this game went to overtime?
Lineup Lizard DFS says, is there some sort of apparatus I can applicate to indicate the appreciation of this broadcast? It's funny you should ask. Smash that like button, folks. Go ahead. Pound that sucker. Show us that you like it. Hit the like button, closing in on 1,300. Thank you so much. Patriots here on the return. It's short. Out to the 24. While you're on the DK YouTube page, make sure you hit that subscribe button. As I mentioned earlier, we've picked up about 6,000 new subscribers since we started doing these sims. We greatly appreciate all of you fans, new and old. Thanks for being with us during obviously a very interesting time in the world where Madden Sims have taking the focus off the lack of live sports. This is feeling pretty real right now. Brady trying to lead these Patriots downfield. 2nd and 3, minute 13 to go, and the clock is moving. Again, 3 timeouts available.
Yeah, we probably see a timeout here with 1 minute and 1 second left. That tends to be the pattern from the AI.
Yep. No huddle instead.
Here we go. But the way this clock is running, it sort of makes you think the Patriots might be playing for a field goal here.
Whatever gets it done. Brady, long. Oh, no! Almost caught by Sanu.
Wow. And suddenly we have a very tense 3rd and 3. You thought for a second the Patriots were just going to drive their way down the field. We got a little bit of drama here.
3rd and 3, 51 seconds left. Ball at the 31. Long way to go, as Garion said. X Factor is lit for Tom Brady. James White has been so big in these games. Do you rely on him here, or do you throw? We're going to get a throw. Brady over the middle. That's a completion. Goes to James White, but in the air.
Yeah, that little wheel route out of the backfield. Almost the exact play they scored the touchdown on their last drive. Just happened to be to the other side of the field for James White. I mean, with the Falcons dropping their safeties back, that's going to be there all day if the Patriots want it.
White's right around 20 fantasy points for this game. Patriots down by 3, 31 seconds, ball at the 43 now, and they have 2 timeouts to go. Again, playing virtual Gillette Stadium here. Brady's got White. He's leaned on him a lot. He's got Edelman, Sanu, Dorsett, Ben Watson. Don't forget about him. basically is Rob Gronkowski in these sims. Brady to his left, almost picked right into traffic there. Ill-advised.
I mean, if we're going to give Tom Brady credit for being accurate, let's continue and say he hit that Falcons defender in stride. I do not know how Atlanta did not intercept that football, but New England has a second life.
Make it 2nd and 10 here. Faked handoff. Brady holds on to it. Looking long, and we got a flag. It was caught. I don't know if it was caught in bounds or not.
Roughing the passer, maybe, or
unnecessary roughness? Yeah,
tackling out of bounds. Wow, that's a pretty questionable call, I would say, but it sets the Patriots up right on the doorstep.
Yeah, bringing it all the way to the 11. Wow.
Probably get 3 plays off here with the 2 timeouts, so lots of opportunity.
No one's looking to settle for a field goal now. Brady from the 11. You got some time, Tom. You may as well just run. There's no one close to you. Dumps it off to White inside the 10. Timeout with the ball at the 9 and 11 seconds to go.
Yikes. Had sort of said we might get 3 plays, and then the Patriots proceed to use 10 of the 21 seconds on a 2-yard gain. With the way the AI sometimes does risk assessment, you might only have one more shot at this if you're the Patriots before you kick the game-tying field goal. And they come out in a goal line formation.
Oh. Brady, it's a handoff. You better use that timeout fast. 7 seconds left. Do you play for the kick here?
I think they just did. They came out in a goal line formation from the 9-yard line. I mean, you have to kick this ball.
You got time for one quick pass, and if it's, for the end zone, either it's complete or it's not, but I think they may just be lining up for the kick. Yep, yeah. 3rd and 7. 7 seconds left. Timeout.
Wow. I mean, I guess we asked for overtime, so we can't really be upset here, but that was terrible play calling by the Patriots. I mean, you get gifted that unnecessary roughness penalty, sets you up at the 11. You proceed to waste time on 1st down and then just roll over on 2nd down. That was very strange.
So 3rd and 7. Again, the kick coming up. Steven Gostkowski. Biggest kick of your life, kid. At least the night in Madden Simland. Ball's up. No problem. Even game now, Garion Thorne. 31-31 with 4 seconds to go. Falcons will get one last breath before we get on to overtime.
Well, at halftime, I had said we'd had 31 points in the first half, and if we can get even just as many in the second half, we'd have quite a high-scoring game, and we got exactly as many. We're going 31-31 into OT.
This has been every bit the 8 o'clock primetime game you hope it would be. Tremendous output, Patriots-Falcons in their Super Bowl rematch. Kicks away. I wouldn't expect much here, but we've seen some strange things.
Probably more interesting.
Assume they just down it here, play for OT?
Seems like they're going to run a play. So at the very least, we've got the possibility of some garbage time points, although they're going to be Devonta Freeman's.
That's okay. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Devonta Freeman, far sideline. You got to stop him. You can't. Touchdown Falcons, 75-yard run. Are you kidding me? With 4 seconds left, a mean nothing play turns into the game winner.
That is the craziest finish we have had to one of these games. And if you've been watching most of these, you know crazy finishes are what we do. My goodness. I mean, definitely better chance of scoring a touchdown with an offensive play than with a kickoff return, but wow, what a run from Devonta Freeman, who basically bookends this game with 70-yard touchdown runs. What a performance.
Unbelievable. I can't wait to see what his fantasy total is, not to mention the 3 touchdowns. I mean, he's going to be up over 200 yards or no, close. 191,
I think.
Wow.
Got 3 catches to add on to that too. I mean, that is, oh, geez.
You guys are going
He was one of the more
crazy
popular
in the
plays.
chat right now. Absolutely nuts.
Oh, Brady got to exactly 300 passing yards too. So I guess
Hit the bonus.
that 2-yard completion to James White also had an impact. And I mean, Brady, 300 yards with the bonus, 4 touchdowns. Seems like, it was the obvious stack. I don't think you surprised anybody by stacking this game in the 6-day classic or the 3-game late slate, but turns out you were right to do so.
I can't even keep up with what everything is going on in the chat. A lot of people saying best sim game ever.
Well, I mean, we wrapped up the 6 p.m. broadcast by saying we suffer through the Miami Buffalo games and we don't get mad because the bad games make the great games even better. And I didn't think that sentiment would be paid off as quickly as it was today, but that was a great game. I put that right up there with Chiefs Saints. I think that was a Madden After Dark game. So those always get wild, but yeah, that was definitely one of the better ones we've seen.
Oh my goodness gracious. That was incredible. And some really great performances in this one. Obviously, James White, Devontae Freeman, Brady hit the bonus, as Garion said. There are all over the place, a lot of high fantasy totals. I think if you stack this game be it the all-day classic, the late slate, whatever the case, obviously the showdown, but either of those other 2 contests, you guys are feeling pretty good right now. I encourage you to be patient. Game Ops team is getting everything scored appropriately, but get ready to refresh all your showdown and classic lineups. That was just, it took my breath away, Gary. And people writing, that's the Falcons' revenge that they've been dreaming about for a few years.
Yeah, you know what? I think if you take that to a Falcons fan and say, now we're even, they're probably not going to respond to that too well. But yeah, a little bit of just desserts there. That was very fun. Look, we've seen the draw run in those situations many a time. Usually, you can sneak up for a 13, 14, maybe a 20, 25-yard gain, but ripping off a 75-yard touchdown. Just what a performance. What a performance from Devonta Freeman.
Yeah, that is nuts. Yeah, Lineup Lizard says a rare New England defensive breakdown. Darn it. That's true. We had really, and I especially had just been trumpeting that DST for the Patriots. And that right there, that was a Miracle in Miami situation of a couple of years ago. Just a total breakdown at the end of the game that defies logic.
Yeah, really similar. But I think one of the things to note about this too, and we had mentioned it a bunch throughout the game, you see it in the box score, 31 fourth quarter points. So for anyone out there playing the 6-game classic, playing that 3-game late slate, if you think you've got something wrapped up when we hit the fourth quarter of Jacksonville, Houston, just remember, fourth quarters in these Madden sims tend to be insane. And you don't need a better or more recent example than what just happened.
Absolutely crazy. All right. Well, we're not going to hang out long here because guys are coming right back for you in a half hour to take you into Madden After Dark, give you some advice on the next showdown, the final one of the day of these 6 simulations. But let us tell you very quickly, you're going to have Brendan Glasheen, Billy Delaney, Babysitter Billy is what you can call him. He'll be with you for that next one. It's Jaguars Texans. So, Garion, before we do leave, you have any thoughts on that one for the people?
Yeah, I sort of mentioned it earlier. I think Deshaun Watson, just with how consistent he's been so far, he's averaging over 25 points per simulation in his last 4 games, getting it done on the ground with his scrambling ability, has gotten up above 100 yards rushing in a couple recent simulations, but not at the expense of passing touchdowns either. So he really brings it in both elements. I think, maybe you don't have enough money to captain him, but I think he's someone who has to be involved in lineups. And on Jacksonville's side of things, I think you can find maybe not bargain basement value, but I think there's always some decent value when it comes to the Jaguars. D.D. Westbrook, up and down performances, but has the potential to go off on any given slate. And James O'Shaughnessy, I mean, tight ends. Tight ends are the talk of the town always when it comes to these streams. But O'Shaughnessy has been very, very consistent, very, very good in recent simulations. And his price, usually pretty fair. Usually I would say underpriced for how he's performed recently. So if you're going to go top end with your Hopkins and your Watson, maybe you can find some value with the mid-tier in Jacksonville.
I love this from Chronic Necrosis in the chat. You can weigh in on this if you'd like. My entire day now rests on the shoulders of Gardner Flint Minshew II. Oh my God.
There's worse things. I mean, Houston, for as great as their offense is, their defense is not always phenomenal. So I don't know if Jacksonville's going to win that game, but I think a shootout is not out of the question. So Minshew was really cheap on these slates, both of them. So wasn't a terrible play. Not at all.
Maybe true to the name. Buzz Killington says, I walked away for 2 seconds at the very end.
Tough break. Well, we told you, don't walk unless it was for the last dance. You weren't not allowed to walk away. So that's what can happen any given sim day.
That was something. We tell you all the time, football's fake. The drama, folks, it is real. So thank you so much. I'm glad you had fun. I know we did. And you got one more sim game left. I know you people are eager to get going with that one in about a half hour as well. Again, Glash and Babysitter Billy will have you on for that one. It is the Jaguars and the Texans. I'll be back with you with Z.Thompson for Bengals Colts tomorrow at noon. I'll also have you for Ravens Cowboys with Geoff Ulrich at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Looks like a day off for Garion Thorne, but he'll be right back on things very quickly. Don't you worry. We always like to have Garion with us. I especially enjoy calling games with Garion. Always a great treat. We want to say thank you to all of you watching in the DK Sim fam, our game ops team. Tremendous scoring as always. Our production team, Tom Regia, as well as Matt Cody. Thanks so much to everybody for being part of this one. You have less than a half hour break before you got to come right back and check out the next one. Should be a good time. On behalf of Garion Thorne, I'm Adam Kaufman. Enjoy the last dance. Enjoy the final Madden sim of the evening.
Virtual NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas. Clear eyes, full hearts.
Can't lose.
Can't lose. Brendan Glasheen and the much anticipated debut of Mr. Billy Delaney for Madden After Dark. Let's do this thing, man. How are you?
I am doing fantastic, but we are way down on the color commentator depth chart if I'm doing a sim. So thank you for this one time only maybe appearance, but I'm happy to be here.
Hey, you never know, man. All you need is an opportunity.
Yeah,
All you need is an opportunity.
got one shot.
Well,
Don't want mob spaghetti on my shirt, but we'll see how it goes.
We've got a divisional matchup here. Texans and Jaguars in Texas. Texas forever. Billy, when you look at these two teams and how they've performed in our simulations, Houston is 4-9, records courtesy of Z.thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Jaguars are 7-5-1. Gardner Minshew, though, has kind of held his own. But when you look at this matchup and the showdown and people are going to get their sweat on here with the contest wrapping up, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, you mentioned Gardner Minshew. I think a lot of people might have him in that late slate because he was so cheap and to fit in. So if there's a quarterback left and you played a lot of good guys, he's probably there. If you didn't have, Devontae Freeman in your lineup, I feel bad for you because he just absolutely torched the main slate, torched the late slate. So if Minshew's there, he could have a pretty big game. He has some good weapons, some good value there. D.D. Westbrook, DJ Chark, those guys can get points. We've seen them have pretty big games. I like those guys. I'd like to roster those guys if I can. And you can save a little bit of money in that wide receiver one battle between Chark and Hopkins. Just a little bit, maybe about, 1.2K in price. Chark's getting 15.2, but he has the potential to have big games. He's not exclusively their slot receiver, but he does run a lot of routes out of the slot. DeAndre Hopkins, he's going to be tough to fit in your captain spot at that price, but he is really good. I mean, the points per game are just ridiculous. 20.1, probably one of the more consistent players in Madden. I mean, look, overall rating, speed, awareness, route running, catch, everything about him screams put this guy in, but maybe you don't put him in and you put in Watson because he has been equally as good as Hopkins.
Yeah, Hopkins, all but 2 games in our simulations, has at least 10 DK points, 13 touchdowns. And for DJ Chark, double-digit points in all but 1 sim. He has 10 touchdowns, 15.2, as you said. Hopkins, 20.1 points per sim. Leonard Fournette, looking at the running back position, has been pretty good, 16.6 points per sim, but under 10 in the last 2. He's going up against that front 7 of Houston. I guess, generally speaking, are you fearful at all that Jacksonville can score points on this Texans defense?
I am not, because mainly I think they'll be trailing, because I think Houston will be able to get out to a pretty good lead. I'm pretty familiar with both of these teams. I've done a lot of these games. And the main thing that you love about Leonard Fournette, he is like the Saquon Barkley, because he's the third down back. He's the power back. So if you're looking to stay away from him, I can get it. You might want to pivot off of him. And then if he doesn't have a big game, you'll be, rocketing up the leaderboard with your other plays. But he gets all those touches. So eventually that's going to hit, maybe not this simulation, maybe the next one. But if this is the one, he could get 25 touches in this game because he gets the ball in every situation. So if they're at the goal line, he could score. We saw what Freeman did in that game, 2 75-yard touchdowns. That is not out of the realm of possibility for Leonard Fournette. Pretty good speed for a back his size. I think it's in the 92 range. Yeah, he's 92. That's really good for a guy his size and speed. So I wouldn't stay away from him. I wouldn't just, I like him better a little bit than Christian McCaffrey even in some of these games because he gets the ball more.
I refuse to ask about Lamar Miller because he is just infuriating to watch sometimes. But you can comment on him if you'd like.
He really is infuriating to watch. And if you're looking to fade somebody, he might be the fade. But we've seen him have a couple of okay games. He's not the every single down back for them. But if you're looking for that pivot play, save money in the captain spot, he's not a huge savings because his price in the flex is 8,600. But I mean, if you want to make your lineup different, if you want a little variation, that's a guy I would go with. You can go with Marquise Lee. We've seen him have a couple of okay games. Even the kicker, Josh Lambo, he's had, he's averaging 7.5 points per DK sim. Darren Fells is a guy I would definitely hit on in this game. Both tight ends, the Irish lad kicker there, James O'Shaughnessy should be a really good play. And then the other Houston wide receivers are kind of boom or bust. You never know what you're going to get with them.
Yeah, looking at Fells, he caught a deep ball from Deshaun Watson in that big $10,000 contest on Thursday. That was in Kansas City. He's averaging 9 points a sim. O'Shaughnessy, 12 points a sim. He only had 3.5 last time out. And yeah, you look at those depth guys for Houston. We're 3 minutes until lock, by the way. Get your questions in. You'll learn more about Billy Delaney as we go. I will say this. And the only reason why, Billy, I'm holding off, I want the audience to grow, and then we can share what you've meant to us here with these Madden Sims, because the pregame show is still coming along. As here we go. Creature from the Glash Lagoon says, this guy's not new. He tries to eat Glash's lunch most of the time.
I came here to drink your milkshake. No, but yeah, I it's shocking the amount of time I spend on Madden during my day. I produced the first 3 games of the day for these broadcasts, this 12-hour craziness that we have going on from here until eternity. So that was a lot of fun. It's fun to get out here to talk with people. I mean, I know all the people in the chat by heart. Fantasy Hawk, all the people, Tank the Chai Guy. I'm copying and pasting your stuff into our channel for them to read. It's been great hanging out with you guys. If you're in the channel now, I say like, love, sub, like it, subscribe, and show us some love in the comments. We'll show you some love back. I mean, this is why we're here. We do this for you. We love you guys. We wouldn't be here without you.
Billy is behind the scenes. When we first started doing these simulations, all right, we're getting into it. You got me all fired up. Billy has been an integral piece to our team at DraftKings. He is the Madden guru. I'm going to make him blush. I've said it to him from the beginning. We were doing 3 of these a day. He'd be relaying to us a player card that has the full breakdown of the speed, and not just the stuff you'll see on that first page when you search Madden Sims. You get the guy's elusiveness rating, the trucking rating, the power arm rating. And personally, Billy, thanks to you, I feel like I've turned into a little Madden guru myself. I've come to really research Madden like I never have before. You have been building block A to get this thing rolling. So Billy Delaney is very important to what we've been doing here. So if you all want to comment, thank you, Billy, or nice to meet you, Billy, or finally I get to put the face to the name. I'm not going to call you babysitter, Billy, because you're no longer a babysitter. You are here. You are part of the broadcast, but you've been part of the broadcast from the beginning. So we're going to have some fun, and you're going to be able to show your talents and really put them into action here as a commentator. I'm looking forward to it.
It's been really exciting watching you grow. So maybe it is a little bit of a babysitter, Billy, because a lot of you didn't have a lot of Madden knowledge. And now I feel like you don't even need my help. I can just, put some info in there and you guys take it and run with it. It's a lot of fun. It's, I honestly spend probably 10 hours a day doing these games or researching these games, going through these games. And to that point, I know lineups are probably already locked, but a thing that you can watch out for, thing that you can watch out for here, like DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, we heard about the Julio catch from the last game. I didn't get to see that, just missed it. But this is a guy who's going to be explosive in this game. And a thing to look for, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I tell you guys in the chat. They run a lot of bench corner post routes, which are the routes that go to the sideline. Super effective in Madden. And DeAndre Hopkins probably has the best route running at each level, short, medium, and long. So he's going to be able to beat those Jaguars corners to the corner a lot. And you're going to see this a lot from their single back to wide out sets. So when you see that, look for DeAndre Hopkins. He's going to be running that up into the bench. It's a really good route. Yeah,
I was just going to say, short 96, medium 95, deep 92. I mean, there you go, right there.
I mean, just an absolute stud. He is arguably, with Julio Jones, probably the best receiver in football the last, 7 years. Bill O'Brien traded him away. He's probably thinking, actually, I don't know what he was thinking when he was doing that, but maybe he has a master plan. But all I know is I love Kyler Murray, and the Cardinals are looking pretty good with those offensive weapons that they have now there.
Does Bill O'Brien have a master plan? You're already got jokes.
Well, hopefully he does today. This is a big division matchup. These guys see each other all the time, and nobody prepares like a division game. These guys, they see each other twice a year, and usually pretty fierce competition. Jaguars, we thought they were going to be great last year, right? Good defense. We thought of our boy Geoff Ulrich was touting them as, easily winning the AFC South. That did not happen. They traded away probably the best corner in the entire game, Jalen Ramsey. So he will not be out here. These are the championship rosters.
Yep, January 2020, Conference Championship weekend. Jaguars football to start off. People are in love, by the way, with your background already. They love the Ron Swanson picture in the back. Richard Fitzwell is asking, he sees so he sees Ron Swanson, Kramer, and who's the third? He's got a glare. He can't tell.
Oh, that is Lucille Bluth from Arrested Development, one of my favorite characters of all time. I should have said I don't understand the question and I won't respond to it.
Here's Minshew, 3-step drop. Fires right. That is complete. First down on the opening play for the Jaguars. D.D. Westbrook, the reception.
Nice little out route. We talked about it in the pregame. That guy's going to get open early and often in this game. Look for him on slants. Look for him on drags. And even they will run some of those post routes, which are the post to the corner, the most effective route in all Madden. And they're coming out 5 wide here.
Catch rating 84 for Westbrook, the wide receiver 2. Empty for Minshew. That is batted down. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. You know, Minshew awareness 75. His short to long throw accuracy numbers 86, 78, 80. A couple games ago, Billy, 471 passing yards on Mother's Day against the Seahawks. I couldn't believe it. In 8-minute quarters, 471 is unheard of.
He can throw a football over that mountain, man. I mean, he is a decent quarterback, and I always say this, the awareness rating means they're not afraid to throw any pass. You saw that last one, he threw it into a jumping lineman, but D.D. Westbrook was open on that drag.
Fournette roaming to the outside and does not get much. Well, you get 7 yards. 3rd and 3.
Right. 3rd and manageable, that's what you want to see. This is where you want to be. This is where I look to maybe James O'Shaughnessy over the middle, maybe D.D. Westbrook on one of those drags. They're going to be open. Those drags are always going to be open, whether it's man or zone. Looks like we got a zone here, but they're coming out in the power eye.
Play action, Minshew. Looking downfield, he'll take off.
Oh! This is what I preach. This is what I teach. If you're a user in Madden, you know that the QB fumbles all the time. Brendan, you've seen it yourself a million times. Slide, slippity slide. For the love of Pete and Pete, have to slide. This comes out. I don't know what these quarterbacks are thinking.
Yeah, he just got knocked down there. That was a nice play by the Texans, Zach Cunningham.
I mean, there's no Kuechly looming, there's no Jamal Adams looming, but any one of those defenders are going to knock the ball out because those quarterbacks, anybody else that, you know, is a skill position player on the field.
We've already got some fans in the YouTube chat. That's a good sign. You're up to a good start, man. 1st and 10 on the slant. First down for DJ Chark to the 30-yard line of Houston.
I'd be interesting to see what DJ Chark, he's only 7%, almost 8% in the captain spot, 42 in the flex. I would have thought he would have been a little bit higher. Apparently, it's not Chalk, it is Chark.
Very well done, sir. Almost 8% in the captain. Leonard Fournette into the red zone for the Jags.
Run out of the gun, get people to space. That is what I love to see. Leonard Fournette, 18%, almost 19% in the captain spot, 64% ownership in the flex. And that's why he's going to get touches. And if they get him out in space, he's going to be able to make those big chunk plays.
You're already getting challenged. If we get to 1,500 likes, they want you to shave your beard.
I can't do that. I don't know what it looks like under here. I haven't done that in like 15 years.
Fournette, not much doing, but close to the 15.
That's okay.
Everyone's been welcoming, though. Very welcoming to Billy Delaney in the chat. Love it.
I mean, it's Madden After Dark. Anything goes, but I'm glad that people are showing a little love. I mean, we love you guys. Like I said, like, love, sub. Give us that subscribe. Give us that like. And show us some love. We'll show you some love in the comments.
So Billy Delaney is one of our editors at DraftKings. He's also a Madden insider. He was one of the guys that stepped up to the plate when we first started doing these sims, relaying all of his inside knowledge to us as announcers and hosts, even our analysts at DraftKings that break down DFS on a regular basis. Billy has been superb. On 2nd and 8, Minshew dumps it off, and they're just churning more yards. Marquise Lee gets a touch, 3rd and 1.
Marquise Lee, we've seen pop up from time to time in these sims. If he gets a touchdown, he's going to turn some huge value for you because he's a lower priced guy. Could add a lot of value. You could see lineups shooting up if he, gets into the end zone here. This is that single back, two wides, well, two receivers we were talking about. They're going to run it right up the gut, though.
Fournette has an 84 break tackle rating, carry 96. He's up over 1,000 yards in our DraftKings sim season. Again, under 10 points the last 2 sims, looking to get towards his average of about 17 per sim.
So they are chewing clock right now. This is pretty impressive drive on what is a pretty decently rated defense in Madden. The Texans are an 84 overall team, taking up all the ratings from each side of the ball. So their defense is really good. You get the superstar with the X Factor, J.J. Watt, so we'll see what happens here.
First and goal, they give Fournette another touch, 5 carries, 24 yards. Shout out who you need for your showdowns, the 6-game classic, the late classic. Let us know. Everyone's saying hello to Billy. Welcome to the show. Billy Delaney. Glass half full says, I think Billy should be here after dark every night.
It would be fun. You got to get me off the early games, though. It's a long day. They're in the power eye. I like going spread in the red zone. Just play action.
Looking. Gardner. Tuck it under the mustache and go, kid. Touchdown from the 6. Gardner Minshew.
Gotta love that. Gardner Minshew doing it with the legs. Well, you see him run a little bit. Maybe not as much as a Deshaun Watson, or shockingly, Mitchell Trubisky has been one of the best running quarterbacks in this. But you're going to like that if you're a Minshew owner. I think we had quite a few people in the late slate with Gardner Minshew. I can check those numbers in a second.
That is Minshew's first rushing touchdown of our simulations. If I had to guess which quarterback on either side was going to score a rushing touchdown, you would have probably gone to Deshaun Watson, who does have 2 rush touchdowns in our sims. Vince Stevenson has chimed in. Vince is a fan of yours already. This man knows what he's talking about. Where the hell have you been, Billy?
I've been giving the behind the scenes.
Billy's been here forever.
Yeah,
yes,
I think
he's been here forever.
I've probably done more games than anybody. But yeah, now we get to see probably one of my favorite quarterbacks, not even in today's game, of all time. I am a big fan of the scrambling quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, but Deshaun Watson really is up there right now with Lamar Jackson. Won a national championship with Clemson, can really get the job done. I think until this year, he had never lost a game by more than 1 score. And I don't think that's going to happen in this simulation with the Jags. And they're down, so hopefully they're going to be throwing. So if you have Lamar Miller, you might be upset because typically the team that gets down throws right away. So let's see what happens on this drive.
All right, Texans will start at their own 27, looking at the numbers for Watson. Awareness 85. You mentioned his speed because he does take off at times. He did the other night a ton against the Kansas City Chiefs. 84 speed. Billy, he went for 107 yards on the ground. Finally started chucking the rock at the end when the Texans needed points, but Deshaun Watson proves he's in play for the rushing bonus as well.
Oh yeah, that's what we in the fantasy biz call a big game, right? Always nice to see out of Deshaun Watson.
Back to throw on 1st and 10.
You hate to see that. You hate to see the horizontal passing game. Hate it. He did target Daniel Ellsworth. Should have a pretty big game, but you got the receivers, you got the speed, you got Kenny Stills, you got DeAndre Hopkins, probably the best receiver. You got Will Fuller. He's a burner. Go vertical. Go deep.
Gardner Minshew, by the way, scored the rushing touchdown. If you're just joining us, wondering how the Jaguars scored, 8.89% in late classic.
You got the trips bottom of your screen there. That's something to watch for. Looks like a zone coverage. They're going to hand off. Boo.
Calais Campbell in on the stop. He is the lone X factor for the Jacksonville Jaguars. X factors for the Texans: Hopkins, J.J. Watt, and the superstars are Watson at quarterback for Houston and Leonard Fournette.
And Calais Campbell, X factor, which is important, but I think what's more important that we miss out on is the superstar traits. The X factor, it's hard to trigger from time to time, and it's easy to lose. But the superstar traits, they always have and they never lose. He's an edge threat and an inside stuff, and he just inside stuff that run. So it's going to be tough sledding if Lamar Miller wants to go up the middle in this game against him.
Watson's in the gun, 3rd and 6 from their own 31. Single coverage for D-Hop on the left. Watson takes off, avoids the line, gets the first, and falls down for a first down to the 41.
Playing with fire. Playing with fire, but I like it. I like the guts, but please slide. You had the first down. You had plenty of room to slide. Go down. I know he likes to show his wiggle, but it's going to cost you in the end. You can only take so many of those hits. Luckily, they went for the safe tackle and not the strip.
So Deshaun Watson, 85% in the flex compared to Gardner Minshew, 27% in the flex for the showdown.
I'm being told that 85 is a lot.
It is. It is.
And he's 23% captain, so a lot of people like him, but that's going to be tough with his price to fit a lot of other people in there. I'm going to be interesting to see what we get at the top of the showdown lineups towards the third quarter. Who's in the lead?
Glass half full comments on YouTube. I might have to get a Billy Fathead.
Oh man, that would take up my head is gigantic. I wear a size like 7 3/4 hat, so I already have a big head.
Juan Flores on YouTube. Billy's killing it. Billy, the like button. Hit the subscribe button too if you like Billy in on the commentary.
All right, that's a decent run there on second down. I hate running on second and long, but that was the formation that the Texans love to pass out of. That's the one we're going to see the post corner, which is a great route because it gets behind those corners and in front of the safeties. It beats zone, it beats man, and like I said, with a route runner like DeAndre Hopkins, he's going to be there all day. Now you got the 4 wide. This is one of my favorite formations to run. I usually like a seam route here. Or just take off and run. Why not?
Watson, there's the slide. Tyler Lee, he says it's a video game. Pretty sure he ain't going to slide. No, the quarterbacks do slide. Most of the time they do. And trust me, if you roster one of the quarterbacks and they don't slide, a.k.a. Mitchell Trubisky, they cough it up a ton. And it does not please you when you get -1 for the fumble.
I think it's an awareness issue. I think you see the quarterbacks with higher awareness slide a lot more. Russell Wilson in real life and in these sims, I think uses it the best. He's more of a pure thrower though.
Nothing there for Miller. Calais Campbell squashes him.
It's going to be tough running up the middle against that guy. The Texans offensive line is built with a bunch of 70s across the board. They have one, I think the left tackle is Tunsil. He's really good, but the middle is not super solid. So he's going to go through that line like a hot knife through butter like you just saw.
Laramie Tunsil, 87 overall in Madden. So looking at the Texans, they have 3 of the top 4 players in this game. Hopkins, Watt, Tunsil, and Calais Campbell, the number 2 player with a 95 overall. First quarter's coming down to the wire here. 2nd and 13. Brendan Glasheen and Billy Delaney, part of our DraftKings production team. He is in on color commentary tonight. So everyone welcome him with open arms. He's doing a great job for us. And Miller with maybe one of his best runs of our simulations. That says a lot. 3rd and 2.
A decent run. I do like running out of the gun. End of the quarter. Interesting quarter. Surprised the Texans not on the ball on the board. Very slow moving. It's a good game, but it's slow moving. A lot of running, a lot of balls not hitting the ground. So yeah, Minshew was 3 for 4.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson, 1 pass attempt. Glash half full says Billy is to Madden is what Glash is to eyebrows.
I don't know if that's that seems like a bad thing, right? Because you don't have any. Is that?
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know if that. I'll take it though. I'm not gonna, poo-poo what might be a compliment, but who knows? Yeah, not a lot of passing going around. Only 3 people getting catches. They're all Jacksonville Jaguars because Deshaun Watson does not have an attempt. I mean, he has 1 attempt, but no completions. D.D. Westbrook, Lee, Chark. Really just a ball control game right now for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
All right, whether you like it or not, the people need to learn more about you because we've done like 5 weeks of this and you've been behind the scenes. So I've got 5 questions prepared. They're very open-ended. Give the people an interesting fact about yourself.
An interesting fact about myself. I was a high school teacher for a little while. That's why I grew the beard, because I would get stopped in the hall for hall passes when I taught because I looked like a baby. And if I shaved this thing, I would probably still look like a baby.
And people like your beard. We've gotten a lot of comments on the YouTube chat that they like your beard.
It is getting trimmed significantly once it's safe to do so and go back to the barbershops. I do not trust this beard to just anybody. I also do not trust my receding hairline to just anybody. My sister is a hairdresser, but I refuse to let her cut it because the one time she did, I think we both ended up in tears. So I prefer to let my barber handle all my trimming needs.
So people are asking about the hat. I thought people would catch on to this, but maybe not. I'm trying to look like Eric Taylor from Friday Night Lights.
Oh.
Got my Texas Forever shirt on, the Dillon Panthers.
One of the great TV dads of all time.
Coach Eric Taylor, Dillon Panthers. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
A handsome dude, too.
Great dude. Love that guy. Kyle Chandler.
And people might be liking Lamar Miller, who I think just picked up a first down. Shocking for him. Somebody call Ripley's. But we're at the 33. Texans are finally moving the ball here.
At the 33 of Jacksonville, down a touchdown. 3-step drop for Watson. Fires left. Hopkins the catch. That's a first.
Ooh, that could have been
just a hair outside of the red zone.
Yeah, that could have been a horse collar or a face mask. That is pretty much the main call you will see in Madden. It happens when people go for aggressive tackles and stripping the ball. Another thing to note about a lot of these players, they have traits whether they're highly penalized or not. And typically those guys receiving the face masks have the, often to be penalized trait.
Watson shuffles back, hits the man on the crossing route. That is Will Fuller to the 14.
Yep, and now we are into the red zone. This is where speed comes into a factor. This is where I would love to see DeAndre Hopkins just, go right to the back of the end zone and Deshaun Watson hit him. I want to see throwing. I like that he can run the ball. This is the single backs that I was talking about. It looks probably like going to be a run, though.
Scores are updated through the opening quarter. Handoff to Miller. Scampers for a couple more using that juke to the 6. He does not have a single touchdown in our simulations, Lamar Miller.
Well, that could be a change in here because he's looking pretty good. This is the best I think he's looked definitely early in a game that I can remember. I mean, the problem is Carlos Hyde is their power back. So once they get into those big, heavy sets down in the goal line, like right now, he's going to get the ball. Hopefully this is play action, though, because nobody likes a Carlos Hyde touchdown.
It is play action. Watson takes off, and both quarterbacks have a rushing touchdown to start us off in Houston.
All right, if you had the quarterbacks, you're happy, but you probably would have liked the love sprint around to a wide receiver or two. But, I mean, both of these guys, a little fleet of foot, showing it off in the red zone. I'll take points any day of the week, though, especially Madden After Dark.
That is the third rushing touchdown for Deshaun Watson in our Madden Sims. Fairbairn on for the extra point. Divisional matchup. Houston and Jacksonville tied at 7.
Billy Delaney looks like the bass player in the cover band that plays Pantera. Oh, that's great. I do love a good Pantera song. I'm a fan of all music, though. I mean, this stream, I think, is dominated by what? Emerson talking about food, Kaufman thinking he knows stuff about movies. I'm a music guy. I mean, we can talk some music if you'd like. A thing that I was thinking about, one of my favorite podcasts did the other day, is what fictional character would you like to be quarantined with? Ooh. One of the best answers I heard was Ron Swanson. He'd be quiet. He'd keep to himself. He'd be fun. He'd want to earn his respect. I think I would go with the chef, the rat from Ratatouille, just because I like to eat, and he'd make me some good meals. I think you got to go like chef or butler in that role.
I'll stay on the Disney theme. I'd love to be with Maui from Moana.
Oh, that's a good one. A lot of good Disney ones. Aladdin. I think that was one of the picks in the podcast that I listened to. Aladdin the genie would be great. Grant you whatever you want, right?
All right, you can fly around on the carpet for sure.
Endless possibilities.
All right, Billy Delaney is here, folks. Some people think you look like Matt Patricia.
Oh, boy. I'm a little bit thinner. I think my face is filled out a little bit over the years, but I'm hoping I don't look too much like Matt Patricia, the great Lions coach, former Patriot.
Billy, are you in any danger of being kicked out of your residence for getting excited while calling this game?
I am not, but you are, from what I heard. The co-op board's ready to boot Clash because he's being loud in Madden After Dark.
39 minutes, people, until quiet hours.
You might get
Leave it all out there.
the whisper song of calls here.
We've already done it a little bit. It creeps some people out. Leonard Fournette breaking the tackle to the 40.
Like I said, the guy gets touches, and he's getting a good chunk. He's getting 6 yards per on 6 carries. That's some good usage early. He will be used in the passing game because, like I said, this guy does not come off the field. I'm still waiting to see D.D. Westbrook break a big one. I'm still waiting to see Shark break a big one. So I'm not a fan of running the ball, even though it's very successful in this year's Madden as a user. If you're, a user of Madden, if you play the game of Madden, this year is the ultimate running game. It is very difficult to throw the ball as they come out in 5.
Chris Robinson says he was the one that said you are skinnier, Patricia, as O'Shaughnessy is in on the action, making his first catch to the 50, 2nd and inches.
And not a lot of targets to go around in this game. I think, how many did Watson wind up throwing on that first drive? 3 or 4 attempts? So if you rostered a lot of pass catchers here, you're probably not happy with the way this game is going.
Here is Minshew from the 50. Connects with another receiver. That is Lee, his second grab to the 46 of the Texans.
All right, so Lee owners, if you're out there, shout out. Got a couple of catches, probably low rostered. But again, I like vertical. I like big plays. Throw balls deep. That's what I'm about here.
Yeah, Westbrook has not been the guy for a while. No touchdown since week 7. Play action, Minshew fires left side, connects with one of his tight ends, and that man is inside the 15. That is help. Who is 87?
Swaim.
Swaim. He Swaim to catch that.
Swayman in points right now, and that is the post corner route that I talked about. Nobody was even over the top of him. That route is one of the more successful routes in Madden if you're simming it, if you're playing against the computer, and if you're playing against a user for those Madden players out there, your opponent is going to have to go and user that route because there's not many coverages that can stop that post bench corner. It's just super effective. And you see it all the time. You see like those receivers getting that catch out there. That's always the post corner because it's always open.
Jeff Swaim, just 4 points to sim. The tight end, too. Minshew is met by J.J. Watt.
Watt off the edge, man. That is a big-time play from a big-time player. And he's going against Cam Roberts every play. Now, we've seen limited success from the edge rushers in this game because most left tackles, you want a good left tackle, right? That's, where you want to protect your quarterback one of the most. And he's going against J.J. Watt, so he will win that matchup. I don't know if his X Factor is triggered. I think he needs one more sack to do it. But Cam Robinson is going to have himself a day tracking down J.J. Watt. Oh, boy. We got some movement here.
They put Westbrook in motion. 2 receivers left. And they run it. So 3rd and long coming up.
Now, that is a play I like, the stretch, but you got a team in the Houston Texans that can really set an edge, so it's probably going to be tough to run a stretch play against them because you're going to have a lot of people trying to block J.J. Watt, and that's going to leave this guy right here. Boom. Who is that? Scarlett? Getting the tackle right there?
Yep.
So now you're in 3rd and 20. As a Madden player, I'm going for the end zone here. I'm not settling for no field goal.
And they're at the 23. Need 20 yards. Minshew slides forward, delivers to the left side. Jump ball. Shark reeled it in. Was he in bounds?
No.
What a catch, though.
4th and 20, and that is the height and absolute jumping ability of DJ Chark. I believe he's 6'4". He skied to get this ball, but just couldn't get both feet in bounds. It looked like he landed on the pylon. Maybe we'll get a pylon cam replay. Great effort. Just couldn't. Yep. Stepped right on the pylon. That's why I wasn't in. Some pretty good D, though.
He's got a spectacular catch rating of 86 and almost did it.
Almost. He did reel it in. He just couldn't get his feet in bounds. Pretty good defense to push him out there. So we're going to settle for the Lambeau field goal here.
40-yarder is good, and the Jaguars retake the lead at virtual NRG Stadium. 10-7.
I did not think the trailing team for most of this game would be the Houston Texans, but we got our producer, we call him Pirate Tom R. He's a Houston Texans fan. I'm sure he's very, very used to this. Lambeau, if you captain him, might not be a bad play. It's definitely not the chalk. He is 1.4% owned in the captain spot.
And about a third of lineups in the showdown. Swain, by the way, who had that big catch, 87 for Jacksonville, in the showdown, 2.78% ownership.
So not a lot of possessions, a lot of time being chewed up. What is this, the Houston Texans' third possession or second? I think it's just their second possession, right?
Yeah, second possession.
So, I mean, this is the strategy to beat good offensive teams, right? Keep the ball out of their hands for as long as possible and limit their possessions. And the Jags coming out with a brilliant game plan today.
Jacksonville opened the game with the ball. So as Billy said, this is possession number 2. The Texans, as we approach 2 minutes to go, second quarter.
But you can do one of my favorite things. This is why I always defer. You can do the score and score, bookend the scores to end and start the quarters here. That is always huge. We're at the 2-minute warning now. I believe in Houston. I believe we don't have a problem here. So I really would like to see them go deep and maybe try one of the best receivers in Madden, in the real NFL that you no longer have because you traded him away, Hopkins.
Double-digit fantasy points in all but 2 sims for DeAndre. 10.8 last time against the Saints. Watson delivers over the middle. That is complete. Only 4 pass attempts. That was reeled in by, I'm not sure, was it QT? Kiki QT. Creature from the Glass Lagoon.
I love this guy.
Question for Billy. He's tremendous.
56.
I will read it after this. Well, you can read it after this.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
It's your parody
In
account.
the flat.
Oh,
First down, Kiki. Or no, it was Lamar Miller.
Lamar Miller getting a little catch there, getting the first down and not getting out of bounds.
Billy, if you had the option to drive a Lambo for a day or to get blindsided once by J.J. Watt, which would you do? Think about the money involved in being in a position to get hit by Watt.
Oh, if I'd like to be an NFL player, I'll be an NFL player all day if that's the question. But the phrasing was kind of weird as he uncorks one here down the field.
Oh, DeAndre, yes! Deep ball for Billy.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna take the as long as it's not like, a Josh Lambo. I'm gonna take the hit from J.J. Watt because that probably means I'm an NFL quarterback, which is one of my dreams. So, but right there, if you're a Madden player, that's what we call the old L2 button, the classic underthrow, and let the best player on the field go make the play, which he certainly did.
Suddenly 85 yards passing for Deshaun Watson. Trips right and 2 to the left. Hopkins has the X.
Oh,
Watson
man, this
takes
guy just
off.
wants to run. Ugh. I'm a little nervous at how much he's running because I got to figure, they have A.J. Bouye out there, but other than that, their corners aren't sterling. So take a shot. You got some good receivers. Let them make plays. Daniel Fell's pretty good tight end, not known as a blocker. So get him the ball. You got pass catchers, man.
Will Fuller has 7 touchdowns. He's oftentimes found in the red zone as well. Here's Watson in 2nd and 5. Left side, Hopkins in for a touchdown.
Easy money. Was that a curl or was that a slant that he just stopped on? That was wide open. I don't think the Jags wanted any part of that defensive snap. Wow, just standing there. Must have been a zone and somebody blew a coverage. As that ball barely crossed in. Yep, there it is. Right there. Just stuck his arm out. Little. How do you do?
Hey, at the risk of getting hit or anything, just as long as you're in, you're in. So DeAndre Hopkins, touchdown number 14 in sim number 14 for the Texans.
The guy is an absolute stud. Whether you agree with the Bill O'Brien trade, which I don't know who does besides maybe Bill O'Brien, but he's a stud in real life. He's a stud in these sims. His numbers just jump off the charts. He's almost a must roster at this point, and if you stack Deshaun and you stack Hopkins, if you were somehow to fit those all in, you're going to be sitting pretty right now in the showdown contest.
That's now 8 consecutive sims with a touchdown for DeAndre Hopkins.
He's an absolute monster. And the thing about him is he has the double B X factor, which probably will be triggered with another long pass, but he's a red zone threat, as we just saw right there, improved catching versus single coverage. There was even no coverage, so heck, that didn't matter. And then he's a post flag elite, which means he runs those post corners, which I talk about ad nauseum so far. I've only been on this broadcast for about 2 quarters, and I've mentioned it probably 80 times. But that's why he's so good in these games, because he's going to get open against almost anybody.
All right, so shout out if you've rostered Hopkins. You're looking pretty smart. 74% ownership in the flex and 16% in the captain.
Billy Hauser, Captain Watson, Flex Hopkins. I mean, that's what you're looking for right there. I hope the rest of your lineup was played pretty well. Although not many other people getting touches in this game besides Leonard Fournette, really.
I know Deshaun Watson is Gardner Minshew is no Deshaun Watson, but would love to see the Jaguars try for points. 3 timeouts, 45 seconds. Minshew over the middle to Dede, almost near midfield. Timeout.
Dede. Did you watch Dexter's Laboratory as a kid? You might have been a little bit. You're a little bit younger than me. I'm pretty old. Pretty old. He had a sister named Dede, and anytime I hear Dede, I think of that.
I think of Rugrats when Phil and Mill's mom. Hey, Dede. You know,
yeah. Matt Cody, our incredible tech. He gets it, though. He gets all my references. I love Cody. Shout out to Cody, by the way. And shout out to, I think it's Michael Belanger doing the scoring. The ops team, I got to say, is the unsung hero of DraftKings. They are absolutely amazing. They do 42 games a week. And now, I mean, it's manual scoring, but they are scoring lightning fast. They are 99 overall. Put them in your captain spot if you're talking about people at DK.
2nd and 4, 36 seconds. 1 timeout for Jacksonville at their own 47. Minshew, little floating ball, incomplete. That's okay. Stops the clock.
Plenty of time, 3rd and 4. I hate when they settle for field goals, and we've seen it countless times in this area. Just, try to go vertical. Everybody loves a good seam route. So, give Chark, give Dede, give him an opportunity here, although they're coming out in a single back. Don't love this.
Texans get the ball first to start the second half. Leonard Fournette.
No. Not a fan at all. What are you doing? 3rd and 4. Now you're punting away here? I mean, I've seen stranger things. I've seen the show. But they're probably going to punt here at the 47. Just a wasted drive when you could have got points. You could have taken the lead back, or at least gotten it within 1 point. And we've seen what can happen in these sims. Devontae Freeman, with 4 seconds left in the last game, took it to the house to win the game against the Patriots.
That's it, baby. We're gonna work.
Yeah. That's a shame. They couldn't do anything there, and they still have a timeout.
Right? And it's just a wasted drive. But this does give a chance. I would love to see Watson go deep again to his X Factor player. But they're coming out in the power eye. Huge set here. This looks like it's just going to be a run. So unless we get some Devontae Freeman magic, I think this half is over. Oh!
Throw power 89 for Watson. Steps up, slides forward, throws on the run, connects with the receiver.
Oh
it's not Fells, it's Jordan Thomas, the tight end 3. Gets out of bounds. They're at the 48 of Jacksonville.
Mamma mia, it was a big set. That means 3 tight ends are out there, and Deshaun Watson stepping up on the run in the pocket. Crazy throw right to the sideline. Wow. They shut me up quick. Love the play action there. 126 yards passing right now for the Texans.
On the run throwing for Watson, 91 in Madden. Used it right there.
Very good. Very good. Anything like that in play action or throwing the runs is very good.
To the sideline again. Tight window. It's broken up.
That was the post corner again, it looked like, and they were sitting on that one. But I love them being super aggressive here. That's what we call a clock shot. That would have got them the ball out of bounds right there in great field goal range. They got to keep doing that or go to the end zone here. I hate when drives end inbounds. And again, we're going power eye heavy set.
People excited about Jordan Thomas. That is just phenomenal. They're going to run it with Carlos Hyde.
Boo. That ends the quarter. That ends the half. Exciting half of football, though. We got some points. I think Houston put up 14. Jags put up 3. 24 total points in the half. Garion said it last time they had 31 at the half. Maybe we can get another 24-point half and get some excitement here for Madden After Dark at the half.
Hey, I'll say this. At 6 o'clock, we did two teams in the same division. Granted, they are way worse than these two teams, the Bills and the Dolphins. And whoever's still here from that game, many of you stick around for all 6 of these. That was painful. This, to your point, was entertaining. And while there weren't many possessions for either team, for the most part, each team made the most of them.
Absolutely. But if you look at the numbers here, which I'm going to do in 1 second, once I figure out where I put them, a lot of run plays. Lamar Miller, 8 carries. Leonard Fournette, 8 carries. Deshaun Watson, 4 carries. Gardner Minshew, 2. Carlos Hyde, 1. So it was a heavy half of running football. If I can do my math real quick, that's 23 attempts. So the quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson, efficient, 7-9 for 162. Or 126, sorry, I'm a little dyslexic. And then Minshew, 9 of 12 for 106. But Deshaun does have the 2 touchdowns. And look, we're already back. Look at these people scoring in ops. Shout out to Michael, sorry.
Michael Belanger. And we have a 4-way tie as of right now. Keep an eye on the game setters, folks. The late classic, the full 6, and even the showdown. 4-way tie and showdown at the moment. There's still a solo leader for the 6-game classic, and there is a 2-way tie for the late classic, 177.8. Pooch 19 and My Oz are up the top of that one.
Yeah, in the 6-game classic right now, the guy in second place has DJ Shark. So look for Shark to have a big game, and Tomas, Mr. 10, could shoot up the leaderboard. Well, shoot one spot up and win the contest, which would be nice.
Billy Delaney is our newest Madden Sins commentator. He works on the production team behind the scenes. He's an editor at DraftKings, but since we've gone into quarantine and we've had to come up with ways to deliver content, well, when we discussed Madden Sims from the beginning, Billy has been a huge part of our team because he's just a Madden expert. He loves Madden. He plays all the time. And, he's been waiting for his opportunity to get the call out of the bullpen to come in and commentate on a game. And he's doing a great job. And we still have a whole half to go.
Oh, yeah. One of my life streams here, fulfilled, doing a Madden After Dark sim with the only guy to do one with. I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right. You got to do it with Brendan Glass Sheen. The guy has given his eyebrows and more to this sim.
Happy to do it. 2nd and 12. Watson scrambles. Slide, kid.
Ooh, that could have been a face mask. That was a nasty tackle right there. I think he was looking, like we said, he's looking to strip the ball when the quarterback's out there. And he is not like Jerry Seinfeld, who chose not to run. Deshaun Watson today is choosing to run at every single opportunity he gets. It's a little bit crazy, actually, how much he is running.
He had 107 rushing yards last sim against Kansas City. Fires right there, and that is a first down. Nice throw to Kiki QT. First down, Texans.
Now, he is their slot receiver, and we talk a lot about the slot receivers here because they have the best routes in Madden. Typically, if you're a user, you hot route people to the types of routes that these slot guys get automatically. They have the drags, they have those posts, and they have nice curls that really beat, deep man coverage, and I think that's what we just saw right there.
Shout out to the ops team. Scores are updated now through the first half. 90 seconds into half number 2. Texans are moving and grooving. What a stutter step by Miller.
So we have a 4-way tie in the showdown contest. Deshaun Watson, your captain. And right behind that, I'm trying to look for the difference here. Yeah, it's Kiki Kuti is the difference maker there for the second place team. So that catch probably just helped you out a little bit.
Wide receiver 4, but as Billy said, the slot receiver. This is caught in the flat by the Texans. That's a first down for QT, and he hops out of bounds. He's rolling.
Oh, they're just climbing the leaderboard with Kiki Kuti here. Great little bubble screen. It's tough in these sims to get that screen, to get that wide receiver screen, the tight end screen. You got to call it at the right time, but that bubble screen is a little bit better, especially if the defense is backing off, which we just saw right there. Just a nice little throw there from Watson to get the first down.
Deshaun Watson, short throw accuracy 87. That's the best of his 3 total. Medium 84, deep ball 86. Made a nice throw on the run at the end of the first half to Jordan Thomas. This is another run by Miller to the 35 of Jacksonville.
So those are pretty sexy numbers for a guy who's of that speed and of that mobility. Anybody who plays Madden knows the 3 randoms rule. And if they are one of your 3 randoms, you're probably not going for the suicide option. They're one of the best teams in this year's Madden to play with.
Big stop, G. Big stop. Let's go.
D-Hop lined up to the bottom of the screen, solo coverage. They run it with Miller on 2nd and 5, and that'll bring up 3rd and long for the Texans.
Not a huge fan of that play call. I love running out of the gun, but if I'm playing with the Texans, I'm passing, man. They have so many good weapons. Deshaun Watson is so good. Now we're going to see what they're made of here on 3rd and 7. You can kind of distance yourself if you score here with a touchdown. I wouldn't settle for a field goal.
You wouldn't, but, Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, the sim guys, man. Right now we're looking at a 53-yarder if they don't improve here.
In the gun, Hopkins in the slot this time. Watson settles, fires right side to the end zone. That is...
I don't think we got the animation, so I don't think it's a touch. Oh, wow. I don't think it was intercepted, but he came down with the ball out of bounds. A.J. Bouye all over Kiki Kuti in the corner right there. Ugh, I really wish you would have targeted your X-Factor player who has all the superstar traits and the great spectacular catch instead of your 4th wide receiver, but A.J. Bouye showing you what he can do right there, even though it's out of bounds.
Ooh, one-handed.
You don't see a lot of... Oh, Houston's challenging it? What are they challenging? I guess he's got to be thinking, I don't know what he's thinking. Why would you challenge that? I don't think you can challenge PI in this year's Madden.
It says challenge, receiver had possession?
Yeah. A.J. Bouye was the receiver who had possession. We saw it clear as day. Wow, Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien
just when you thought Bill O'Brien couldn't wow you anymore.
I mean, I think he just makes some decisions just for the sake of shock. And that is one right there. Even he's shaking his head. He's like, what am I doing? I cannot imagine why you would want to challenge that play. But, hey, it happens. We're getting a little time to chat here. And now we got a 53-yarder on the way.
Kaimi Fairbairn, a deep one from 53 yards out. That is good.
He donked it, too. I think that must have hit the back top of the goal post, right? Because that thing bounced back to like the 10. I think this hits...
That's good for him.
Boom. Yeah, it must have hit that like back portion and bounced right back. All right, so let's see what Minshew can do. Down a touchdown. Plenty of time to go. 12 simulated minutes. 4:35 left in this quarter. What do you think Minshew's got in him?
Hey, I'm confident. Like I said, I watched him throw for 471 at Seattle.
Is that's a ton. That is a ton of yards in simulation in 8-minute quarters.
And it did go to overtime, to be fair, and it was a long overtime. But Minshew was slinging it everywhere. In that game, Chark and Westbrook each had 100 yards. It was a masterpiece.
I mean,
as everyone is commenting on YouTube about Bill O'Brien and his awareness level.
Oh, it's low. It's low. But, I mean, he hadn't hit 300 yards before that. I mean, that's tripling most of his outputs. I mean, a 34-point performance against Seattle, which is a pretty decent D. I mean, they got Big Stick Bobby Wagner out there. So that's impressive.
Yeah, Wagner caused a fumble of Leonard
Shocker.
Fournette, but after that, yeah, shocker. And by the way, as you knew from earlier today, Jamal Adams was up to no good again for the Jets.
Jamal Adams, Luke Kuechly, I mean, those guys, when they're on the field, just avoid them. Just look out.
J.J. Watt, speaking of big-time defensive players, tried to spin down Fournette, still didn't get far. No gain, 2nd and 10.
Fournette has not been good on his last 3 rushes. I think his first 6 were for 36, and now he's at 9 for, I believe, 30. So it has been trending downward for him lately.
Troy Barber, hey, trying to keep an eye on the comments. Billy's got me super invested in the game. It's been terrific. 1 touchdown game, 1 score game, and on the pitch, nothing there for Fournette. Troy says, we are so spoiled by you reading the chats. What is up tonight, bro? Where is the love? When you're working with someone for the first time, like Billy, and that goes for anybody, you're just trying to follow each other's lead and trying to work out the chemistry. And look, we've known each other now for a couple years working together at DraftKings, but
it's been glorious.
This is a feeling out process, and so far so good. It's going great, but I'm trying to bounce off the color man here. On 3rd and 9 for Minshew, he spins into trouble.
I mean, if you want me to go to the comments, that's what I do for a living, basically. I mean, I do it all day long. Chronic Necrosis, Minshew, throw the ball to Didi. I couldn't agree more. Throw, throw, throw. That is what I am all about in these simulated Maddens. We want points. We want people chucking. We want people, what do you say? Slingshot engaged? That's what we want to see.
Talladega Nights, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Slingshot, engage. No, it is good to have you all here, and I'm sure Billy's got his own sweat going on right now. He's commentating the game. He's fully invested. He doesn't have to be he doesn't have the producer cap on. He doesn't have to look at all angles. He can just break it all down.
Jesse Simmons, Glash trying to relate knowledge instead of checking on us. I mean, I said it, like, love, sub. We're not paying enough attention to you. Glash, if you want to hop in the chat, I can handle some plays if you want. I mean, I want to give the people what they want, and apparently I'm being a terrible babysitter right now.
Nah, you're doing fine. Play action to Sean. Sits back. Rifles right side. Complete for a first down. Nice juke by Kiki QT to the 43 of Jacksonville.
Little wiggle with it. 32-yard reception. Great play there. Again, we said it. That slot guy, he's going to get work. I think we brought him up in the pregame. A nice off play there. I mean, another one that we mentioned was Lamar Miller. He hasn't had a terrible game. So a lot of people now starting to put up points for the Houston Texans as they start moving the ball seemingly until they, decide to run the ball.
We have a total of 10 minutes and 20 seconds left in regulation and 12 minutes till quiet hours in my apartment. Watson on play action delivers into a tight window. That is caught for a first down. Will Fuller in on the action to the 31.
It seems that he has forsaken one of his favorite receivers, just like Johnny LaRue says Glash has forsaken the chat.
You've got some fans, man. They like you. Keith's been here for a long time. He likes what you do. Spider02 says, I'm the best babysitter ever. I don't know about that. Dean Murray, where is Fuller? Well, there he is, having the time of his life.
I mean, you're my babysitter right now because you're carrying me along on this first broadcast. I gotta say, it's been a lot of fun. I'm sad that it's 3/4 over already.
And Lamar Miller back to normal, doing nothing. 2nd and 10.
13 rushes, man. He started off pretty well, and then same thing with Fournette. Started off running the rock pretty good. And I think the defenses are just taking that away. So, go throw. Attack, attack, attack. A good style and a good band.
Jacksonville's 31-yard line. Watson looking to throw. Pumps, fires. That is caught. First down. QT is having himself a game, folks. Great value at wide receiver 4. Up over 10 DK points.
Yeah, the 4 catches, the 65 yards, and the speed. This is a guy, when he popped a little bit last year in real football, I immediately jumped on him because I like speedy guys, whether it's in Madden, it's in fantasy, it's in real life. I'm like Al Davis in the old days. Just give me the fastest guy at the combine. That is the guy I want on my team. I'd be a terrible GM. And in my Madden franchise,
win, baby.
Just win. In my Madden franchise, I'm all about the speed. Sort by speed and draft that guy.
And the Texans have a ton of it. QT 91 speed. Watson shuffles back, delivers left. QT again. Can he squeeze into the end zone? He's just short at the 1.
Are we looking at a vulture? I think a lot of people would be very upset if they saw this one get vultured by the very infrequently used Carlos Hyde. Friend of DK, by the way, was great at the Super Bowl with us. Had a lot of fun with him playing some games, but I don't think people want to see him enter the end zone right here.
Oh, he is the power back, which means they'll use him in goal line spots. Deshaun Watson does have a rushing touchdown. Hopkins has the other touchdown from Watson. He's in the gun, trips right. It is up the middle. Lamar Miller, his first touchdown in our simulations.
Celebrate good times. Come on, Lamar Miller. We talked about him in the pregame. A good pivot. A lot of people probably stayed away from this kid. but he can do things like this, getting goal line work, even out of the shotgun, love running out of the gun. I always spread the field in the goal line situations in Madden. It's just so easy to take advantage of matchups down there when you do that. Whereas if you're in that tight goal line packed set, they just stack the box and you kind of got to get lucky and just get to the edge or hope you hit a hole.
Wow, first touchdown for Lamar Miller, and everyone is upset in the chat. He actually costs more money, DK money that is, than Fournette. $8,600 in the flex compared to Fournette, $8,000.
By the way, for Kiki Kuti owners on that drive, there's very few of you, especially in the captain spot. 1.7. He had a nice drive there for the Texans. 29% in the flex. I'm going to look up and see if I can find Lamar Miller's ownership right now. Lamar Miller, a sexy player a few years ago in fantasy, kind of lost a little bit of value in Houston.
6%, Billy.
6%. Wow. Low ownership. So that's going to help you climb the leaderboards if you had him. And once we get to the end of this third quarter, the ops team will be all over it, and we can really zone in, narrow in, laser focus on these contests that are coming down to the wire for the late classic, the showdown, and the late slate.
Can Gardner Minshew rally the Jaguars? I said this a couple games ago when they played the Seahawks. He did it on Mother's Day. It was a Mother's Day Minshew miracle. Minshew mustache miracle. He all let us hop on that mustache, and we all went for a ride in Minshew world, Minshew mania. Can he do it again on Billy Delaney's first Madden sim?
I would love it. I'm a big Gardner Minshew guy, not as big as our friend Emerson. I mean, it's basically cereal and Gardner Minshew.
That is incomplete. Looking for Westbrook.
That is not going to get it done, folks. But he does have the weapons. He can chuck it. And like I said, people with low awareness, those quarterbacks aren't afraid to make a dangerous throw. And that could pay off in situations like this.
Fournette in the backfield. Minshew gives it to him. And he gets wrestled down. That might be the final play of the quarter.
Probably will be, and not what I wanted to see out of the Jaguars, trailing by 14 with just about, 8.5 simulated minutes left. That will be the last play of the quarter. I don't want to see them come out with another run for the rest of the game until they've got the lead. I mean, that's really got to be the philosophy here, right? I mean, you're down 2 scores.
And it's a big 3rd and 4 coming up. Might be 4 down territory. Then again, they are way back in their own ground. Texans have a 2-touchdown lead on the Jaguars. Brendan Glasheen and Billy Delaney making his debut. Billy's been with our production team all along from the beginning. We often mention his name from the production team chat we have going on off to the side. But Billy basically has been huge in getting us up to speed with Madden, relaying information to us, why certain ratings are important. He drops in nuggets for us to use during the broadcast. So he's been here all along. I thank him dearly for helping me out, and I think all the commentators would agree. Billy has been here from the start. So our great production team, it's not just Billy, too. It's a lot of people that help put these together, the ops team as well. You guys keep coming back. I can't stress that enough. Billy has been here from the beginning, so it might be the first time you're hearing his voice, but he has been here from the beginning. And people are concerned, actually, with how chill I've been tonight on Madden After Dark. And you have not brought me down. Please don't think that. I guess I'm just enjoying the way you've brought your information to the table here tonight.
I mean, it wouldn't be me if I wasn't bringing everybody down. But look at this. A well-executed screenplay for once. Called it on the blitz. Get him out into space. Couple of yards there. First down. Now we're moving.
All right, good start. Yeah, Fournette, first down. Some people in the chat need Leonard Fournette to get going here. Yeah, Keith said, Glash, you so chill tonight. You okay?
Richard, class meet Billy. Billy is a nuisance. Love it.
This is our new student, Billy. He has to graduate Madden Sims every 2 weeks. He gets to do a broadcast.
I've got Matt and the cable guy, Billy, my entire life.
Oh, Gardner, sir!
An absolute bomb!
DJ Shark, touchdown! Oh, boy! Shark using the jump!
Love it. Mamma mia, he got it. 6'4" DJ Shark out there just doing his thing. Gardner Minshew, like we said, not afraid to make those dangerous throws, throwing it into basically double coverage, a jump ball. Chark goes up, spectacular catch, gotta love it. Down with it, shakes off the tackle like it's no big deal, and then takes it the 10 yards needed for the end zone. 53-yard catch, just a thing of beauty.
Wow, that 3rd and 4 execution on the play before, crucial because it sets up that play. And DJ Chark, I am going to thank you. You as well, Gardner Minshew. 3 minutes till quiet hours, and I just had a chance to bark out a touchdown call.
I know that was close, but unfortunately for you, I think you might be getting a disturbance call here because this game is far from over, Clash. We got 7 minutes and 35 seconds of simulated fun left. That was a quick drive right there. 4 plays, 75 yards, and about 51 seconds. I'm telling you, man, just chuck the ball deep. I'm of the Jameis Winston philosophy. I'm putting it up there. Somebody's going to get it.
And just embarrassing coverage by the Texans secondary.
Yeah.
By the way,
our producer is not going to love that. He is a big Texans guy.
Oh, it's great. It's great. We mentioned this with Hopkins. DJ Chark does not belong in the same sentence in terms of top receivers in the game, but in terms of his simulation production, Chark, double digits in these sims in all but one. And just on that one play alone, he's in the double-digit fantasy points for this sim.
I mean, I think Garion said it at the end of the broadcast. There is some good value to be had with these Jaguars. A lot of good players. Like you said, Minshew threw for 478 yards. I don't care if it was in 100 overtimes. That is a number that has rarely been hit in any Madden sim so far.
How do the Texans respond? They start at their own 23.
Ooh,
Miller gets
smacked.
shoved.
An absolute hammer laid down there inside the hole. That was
Miles Jack.
Miles Jack, he can bring the heat. It is such a game changer, and this is one of the things in our franchise. You want those Bobby Wagners, you want those Jamal Adams, because they separate the ball from the carrier. And that was pretty close right there. That's about as close as you're going to get.
Watson in the gun, surveys the defense, and just a diagonal toss to Lamar Miller.
That is not getting it done, folks. Yeah. Lightning Bolt Brady. Darren Fells been put on the missing list. Yeah, if found returned to the Houston Texans facility, he is nowhere. He's on a milk cart, and that was out of bounds right there. So Darren Fells, I thought would have a big game. He's been used. He's 9 points per sim, and he's a pretty big target. I think he's 6'7". He's not hard to find.
Yeah, and again, at the end of the first half, it was Jordan Thomas, the tight end 3, that caught that ball, and not Darren Fells. Watson's alone in the gun, 3rd and 6, spins, delivers. That is a first down for Will Fuller.
That was a big play right there for the Texans, keeping the ball moving, keeping the clock moving. They probably can't put the game, there's way too much time for this drive, but if they get a score and make it a 2-score game, that's really going to put some distance between them and this Jaguars team.
Uh-oh. It's 11 o'clock.
It is 11 o'clock, but we just got word. Michael killing it in ops. The scores are updated. Solo leader in the 6 game, and taking a look at the 3 gamer. A 2-way tie atop there. But the person trailing, the person trailing in 2nd place has Chark. So that could be huge when these Jags get the ball back. I don't think I can deal with the Yin Yang Twins call here of whispering the rest of that. You could talk at a normal level, right? I'll get excited for us if something big happens.
I'm gonna do this voice for one play.
Please don't.
34-yard line. Texans are up a touchdown, but they'll probably blow it.
I can only imagine.
Watson under center. Back to throw.
Ooh, corner blitz didn't get there. But he did not get to the first down.
The tight end 2.
All right, I think I'll have to tap out. I think this will be my first and only sim if that's the way this goes.
Just one play. Just had to keep the people guessing, man.
I did like it. I did like it as a change of pace, but let's keep it as that one-time change of pace.
All right, can the Jaguars make the stop? 3rd and 8. Watson Sitting back over the middle. That is complete. Fuller uses the juke, and he's beyond the 40 into Jacksonville territory.
Will wish my stat line was Fuller. Chris Robinson with that gem in the chat there. Will Fuller, I mean, he's been pretty good on these last few drives here, running that little corner, that post corner right there, getting wide open. Big third and 8 pickup right there.
Half. Yeah. Bill Davis, seriously, the whisper, I gotta go.
I do agree. It was pretty bad. I think Matt Cody and Pirate Tom can approve of that being awful. But it was different. It was different.
Who is a good whisperer? Play action, that's batted down.
The Yin Yang twins.
Oh, right. Okay. Other than them.
I think that would probably be about it. That's all I really want to hear.
So I'm in second.
Yeah. You're getting the shh emoji. Little zip it. Little zippy long stockings.
Where is Stills? Says line up Lizard DFS. Watson's going to chuck it again. That is complete. And there's Darren Fells. Good to see you.
All right, so we are on the cusp of pretty good field goal range right now. It's a 52-yarder. Jags need a stop here. If I'm the Texans, if I'm playing this game, I am going for the throat. I am going for either a kill shot downfield or I'm going... Oh, they're going 5 wide, so it looks like they're going for it. Hopkins in the slot right there. Looks like zone coverage.
Watts. Complete. Back-to-back catches on back-to-back throws from Watson for Fells.
There he is. Just when you absolutely need to have it, you got to go to Daniel Fells, number 87. Who would have thought? Hopefully he's adding a little bit of value to your lineup, but that's just proving again the power of the DK sim. Once we talk about somebody, boom, there he is.
Darren Fells, 9 points a sim. O'Shaughnessy on the other side, the other tight end one, is only got 1 catch, so not a big tight end game.
Brew City Grills, Billy, stay with us. You'll get used to Glash's lovable antics. I think I can vouch that I've been closer to his lovable antics than just about anybody over the years.
Yeah, again, Billy, his job at DraftKings, other than Madden Insider and sometimes a color commentator, he's also an editor, and he's done his fair share of photoshopping me, other than Sarah. So Billy is just as capable of ruining my life.
Oh, shout out to Sarah, by the way. I got a couple people asking me if that was my Photoshop work, and I was like, no, that was some amazing stuff. Just brilliant stuff. We love the DK chat, and we haven't been paying as much attention, but if you're in there, like, love, sub, guys, we love you. We're doing this for you, and we're glad to be here.
Lamar Miller is down, 3rd and long. I mean, Fairbairn has already made a 50-plus yarder in this game. Right now, it would be a 46-yarder, but 3rd and 12, they can gain a couple more.
I mean, the Jags have had them on 3rd down a number of times this drive. Houston is doing exactly what you want on one of these late drives, one of these 4-minute offense, just killing time, chewing yards, possibly getting another score here.
Watson's going to throw in the flat. That is complete to Fells. 3rd catch on the drive. 4th and 9. They're at the 26. That means it's a 43-yarder.
So we've seen him hit this, but we've also seen him... We saw him miss one earlier too, correct? Maybe all these sims are running together in my head. It's been a long day. I've been up since 8 o'clock doing Madden graphics. But he can hit this. He should hit this. I kind of hope he doesn't. I want Madden After Dark. I want OT. Let's go. It's my first sim. I don't want it to end.
Let's see. Can he put it away? Can he put the Jaguars down 10?
It's got the distance and the direction. It's good.
Yeah, easy money. Easy.
Very accurate kicker. Didn't think he was going to miss it. Was kind of hoping. Now we need, not a miracle, but we really need the Jags to get it going. We need some deep plays right away. They have all 3 of their timeouts, so if it's a real quick score, we might still be in business. I have seen one onside kick work in Madden Sim history. It's rare. It's rare you even get to that point. But fingers crossed we get one.
Bill Davis is back in there. He says, we love you guys, DK. Thanks for these sims. I was lying, Glash. I can't leave. I love this bleep.
It is great. it is shocking how much joy and excitement everyone gets out of these. Even the announcers, like when I talk to them after the games, people are jacked up. People are pumped up. I just watched the end of the last broadcast. Garion and Kaufman were, all excited, all jazzed up, and that was a great finish to an amazing game. Super high scoring. I think it was 38-31 finish. Hopefully this finish is just as thrilling, but we need Minshew to step up here big on this drive.
We realize the need for sports right now, and they're slowly coming back with these Madden sims. The games might be fake, but the drama is real. That is caught by Chark. They're right at the 50 on the first play of this drive.
Chark's got to be closing in on a bonus right there. He had that big play, 97 yards. So he's got the touchdown. He's got the 3 catches. Probably going to get to the bonus on this drive. So if you rostered Chark, good on you.
No huddle for Jacksonville. Minshew from the 50, shuffles right. Here comes the pressure, and he goes down. Big-time play by DJ Reader.
Yeah, they were relentless. I think J.J. Watt went through 3 or 4 blockers trying to get in his way, and eventually Reader gets to the QB. That is a huge play. Stops the momentum, stops the drive in its tracks. Now it is 2nd and 21.
As productive as Chark has been, he's only hit the bonus once in our simulations. That is a tough ball, and it's caught. What a play there by O'Shaughnessy reaching, and they're at the 34 of Houston.
The Irish lad kicker right there. O'Shaughnessy with the big catch, going way up, pulling it down. His catch and traffic rating must be ridiculous because that was a great grab. Keeps the drive alive, but time is of the essence here, people. Let's get it moving.
Jaguars still haven't used the timeout. From the 34, 30 seconds to go, trying to roll away from Watt. There's the timeout.
And there is that superstar trait ability, just a monster off the edge. We said they don't get too involved. I really figured that the edge rushers of his ilk in this game would really go nuts, but they are kind of reeled in by a lot of good left tackles in this league. But you see the clutch player coming up. X Factor is lit. Let's see what happens on 2nd and 20.
Backed up to the 44. Minshew fires right. Can the receiver track it down? Looking for O'Shaughnessy again, incomplete.
Oh, just a little too much time in the weight room right there. Uncle Rico'd it over the mountains. He had him on the post corner. The accuracy rating really hurt him right there. He tried to lob it too. I'm going bullet pass in that situation, getting that right to the sideline.
In full classic and in late classic, we have solo leaders. We'll see if that stays the same. 3rd and 20. Fournette to the outside. Tightropes the sideline, but he doesn't get out of bounds. He's pushed out, so the clock doesn't stop. Oh, it does stop. 16 seconds. Okay.
That was a bold strategy, Cotton. It paid off big time, but we're at the 20. There's 16 seconds left. Now we are certainly in Miracle and Houston territory here. They have to get a score immediately, and then they have to get the onside kick. I really want some OT for my first sim. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but maybe we'll get some garbage time points here and shoot somebody up the leaderboard.
In 25 years of broadcasting, I have never seen what I just saw. Here's Minshew. Tick, 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 tick. Go to the end zone.
Looked like he was targeting about the 6-yard line, and if he was, it was a good throw. But if he was looking to win the game, that was a bad throw. I mean, come on. I don't understand why every shot in this situation isn't right to the end zone.
Let's go now. 30 base.
9 seconds.
Drama building,
Still
folks.
2 timeouts. Got to go to the end zone here. Minshew looks. Mustache is raging. Throws. Connects with Chark. Timeout. He got the bonus. That's good news.
All right. There's literally no way of coming back, but he has the bonus 4 for 114. Maybe you get a touchdown here, but really disappointing way to end this. Bill O'Brien's going to pull one out here in Houston, despite that ridiculous challenge he had, which I'm still scratching my head about.
This, though, is going to really change the contest, especially if Chark gets another touchdown. Here's Minshew.
And he threw it right to the defender, and that'll do her. Flash Sheen lives and dies on every moment of the plays. That's why I love him. He gets so emotionally invested, and when there's a bad ending, he does not enjoy it. I don't blame you, though. It really is. You do put a lot into these Sims, man.
I've done now 70. I counted up today, 71.
71. That is quite a few. I think I've probably done well over 100. My first call, though, definitely my first call, and it was a lot of fun. Thank you to the chat, even though I was a terrible babysitter to you. I was just locked in on the contest. But Clash, it was an absolute pleasure to be here with you.
Great job. You were great. People loved you. You were phenomenal.
I tried my best. I'm no Garion Thorne. I'm no Thompson. Sorry. He has been absolutely tremendous at this. I think everybody really has shined in this color commentary role. It's a fun role. You get to exercise your Madden knowledge, your football knowledge, your fantasy knowledge. So just a blast. Player of the game. What do you got, Clash? I'll give you the honors.
No. You're picking the player of the game.
Player of the game. It's got to be Deshaun Watson, right? He had a huge game. Couple of touchdowns, one rushing couple of throwing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be shocked to see who is the main spot in the captain there. Looks like as of right now in the showdown, it's Kiki Kuti. DJ Shark also in there. Hopkins. Gardner Minshew had a pretty good game out there. But Deshaun Watson, touchdown rushing, touchdown passing, just an absolute stud.
Everyone loves you, man. They loved you. They thought you did a great job.
No, it was an absolute pleasure, and I love all of them. Good. And hit the like button on the way out, hit the sub button on the way out, and maybe I'll be back if we get really, really, really desperate. But I feel like this was a Papa Roach last resort moment for me.
Did you get that, production team? They liked him. They liked him. He's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. That is going to do it for us. Unless you have anything else to add. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, Billy, while you've got the floor?
All I've got to add is tomorrow, guess what? 6 games. Next day, 6 games. Day after that, 6 games. So have a lot of fun. Join these contests. You can do about 12 lineups a day. Get them in early, get them in often, and just keep the DK Sim fam alive, man. This has been a lot of fun.
All right, folks, keep your eyes on the game center. Scores are going final. We appreciate all of you hanging out in the DraftKings YouTube chat. You're watching on the DK Live app and also on the game center. So keep an eye on Late Classic, the full 6-gamer, and, of course, the showdown that just went final. Here is the schedule for tomorrow, Monday, May 18th, 2020. I always like saying the day of the week and the day out loud, just to remind myself where we are. Bengals are at the Colts at noon. Adam Kaufman, Z.Thompson, have you for that one. I'll be with Zach for Broncos at Lions at 2. Then Emerson and Reed Fowler, that duo is in for Giants at Raiders. Then Cardinals at Vikings. At 8 o'clock, Adam Kaufman and Geoff Ulrich have Ravens at Cowboys. And then at 10 p.m., Madden After Dark, the Moose and I are going to be in Chicago. Raheem Mostert, I hope he comes too. The Niners are at the Bears. I finally get to look for Raheem Mostert through the binoculars in virtual Chicago. Thank you to Michael Belanger from Ops, working hard on our game tonight. Thank you to Tom Regia, Matt Cody, and for Billy Delaney, I'm Brendan Glasheen. We will catch you all tomorrow. Another great day in Simland. We'll catch you to start another week tomorrow.
Peace.